Good morning and welcome to Johnson Valley, California. I am Miles Hasselquist and this is the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. This qualifying run is 2.5 miles, similar to the LCQ back in 2012. They'll be dropping backdoor, lots of go fast, a little bit of rocks, lots of action to come. We also have the Pit Crew Challenge tonight, presented by Pro Eagle and Buggy Whip, so don't go anywhere.
That's right, Miles. Thank you very much. Today is all about the UTV qualifying. I'm Ian Johnson here in the booth. With me is Mr. UTV himself, John Crowley. John, are you excited about the field that we're going to see hit the qualifying course today?
All kinds of interesting things coming up. Some celebrities and some different cars, a new course. It could be awesome.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to it.
Last year qualifying was out of Chocolate Thunder. It's kind of like a little bit divorced from Hammertown. This year we've brought qualifying back into Hammertown. They're going to be leaving right from that start-finish line like we've seen in the past. So I like that. I think it kind of brings qualifying more into basically the home of where we all are.
Sure, and you've got them taking off, staging, and you also got them finishing here, so you can see the cars go by and everything. I like that a lot.
Now we've talked a little bit about this qualifying course because there's some cool things about it this year. There's an optional line in this qualifying course that people can take, right?
So the biggest, this is totally different this year. Last year, going up Chocolate Thunder, you got a rock crawl up. Now we're going down Resolution, and you can either, after Resolution, you can either bail out and go do a little bit of desert, or you can drop down backdoor. Backdoor's faster if you can do it clean.
Yeah, and that's a big drop, and we were speculating on this earlier, both you and I, is anyone actually going to take that drop?
I think they will.
The question, you say they will. I say no. We're going to see what happens here. If you were to pick somebody out there, who's going to take the drop?
All the top guys.
All the top guys will do that drop.
Unless it's so dug out from last night, all the stuff going on, that they see some of the stuff going on where people are getting out of shape coming down it.
And that's the biggest question, because we've got some heavy hitters in this first hour, right? We've got some people that you've been watching to see who's going to take off. Who we got out there that we need to keep an eye on?
Well, let's see. 9th off is Anthony Yon. He's in a Honda Talon. I actually filmed him coming down backdoor the other day. Nice, clean run, super smooth. I wouldn't doubt that he goes down. Then we've got Todd Romano and Robbie Gordon in Speed UTVs if they show up for the first hour.
Yeah, that is the question, right? They do have the option to not qualify and just take a back start at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship that's happening later this week. Today is all about qualifying. They're basically setting their starting position for the race that we're going to have later this week. And you being Mr. UTV out here, who are you going to keep? Who do you want to see out there on this qualifying course? Who are you keeping your eyes on?
There's too many to list. I mean, you've got 3-time champ Kyle Cheney, run it 3 times in a row. You've got Hunter Miller, who won it before that in 2020. Mitch Guthrie Jr. is back. He took last year off. He won it in 2019. He's in a Pro R. I mean, that's just a couple of them. And obviously you need to see what Robbie Gordon's going to do, but just because all the drama
around the Speed UTV.
Well, just with Robbie.
Oh, well, Robbie does kind of spend a little drama, doesn't he? All right, so let's talk a little bit about, we have multiple classes qualifying today. So, John, give me a quick rundown of what are the classes that we're going to be looking at today?
Wow. So there is a sportsman class.
Okay.
And sportsmen can qualify. But they are starting at the back of the pack.
No matter what.
No matter what.
Because that's basically your stock UTV.
But first off the line, I think it's Andrew Stratman. I was talking to him a little bit ago, and he's qualifying, and he's in sportsman. He just wants to experience the whole Hammers thing, right?
Yeah, and so
qualifying's part of that.
And his qualifying time in that sportsman's class, he'll be whatever he qualifies at, he'll be placed in the sportsman class, but he be starting after our bigger classes.
But all the other classes are mixed together, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which class you're in. Your qualifying will give you
where you land. And what are our other classes that we're looking at?
So you've got stock, which is stock turbo. You've got NA, naturally aspirated. You've got the Pro Mod. and then you've got kind of the Pro R class that's open.
Okay, open, unlimited.
Yeah.
That's basically like the UTV version of the 4400. That's your big dog.
Kind of, sort of. Not really all the big dogs. You've got the Can-Am guys that are Pro Mod because it's a turbo, limited to 1,000 cc's, but it's a turbo class. The open is going to be you naturally aspirated the 2,000 cc guys.
The big Pro R stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds to me like we're going to have some racing getting going here pretty quick right now. And who we got on the line first here, John?
Yeah, that's Andrew Stratman, who I was just talking to. He's racing Sportsman, and he's in a like a Razor XP Turbo. So not super current vehicle, but super capable still. I've raced one of those in Hammers before, and we'll see how he does.
And we talked a little bit about this class. I heard Miles say earlier it's just over 2.5 miles long. It's like the old qualifying course that we've used before for EMC, where there's a little bit of desert, a little bit of rocks. But as you said, we're going down some pretty serious rock trails in this.
Yeah, and at first here, this is kind of a typical start for Hammers. A lot of times you come out and there's a lot of cross grain stuff where you really can't go too fast. Just some huge dips in there, and you get going too fast and you'll launch over and nosedive it. So you got to really keep the nerves down at first. But then, towards the end, you can see some of that cross grain right there he's going through. But you're coming down around at the very end is down resolution, and then you have the option to do backdoor or not. And that's at the end before you come back into Hammertown to the short course and Bronco Arch and everything.
Yeah, and that's the finish is when they come flying through that Bronco Arch. And as we're watching right now, our first qualifier, Andrew Stratman, out there in number 4906. And if I understand correctly, we're going to let him get a little bit ways out on course, then we'll send the next car out once he passes a specific point. It won't be, I don't think it's a single qualifier on the course at a time.
There'd be two at a time. So a little bit of risk there. If somebody breaks in the wrong spot, there could be a little bit of an issue. But they've got some serious horsepower over in resolution backdoor to get cars out of the way if necessary.
Yeah, we saw that last year for the first time when they moved qualifying over by Chocolate Thunder, where there was two vehicles on the course at a time. And I actually thought it added a little bit of excitement qualifying. I liked it. We actually saw some passing in qualifying, which I thought was pretty neat. So we might see that today as well.
And a lot of this right here he's going through was part of the Desert Challenge over the weekend. So everybody ran through this, and it's tore up even more than normal.
Yeah, even if you went out and pre-ran, as John said, the Desert Challenge race was the past 2 days. So unless you got up, unless you went out in the night yesterday after the race or early this morning, your chances to get out and part of this qualifying course and pre-run it is pretty limited. So these guys are kind of flying in there blind, and the big horsepower T1s and the rest of the desert trucks that kind of tear that desert up pretty seriously.
Yeah, I've never heard this called Cross Grain Hill, but it kind of makes sense. Yeah, so Miles did mention it was 2.5 miles. I think it might be more like 3+.
I think it's a little bit more than that.
Yeah,
Especially, it probably also depends, like you said before, it's that split, right? Do you drop down back door, or do you take the big, long run around in that little desert loop that kind of avoids it?
Yeah, so I did talk to Andrew before, when he was lining up, and he said he's going to skip backdoor because he's in Sportsman. So we'll hopefully get a shot of him coming out. You got to go all the way down Resolution, which is rocks, canyon coming down.
Yep.
Downhill instead of up, so it's not as hard. Gravity's your friend.
Everything goes down. The rental cars will go down.
And then right before backdoor, there's a sand hill where you can bail off to your left.
All right, I think we got Benjamin Hiding?
I'm going to say Hiding.
John says Hiding. I'm going with John. This is his world.
Sorry, I don't know Benjamin.
So he's a Can-Am Sportsman. Stock UTV. Number 9009. So like we said before, that's two cars out on course.
At this rate, we might have 3 on course at the same time.
That would be exciting. I like the more cars on course, there's more things to talk about, which makes our life easier, John. So that's good. Yeah, up in our top screen, we have Andrew out there. You can see he's well into the course. And then your picture-in-picture, that little small screen, that's the Benjamin Heiting that just left the start line. He's moving through that spot that John was talking about, that, as he said, all the cross-graining from the Desert Challenge trucks that got in there and tore that up pretty good.
And this hill that Andrew's dropping down right now, it's a lot steeper than it looked in that drone shot. That's a great shot there with the drone, but it's really steep.
Yeah, and the question always comes, when we watch these guys driving. It's a beautiful day out here in Johnson Valley, and where the sun is, when you come up over some of those hills, you're cresting those hills sometimes blind.
Yep.
It's a little bit tricky. There's good visibility in these UTVs, but you're still, when you come up over the top of those hills, unless you've pre-ran it, can be a little bit scary coming off the top of those.
Yeah, so Andrew right now is heading to Resolution. There's a big wash you've got to go up, just a lot of sand, and then he'll be dropping down into Resolution in a moment.
And that is when he'll make his decision, as John was talking about earlier, whether or not he's going to, well, I guess you said he's already made his decision. He's going to take the long way around.
Yeah, so Benjamin, the second UTV on course there, he's still on the cross-grain stuff. He's going pretty slow. It looks like he's just trying to take care of the car. He's in Sportsman as well.
Yeah, we have our first 3 vehicles offline are all Sportsmen, and as John said, those guys are going to be starting at the back of the pack no matter what on race day. So they're just out there pre-running to try to get maybe a little bit ahead of their group, but they will be leaving at the back, and it looks like here we come. He's going to drop down in.
That's Resolution right there.
That's the top of Resolution right there. Now, as you can see, there is some track in there, but he's going to get into some rocks here shortly.
Yeah, you've got just a little bit, and there's actually a little bit of a bypass on Resolution. I don't know if anybody's going to take it or not, but it's a left-hand turn right about just in a bit there before the top left screen. You can side hill and then dive down. I think it's legal. It's right about there. You could take a left.
Well, I think, the big conversation at the drivers' meeting every year is, where do I got to be on course? And the reality is you came here to race in the rocks, get in the rocks. That's where they want to see you.
That's what Dave wants.
Yes. Well, and that's what the people watching at home want to see too. All right, another car off the line right now.
Well, so that answers that question. There's 3 on course right now.
3 on course, and that is I believe that's Jen Zip. I didn't see the number on that one, John, as it left the line.
Well, if you're blind, I got lots of problems. 49-44 is Jen Zip.
Jen Zip. We're just trying to clarify if that is Jen. As we said before, we have a starting lineup up here of the vehicles that we expect to see leave the line. But you don't have to qualify. You can choose not to qualify and just basically take a back start. So we're just trying to see what that does look like a Sportsman, which is Jen's class. But as we're watching the big picture, we can see our the first car that left the line. It looks like he's kind of picked his way through the rocks at Resolution.
Pretty close to the bottom there.
Yeah, and this is...
yeah, you can just barely see part of the sand hill where he'll bail out to the left. And then once he gets up and over the saddle, you have to turn left instead of turning right to go back towards back door. He'll have to turn left and go away from back door, go around a cone, and then come back. There's Brock Hager rolling through Hammertown right now in his Razor. He just won the Desert Challenge yesterday. He's racing rocks as well.
The question is, John, same UTV or different UTV?
Different.
Different UTV.
So he raced a Pro R yesterday. He's part of the Polaris Factory racing team. He raced a Pro R yesterday, but in the rock race, the UTV Hammer Championship, he's racing a Turbo R. lot of similar suspension dynamics, but it's a little bit shorter car, and it has a turbo engine.
And smaller, and not
smaller.
Because the Pro R is 2 liter.
2 liter, right?
2 liter, yeah.
2 liter NA, and this is their less than 1,000 cc turbo.
90 some odd turbo. Yeah. It gets complicated for me when we get to that desert challenge stuff with all the different UTV classes.
Yes.
John.
No, it's complicated for me, and
I don't want to point out that it's getting real close to everyone gets a trophy day over there. But it does remind me of my kids' basketball tournaments when I watch it. It's like,
yeah, I don't like that part.
Everyone gets a trophy.
Well, that's why it's all, for me, it's all about the overall. Who's going to overall
win? Yep.
So you can brag about your own class and everything, but the real thing is who overalls the race.
Yes. And that's who we were just talking about. He was our overall winner yesterday.
Yes.
All right, so we're watching we see a little bit of action down here in Resolution. Seems to be some
little smoking.
Little smoke there. We don't want to see that. That's not fun.
Could be a belt.
It does seem to be coming out of the back of the vehicle, and that is our 4944, and that is Gen Zip that we were speculating earlier. It does kind of have that belt feel to it, doesn't it, John?
The belt's on the driver's side.
On the left side, so it does seem to be, but
seems like the smoke's coming from the right.
It's hard to speculate from the drone, but it looks like we got our first qualifying finisher coming in right here into Hammertown.
Yeah, that's Andrew Stratman.
So that's Andrew that we saw leave first thing this morning, and that jump is basically their finish line. So we will be getting a time in from them shortly. And as he comes in, it looks like we have another car leaving the line.
Maybe Ben Jones?
Ben Jones or David Johnson.
Or David Johnson, yeah. Yeah, and
number off
49, 44.
Gen Zip.
Definitely having some problems there. It looks like they were getting out of the car.
Yep, and we're watching our first qualifier come in right now. That's Andrew, so we're going to get a time in from him shortly here.
They're taking their time trying to get out of the car. I don't know what's going on. I saw the window net coming down.
Yeah, it's probably hard. I can't tell if they are still on the course or if they were able to get.
So that's where they're at, is right before resolution.
So they may have, and it may have been far enough off course because it looks like
the main line is over here.
Yeah, the main line is where we see this car on screen go by them. So they were definitely able to get out of the way, which is good. That won't hinder our qualifying at all today. So they must have known that something was happening to that car, and they basically got it up and got it out of the way for everybody.
Could be, but there's a couple lines in that canyon. I think they wanted to keep everybody down on the right where the other car just went through, but I think they could do either one. That's a great shot right there. Cresting the hill, and he's dropping down into resolution right there.
Yeah, coming down into resolution, that's going to be the spot that we've been watching everyone get down. This is sort of their first taste of the rocks here in this Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying.
Yeah, love that drone shot right there.
We have a lot of cars. How many cars we got going off the line today, John? We got 100. I got 115 on my list.
Whew. That's a lot to get through in a day. So I think that's Ben Johnson.
I think that's David Johnson, 556.
Oh, David Johnson. Sorry, I mixed up.
That's okay.
Number 4 and number 5.
We as long as you get the Johnson right there.
Hard to find good help.
So we can see that's a great shot. You can see he's down in the rocks. That's where we want to see him down there, picking his way through the rocks in resolution. As John was saying, they're going to basically go in there and go down resolution. So it's a little bit easier because you got gravity on your side. But when you come out of that canyon, you got to make the decision. We should put a little side bet together, John, to see how many cars are we going to see to go through this qualifying course before we see the first car go down back door.
I think it's going to be Anthony Yount, number 9.
So he's down on the starting line. Do you want to go down there and tell him right now? And then we can just let him know that pressure's on. We expect to have him.
That'd be great. Just tell him,
I know. I was
tell
like,
him it's all on,
tell him it's
on
John.
me.
It's all on John. If you break the car, John will come take care of it for you, so don't worry about it. All right, so we're watching. Here we got right now.
Oh, here we go. He's going down back door.
Yep, we were wrong. We got our first competitor heading into back door. This is where we said they had the options. So this is exciting. It's our first UTV. Going to drop down back door. This is no joke in here, John. This is not an easy drop.
Yeah, so this is David Johnson.
Look at that. Looks like he made it clean.
Those shadows are tough. Wow.
Yeah, but
he did not waste any time.
No, he took a far left line, which was really, really interesting. You normally see him kind of drop over there and hug to the right to sort of get into that V-notch where most people climb up it.
Well, part of the advantage of that left line, it's harder to get lined up, but it's not as dug out.
Yeah.
Because everybody's going up on the left.
On the uphill left.
On the
downhill
uphill
right.
left,
Yes,
right, downhill
exactly.
right. And so that gets dug out more. It's a bigger drop.
Now he's in so here, John, school us on this. He's pro stock turbo UTV. It looks like he's in a Can-Am. I can't tell, but you can
he
tell.
is.
What's wheelbase difference between that and a Polaris stock, the sportsman stock UTV?
So, like the one that the first guy off the line, Andrew Stratman, there's probably a foot difference in wheelbase. I can't remember exactly, but
it's
between an
substantial.
XP Turbo, which is kind of the 2018 kind of time frame, and a Can-Am X3, it's probably about a foot.
Which definitely comes into play when you're dropping off.
When you're dropping off back door, heck yeah.
So that's probably a good chance. And here we can see him, as we said yesterday in the drivers' meeting, everyone's got to come through that Bronco arch today. There's no going around it like we saw yesterday in some of the desert prologue stuff. You got to come through that Bronco arch. This is rock racing. And now he made up. We speculated on the amount of time that was made up by going down back door versus that big loop. We'll probably have a good
He was
number
pretty
here.
quick. And I want to say what Ben Napier was saying, it was probably like a 30-second difference probably that you could save by a smooth run either way. So our finisher there coming around to the short course, that's David Johnson again. He went down back door, and I think he's going to set the time to beat for a little while. Smooth run down back door and resolution. It looks like we've got our first Kawasaki KRX off on the Cross Grain Hill. It could be A.J. Hoover, maybe? Yeah, there's that great drone shot of resolution again. Really gives you an idea how that canyon is. It's not too bad going down. Going back, if you're going up resolution, it's a lot tougher.
Yeah, it's never easy to get up. But what I'm doing right now, John, is I'm trying to get our tracking fired up on our laptop up here, and then we can see what is going on tracking-wise, and we can see what the difference in the speed.
Yeah, top screen there says trapdoor. That is A.J. Hoover in a Kawasaki KRX. Coming down resolution, I think that might be Ben Jones. So we've got two different drones over in the canyon over there. One is for resolution, and the other one is covering back door a little bit more. And this drone shot up top here with the drop drone, that's a great shot there. That's a really steep hill too. Whoa! He almost swapped it.
He got in the exciting part right there for sure.
Gives you a little bit of an idea how steep that is, and you're carrying a little bit of speed. You hit the brakes and hit something a little weird, and your rear end wants to start passing your front. That's the kind of the wash leading up to resolution. That's A.J. Hoover. So he's in the Pro Stock NA class. So that's a Kawasaki KRX. It doesn't come with a turbo or anything. And he's racing the naturally aspirated class. So there's 2 stock classes. One's for turbo and one's for naturally aspirated.
Yeah, and as John was saying before, we basically have multiple classes leaving the line today. We have I think it's 4 or 5 classes in total mixed in here in Johnson Valley, because we have our sportsmen's, and then we have our stock turbo, pro mod, and unlimited.
I'd say 5.
5 classes, yeah. But when it comes to race day, what we're going to see is all the sportsmen will start at the back of the pack. That's basically your stock. It's similar to when we race EMC, and we have our stock guys starting behind our modified and our legends classes. So they'll start at the back, but they're still qualifying today, so they can get a little bit of a lead on their competitors. And as John and I have been watching today, we've seen lots of action. The question that all these guys got to make is, when they get down resolution, do they peel off into back door, or do they take the big loop around? And we've seen cars do both today.
Yeah, well, David Johnson, we haven't gotten any finish times yet, but he looked smooth everywhere, and he went down back door. So I'm expecting him to probably have the fastest time right now.
Yeah, we're trying to get our tracking app fired up, our timing app, so we can get it all lined up, so we can see. And then as soon as we got times from race ops, we'll let you guys know. We'll get them up on the screen here so you can see from home. But we still have lots of cars to go today. We have 13 cars in our 8 o'clock hour, and then it looks like another 15 or so in the 9 o'clock. We're going to be going all day today until 3 p.m. where we have power hour, where we're going to see some of the big names in the sport. Some of our former winners, a lot of the guys that you probably know, some of the guys who are more commonly known in the Ultra 4, the 4400 guys. I see Paul Wolf in here, he's a UTV guy, but he's made a big transition into 4400. A lot of other guys are going to come out in that power hour at 3 p.m. today.
That's Ben Jones coming in. He's on the short course, finishing up. They must have like 5 different drones on the short course here, or on the whole qualifying course.
We say it every year, but it can't be said enough. The effort that the production team puts in out here in Johnson Valley to bring you these shots so you guys can sit at home or even sit out here by the fire. Every year we got a good audience out here watching on the Jumbotron. The amount of work that these guys put in to get you this feed is second to none in the industry, and it just sort of speaks to how hard these guys are working to bring you this live footage, because we are literally, well, we may not be in the middle of nowhere, John, but I can see it from here.
It's pretty close.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting. Right there in the infield, you could see a big puddle coming around that big sweeper. It rained really hard here last week, and it's really dusty in certain places, and it's still muddy in others. So it's either one or the other.
Oh, it looks like we have another car. Oh, we just lost that shot, but it looks like we had another car headed down into back door. I didn't see who it was.
That was A.J. Hoover in the Kawasaki. There we go. Looks like he's going to come down back door as well.
Looks like he's headed to that far right up, left down.
There's a new rock there. I haven't
There
seen
is
that
a
one
new
before.
rock there. I wonder if someone strategically placed that rock out there late last night.
So he's taking the more traditional line, dropping off that right side. Look at it. Ah, that was smooth.
Super clean, but as we said before, the wheelbase on that vehicle is definitely a lot longer than some of our sportsman vehicles.
Similar to an X3, a Can-Am X3, the KRX is about the same wheelbase.
All right, so we're just watching this. We can see him come out of that. He's done the drop, and that's basically what's referred to as the backdoor wash out there. We're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley, California. Any of you out there who have subscribed to the premium feed, you'll be sticking with us. But we're just going to take a quick break from the action here of the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying, coming to you live from Johnson Valley.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise!
Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No.
Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
This is all of the hard work and all of those late nights culminating to this moment, and that feeling is just, man, it is unreal.
Box on top of the box, baby.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We are right in the beginning stages of our qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. I'm Ian Johnson. In the booth with me is John Crowley. We've seen a lot of action today, John.
Yeah, we've already seen quite a few people come down backdoor, 2 or 3. Looks like we got, I think, Anthony Yant on course now, and his Hound of Talent, he'll go down back door as well.
Yeah, that was the big question that we asked earlier today was, will any of these guys take that loop? They do have the option out there. This is, as we said, this is qualifying, multiple classes qualifying today. They're coming down resolution, and then they have an option when they get to bottom of resolution. They can, there's a little bit of excitement coming down that one little hill right there on screen.
A great drone shot. It's a little bit different angle, and you can tell a little bit more how steep that is.
Yeah.
Really loose, sandy stuff with a bunch of rocks in the way too.
Yeah, and that is Tim Moyna out there in the car number 1000. So that is one of our Can-Am Pro Stock NA UTVs. So that's a naturally aspirated car. And as we're talking about before, the question was, will any of these guys take that drop down back door? Because they do have the option to come down Resolution. They can turn and take a longer trip around the mountain, or they can come down back door. And we've seen multiple UTVs come down there, and we're just trying to get some tracking final numbers come in on how much time was made up by doing that, because we've seen multiple guys do it.
Yep. Yeah, so that's Anthony Yount there in the bottom right screen. Number 69, he's in a Honda Talon. So he's in the Pro Stock NA class. This is Curtis Morris coming in. Yeah, coming through the Bronco Arch right there, and they'll drop into the short course, finish up. He's Pro Stock NA as well. That looks like it's probably a Razor XP 1000. So that's Tim Moyna, I think. Oh, now we just switched to Anthony Yount in that bottom right screen. So we got backdoor coming up. Oh no, that's Resolution still. So Tim Moyna is, and I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, probably not, but he's in the Pro Stock NA as well. It almost looks like a Can-Am Maverick Sport, but I can't tell.
Is that 521 on the line that we're looking at right now? Yes, it is. So that is Nathan Saylor. Can-Am Pro Stock Turbo UTV.
Yeah, so he's in a Maverick X3.
Yeah, it looks like we're probably just holding him on the line because I think we still have 3 cars out on course right now, if I'm not mistaken.
And in the Pro Stock Turbo class versus Pro Mod, there's a couple different things you can do. Pro Stock, you have to leave the chassis pretty much the same, other than the frame and all that kind of stuff. You can't boat side your car, and you can only run up to a 33-inch tire, I believe. So they limit the tire size, where a lot of the guys in the Pro Mod are running 35-inch tires. So that's Anthony Yount coming down Resolution, and he's going to be doing backdoor. Oh no, that's not Anthony Yount.
All right, so it's Nathan Seiler, I think, is in our big screen right now, where he's just left the line. He's now on course. And so now he is headed through that section that we've kind of named it the Cross Grain Hill. That's kind of the section that we've been watching. Has been tore up for a while. There's a drone-on-drone action. If you could saw that fast, that was pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, we got another car going down back door.
Excellent. We have someone else going to take the challenge of heading into back door instead of taking the big run around. And that is the number 1,000 of Tim Moyna. All right, you can see he's kind of picking his way down through that section. It's kind of, as John was saying, and it looks like we've got a little bit of traffic headed in here right behind him. That's 69.
There we go. That's Anthony Yount right behind him. Both of them are going down back door.
The question will be, we're going to get a little bird dog action here, maybe force him down off that ledge a little bit before he's ready.
It looks like Anthony's going to take a different
pass
line.
On the drop. That could be kind of fun. Oh, he didn't get a pass, but he's certainly pushing him off that ledge a little bit faster than I think he was ready for. But it looks like they both came down off it clean, and we have a pass at the bottom of back door. That's pretty impressive. That's one of the things that I like about this qualifying now, these longer qualifying runs. It's not a single car out on the qualifying course. We're seeing some passing. I think this being our first qualifying section for the Rock guys out here, being these UTVs for the Can-Am UTVs Hammer Championship. I think this is just a glimpse of what we're going to see when we see the EMC and the 4400 Race of Kings cars out here. There's going to be a lot of action in qualifying, so you don't want to miss any of it. So if you're watching at home and you don't want to miss the action, you certainly don't want to miss it when it comes down to Power Hour. Make sure you subscribe to that premium feed, and then you don't have to, you won't break away from the action when we're watching commercials.
And you get more screen choices too.
And you get to see more of us, John.
I don't know if
Ian and John.
I don't know if that's a plus.
They should just pay for that. What's your OnlyFans, John? You got an OnlyFans account that we can give a shout out there?
So I think
so it looks like we do have some time popping up on our screen right now. I'm looking at these are just the time of the cars that are on course. We have a little countdown clock happening.
And I think Anthony Yount's going to set our fastest time.
He did certainly seem pretty impressive as we just watched him go through that Bronco Arch. As we said before, every car will be making its trip through that Bronco Arch. We want to keep these cars in the rocks as much as we can. So we're going to be in that rocky section, that Bronco Arch, as he's making quick work of the short course here.
Yeah, and he's in the naturally aspirated class. That's a Honda Talon again.
The Honda Talon being, is it the only UTV with a gear transmission?
No.
There's other ones.
No, come on, Ian, keep up with this stuff.
This isn't my world, John. I don't do the UTV thing.
Can-Am Maverick R that just came out this year has a 7-speed DCT transmission.
Okay.
And the Yamaha was the first one that came out.
But the Yamaha, when it came out at first, it was not four-wheel drive.
No, it was.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
It didn't have a low range.
That's what I was thinking of. Yes, no low range.
No low range. Where the Honda and the Can-Am Maverick R both have low range, too.
Both have low range.
Yep.
That's why you're in here with me, John. It's getting me up to speed on this stuff, you know?
So we've got Todd Remereed getting ready to leave the line. I did not see Todd Romano. So Todd would be in a speed UTV, and we did not see him. That was kind of what we were wondering, whether Todd and Robbie were going to show up.
We did have that speculation earlier as that if we'd see the speed UTVs out here in this first hour, because we saw a couple of them, and the question was, will we see them out on the qualifying course? But as John said, we did not see the first one show up. As we're watching the number 1,000 of Tim Moyna come in, we saw him get passed a few minutes ago just at the bottom of back door. And on the line is the 195. I think that's from our next hour, maybe, John. I don't see them on my list.
195 is Todd Remereed.
Oh, yeah,
He's
sorry,
in
right. Yeah.
Pro Stock Turbo class. That's a Can-Am Maverick X3.
And unless Robbie Gordon shows up, that would be the last vehicle we see in the 8 o'clock hour. We got no.
sure if that's it or not.
All right, this is the section that we've been watching all day. This is the coming down resolution, and they can take the optional turn here or head into back door. It looks like we have another one headed into back door, John, which I speculated. I didn't think anyone would take the drop, and it looks like everyone's going to take the drop today.
I don't know about everybody. I said the top guys, I think.
John, well, no, you said many people do. I'll give you
Many,
props for that.
okay.
You said many. I said nobody. I was wrong on that one.
You just don't trust the golf cart drivers.
And it looks like this in your picture-in-picture in the small screen. This is, I believe that's Todd Remer. Is that Todd Remery that just left the line? I believe it is. And he's out in that kind of cross-grain section we've been referring to. That's part of the course that got tore up pretty bad when the desert guys get out there, because they just get out and just that high horsepower big tires does a lot of damage to that track. Not necessarily damage, but it moves a lot of dirt around, we should say. Oh, it looks like we may. Is that a left front flat I'm looking at there? Oh, it's not a flat.
Yeah, it looked like he had a little bit of a problem. Oh.
He's got a whole lot of extra camber in there.
Yeah.
That's an awful way to
He's
end
getting
your
off the course,
qualifying
though.
course.
Looked like he might have broke an upper ball joint or something going on there. That's a good shot of the split in the top left. And they're going down back door.
They're headed down back door. All right,
the bypass goes to the left.
I finally got some timing numbers up here that I can look at, John, and we can see what's happening. So right now,
is it Anthony Yount on top?
David Johnson with a 10:04. Anthony Yount is at a 10:20. Then we got Andrew Stratham at 11:25. Well, there we go, right there. So there's your difference. Anthony Stratman, that was their first car off the line today, was at 11:25, right?
And he didn't drop back door. He took the bypass.
Door. So it's looking like about a minute.
Okay.
A minute difference if you drop down back door, because he had a good clean run in that Sportsman, but he did take the long way around. But the current leader, David Johnson, did drop down back door with a 10:04. So it's about a minute to a minute and a half, depending on how you run the rest of the course.
I don't know what the heck's going on with 4480 there. That is not looking.
That is not a UTV.
Not a
John.
UTV.
That is that's someone who has not paid attention to the live race course signs, and is just sort of like feeling. Oh, they may be going out. Well, I don't see why they would be, but they might be going out to help recover, maybe. But
I don't know what that's all about. He's cruising around the short course like he's racing.
He's
well, not like he's racing, but
he's carrying something pretty large on the back of the car there. Oh, and he's getting He's getting the red flag, and he's going to get a stern talking to, I believe.
Okay.
And look at this.
There's Robbie Gordon
in the Speed UTV. It looks like he's on the line. It's our first Speed UTV, correct, John?
Yes. So Robbie raced this last year. He did not qualify, so he started back of the pack. Showed up late to the start line, had some issues, and then got a helicopter ride out on the race. So he's looking for some redemption this year for sure.
Yeah. Everyone who I don't follow a lot of the Speed UTV internet drama, but it's fun to watch from a distance. So I'm sure he's quite excited to get this machine out and, as you said, get some redemption back there for it. But we're about to watch him leave the line. That will be the last car of the 8 o'clock hour of qualifying. That's 3461, Robbie Gordon.
And Max Gordon, Robbie's son, is in Power Hour. I don't know how Robbie cheated out on Power Hour, but...
Well, the question would be maybe Robbie didn't want to wait that late in the day, because when you look at that time of the day, the sun does come into an issue, especially when you're out at back door. The sun's setting right there, so maybe he wanted to get it out of the way early. He did have the option to come early, which
usually if you're told to be in Power Hour, you can't bow out.
That's true. Well, I mean, maybe he wasn't invited because of the helicopter ride
that could
last
be.
year. Yeah, that could happen. Yeah.
I never wanted to be in Power Hour. When I raced, it's like, just let me get it over with early.
When I raced, those things didn't exist, John. When I raced, there was no Power Hour. There was one class. Your starting line was decided by a card draw by Dave a week before the race, and you just came out here. There was like one food truck parked over there and about 30 RVs, and that was it. None of this shenanigans was going on.
What was your first year?
2009.
Oh,
but
that was my first year.
My claim to fame was the fact that there was no I beat Robbie Gordon in because he was racing the same year. So we got further on the course than he did. So that's all that mattered to us. And I think that was 2010 that we did that. All right, looks like we're going to see Robbie leave the line here in the number 3461. This is our first speed UTV we're going to see off the line. All right, so that is our last starter for the 8 o'clock hour. And right now the time to beat is a 10:04. Every other car, according to the tracker, that could finish has finished. So slowest time today so far was a 15, and that was Tim Moynihan. And
and we had one DNF.
Yeah, we have a couple that didn't make it back. I'm just I can only see who made it back in. So we have 8 vehicles that have finished qualifying today. Our fast time, David Johnson of 10:04. Slowest time so far is a 15, Tim Moynihan. But as we said, we've got multiple classes out there qualifying today. So it's kind of hard to make a fair assumption as to what's going on. But we're watching our last car on course right now. That's 3461, Robbie Gordon.
And yesterday, Robbie did race the Desert Challenge. He got 30th place overall amongst all the UTV classes. He's racing a Pro Stock Turbo.
And he's got there's a 4-seat, and was he in a longer wheelbase vehicle for that race?
I didn't see what he raced yesterday. It was a speed UTV. Good shot of Robbie there on the cross grain. You can watch that suspension working. Huge G-outs coming through some of that cross grain.
Yeah, he's working through that section that we've kind of dubbed cross grain hill, because you're kind of making a slow climb there, but that's the section of the desert that there's just a lot of traffic in there. So you can see there's multiple lines for everyone to choose from in there, but we've got, you can see that big kick right there, as John was saying, big G-outs, big kickers out there that'll throw those cars around.
So if he's going to do well in the race on Thursday, he's got to qualify better than any of these guys so far.
You definitely would want to. Yeah, I think especially with him, he'll be up in the front of the pack, mixed in with the other competitors. He's obviously not in sportsman, so he'll be depending on what his qualifying is. So we want to see a fast time from Robbie here. The question will be, do we see him when he comes down Resolution? Does he make the turn and take the long way around, which we're basically just unofficially saying it looks like it adds about a minute 20, depending on the car? Or does he drop down into back door and take the drop? We haven't seen any action in that section. It looks like everyone's been able to make it clean. We've seen the short wheelbase cars do it as well as the long wheelbase cars, which is pretty impressive. But as John said, they're taking the line that's not dug out. It seems to be taking that far left line.
Well, and again, Robbie was on this part of the course yesterday for the Desert Challenge, so nothing new for him there. So he's moving pretty fast.
Yeah, as we're watching him make his way through, you can see the shade kick through there, which, and then you're going to turn into the sun. He's going to come up. That's where he makes a turn to come up
into. Yeah, it's a pretty steep hill coming up here, and then they'll drop down that other side.
Yeah, big, long sandhill wash. He's flying up that. Very, very impressive. Then he comes up that big drop that we were watching, and you can see that transition right from sun to shade. That makes a huge difference when you're in the car.
Well, he took a little bit different line there. Most of the guys have been taking the left line. He dropped down the right line on that. Looked a little smoother. He just boogied right down that.
Yeah, certainly seems to be moving along quite quickly here through this section.
Yeah, so keep an eye on that time there. He's at 4 minutes right now.
Certainly seems fast compared to what we've seen throughout the rest of the day.
Yep.
But as John said, the time to beat right now for overall is a 10:04. We got multiple classes in this mix. But as John said, Robbie will definitely want to set a good pace here to get a good start for the Can-Am UTV's Hammer Championship later on this week. For the next few days, it's going to be all about qualifying. We've got qualifying all day, multiple classes. Today's UTV. And then we've got some EMC qualifying. That's our Everyman Challenge. And then, of course, the big dogs, the 4,400 cars for the Race of Kings will be qualifying. And then it's all about the big race.
Well, in last year, Robbie did not do well at all in the UTV race, but later in the week, he rented a car from the Gomez brothers, took on the 4,400 race, started at the back of the pack, and I think he got a top 10 or top 15 in the 4,400 race in a rented car that he had never pre-run in.
It's like that's like renting a Lamborghini. It's a very those Joe Thompson UFOs car. It's a good car to rent.
Great car, but
if you can convince them to rent you one, it's good mix. But you are right. No, not taking anything away from Robbie. That definitely proves that he does have what it takes to get to the finish line in this race. I think last year with the UTVs, maybe he was just having the car was pretty fresh. I would say not just a fresh car, a brand new type of car that was out here. I thought we had a frozen camera shot, but it looks like all right, so here we go. We're going to come down. We're just waiting to see Robbie's coming. This is coming down resolution, and we'll see him have to make the decision soon as to whether or not he makes the turn. I don't think he's at the spot where he's made the turn yet, is he, John? I didn't see.
Well, and
I think the turn is right up here on the left.
Yeah, it's coming up, but it looked like he lost a little time in resolution. He wasn't as quick through that as I think he would have hoped.
Yeah, this is still, even though that sign says backdoor drone, he's still coming down resolution here, and he's going to come around this sand wash. You see, this is the turn. This is the decision-making point right here.
And I'm pretty sure he's going to drop down backdoor.
I mean, he's right. I think he has to, right? And we're wrong.
He's
even the camera crew was wrong.
Wow.
Okay, so now we'll see if Robbie Gordon can make up a minute's time difference by staying in the desert.
Yeah, you'll see it here. He's got to turn away from Hammertown right now. This is the penalty for not going down back doors.
And then you got to
go
make that
away
super sharp
from
turn
Hammertown,
at that barrel,
around
and
the
then
cone.
You got to come back in. This is a lot, and but the question is, as you said before, Robbie was out in the desert challenge earlier. Maybe he just feels he can make up more time in the desert versus in the rocks.
That rear end bucked up pretty good right there.
It did, but he's definitely on a blistering pace. And he's got to come around this section, right sort of where the sun, that shaded part, that would be where he'd be coming out when we get past this.
And again, our fastest time so far is 10:04 is what we're looking to beat. And if Robbie doesn't wad it up, he's probably going to beat that.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't lose the minute that we've seen everyone else lose on that
cone
drive.
He had to go around to the left wasn't as far up away from Hammertown as I thought it was.
Yeah, but it certainly seems that he has definitely made the move now. He's headed up towards the Bronco Arch, where he has to go through the arch, stay in the rocks here, and come through the arch right there that we see. And he's coming back down into Hammertown. That's an 8:04 so far. That is a very, very fast time.
Yeah, he's going to be sub 9. That's going to be setting the time to beat for a while here. Hopefully.
Now that's the question. Now is if you're watching Robbie run that run, is this going to change other people's decisions when it comes to dropping down back door? Because obviously that didn't cost Robbie a minute. That cost him 10 seconds.
Yeah, and it's safe.
Yes, very safe.
The last thing you want to do is just have one little mistake dropping off back door.
All right, and we're watching. He's got to make 2 more turns, and then he comes through the last jump, and that is basically the finish line, where his time will stop. It looks like, John, you might be right. He may be right at the 9-minute mark.
Come on.
It's going to be close.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, I think it's going to be like a 901, 902. It was 903.238.
903. I was close.
So yeah, that was good.
There we go.
So that is our fast time so far today. Is Robbie Gordon in for qualifying for our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. All right, so we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley, California. As we've said before, if you subscribe to the premium feed, you will not miss any of the action. But we're going to be getting ready for our 9 o'clock qualifiers that will be coming up shortly. And we'll be bringing you more live action from here in Johnson Valley, California.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We are here at the Can-Am UTV's Hammers Championship qualifying. I'm in the booth with John Crowley. Now, we just saw a Can-Am leave the line. Who have we got on course right now, John?
That's Miller Richmond, and if I looked at that car right, that looked like one of the Miller brothers' old cars from last year, maybe.
Certainly does have that look to it. So
Yep.
Those of you watching Premium would have seen him leave the line. He left during the commercial break, but he's just in that first section of our qualifying course. And lots of action today so far in qualifying. We saw, as we said earlier, John, we talked about whether or not they could drop down back door or take the long way around. And we saw a couple cars take it and one not that we thought would.
Well, I fully expected Robbie to drop off it, but he set the fastest time going around.
Yeah, I certainly don't. We were looking at qualifying times earlier where we were seeing about a minute difference between the cars that went down through back door and took the drop versus taking that loop around that orange barrel that's placed out. You got to drive around the hill. But we certainly didn't see Robbie cost a minute on that run.
No, and it makes me second guess whether you go down back door or not as the fastest time. It's certainly safer going around it.
I guess the question would be, the way I would look at it is I would say, if you're a UTV driver, are you faster, if your skill set, are you faster in the rocks or faster in the desert? If you were fast in the rocks, I think it would be faster to go down back door. But if you're not super fast in the rocks, as we saw the Anthony Yount, he made quick work of the rocks, and he ended up, where did he end up? Third overall with a 10:20. So maybe he was a little bit quicker in the rocks than Robbie felt he would be, and Robbie felt it obviously was faster to stay in the desert.
But you also have to look at, that's dropping off a back door isn't whether you're faster in the rocks or not. It's whether you can navigate a 8-foot drop.
It's true. It's true.
It's not real rock crawling. It's rock falling.
I'm not telling you what to do, but I mean, if you wadded your car up on back door, you'd get a lot of TV time.
Oof.
Which your sponsors would love.
If you have sponsors on your roof, that's...
Or the bottom.
Well, that's even worse.
I always like to see the guys that just try to launch off back door and it just ends badly.
That has never ended well.
I would say that if you were to ask somebody who made a risky move in qualifying years ago, which would be Lauren Healy in his IFS IRS car that year that he dropped, that I would say that he would probably say that he broke the internet. The juice was worth the squeeze on that one. For sure.
He broke the internet with that.
Yeah, I would say that the any damage that was done to that car was paid back in exposure for sure. So I'm not saying you should launch your UTV off back door, but man, you could be internet famous pretty quick. All right, we have another car off the line here. I didn't get that number, John, but that should be Rob Reno, according to my schedule here.
So both the Miller brothers raced the Pro Stock Turbo class last year, and it looks like Miller Richmond has bought one of their cars, and he's racing in the Pro Stock class as well. That's in that top left.
Yeah, we're watching him. He's making it up that sand hill. This is the section. He's got to come up this sort of little canyon, sort of V-notch section. It's not crazy. But it is a little, there's some rock sections in there, and he's got to get around and come up over the ridge here, drop down. We saw Robbie make up a lot of time coming over the top of that ridge, and you saw him take a completely different line than everybody else.
A little bit. He's right about ready to drop into resolution here.
Yeah, we saw him stay to the far right. He didn't do that left-right jog there. He definitely made up a lot of time on that section.
So it looked like he just slowed down there to drop into low. It's one of the advantages of the new Maverick R is you don't actually have to stop to shift between high and low.
It has a shiftable transfer case.
You can actually start in low range, bang through all the gears, and shift to high at like 50 miles an hour.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
All right, as we're watching him make his way through resolution, this is the rock section that we were talking about. Everyone's got to come drop. You can see how the sun changes in that canyon there. That should give you an idea of how steep that wall is to the right. But you got to drop into that shade line there, and that's a pretty good little rock trail. But as John has said, going down is a little bit easier. You got gravity on your side.
And we haven't seen anybody do a side hill on resolution and dive ban that. I don't know if that's legal or not during qualifying. I know Dave wants to keep everybody in the rocks.
During the drivers' meeting last night, it was made pretty clear that we want to keep you in the rocks this year. You came to King of the Hammers to race on the hammer trails. Stay in the rocks. And I think that the general consensus from everyone in the drivers' meeting that they want to be down in that trail. You should be down in there in those rocks, driving through the rocks. That's where we want to see you. And then once they get down through resolution, there's a little right turn. There you can see he pops out of the shadows there. He's going to come through this section and a little bit of this little sand section here. And shortly up ahead is where they have to make the decision as to whether or not they go left and up over the hill or stay to the right and drop down into backdoor. It's literally right in front of him right there. He's coming through that rock section. We're watching Miller Richmond. It looks like
he's going out.
Looks like he's taking. No, maybe he's changed his mind. He said, "No, I want to be on the big screen."
He might have forgotten to shift to high.
I think he heard us, and he's like, "No, sir, I'm headed down the big hill."
Who? I don't know. He might have a problem.
Oh, I hope not. That would just be. He did seem to be moving a little slower than some of our other qualifiers through that rock section at the bottom.
Looks like they're getting out.
Coming down. That's not a good sign.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like he's signaling to the course workers. The problem there is He could be
He's-
on the course too.
Yeah,
I think
he's-
there's enough space to get around him, but I think the question will be it's the course worker's decision as to whether or not
he
we
might have
stop
blown
it.
a
We have
belt.
another car that just left the line there. That is the 2265.
That's Matt Wilson.
Of Matt Wilson. All
So
right.
this is our first Can-Am Maverick R. You can see those unique front arms.
I like how you said unique on that front.
They are
arm.
very unique.
That's a unique style.
But-
yes.
I have one of these cars, and I actually did some wheeling with it yesterday. We came down Sledgehammer. It's pretty impressive.
So the only real drawback to that upper A-arm design is it does limit the tire size that you can run on that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Because it basically, that upper pivot point is, I do understand the science behind it, because you're basically, this will get a little nerdy, but you're pushing that scrub radius out a little bit further because your ball joint is on the outside of the wheel.
Yep.
So you're basically getting to the point where your scrub radius is a little bit nicer, but it does limit the size of the tire. For now, I'm sure the aftermarket's going to
The
step in.
aftermarket's going to kick in, but for right now, it's got to be on the small side of 35 inches.
To stay underneath that upper
If you're
pivot
over
point.
35 inches, it's going to rub the bottom side of that spindle where the ball joint is, and it'll cause some problems.
But you have this car and that design. What'd you think of it? You spent seat time in it. Big difference in driving the car?
Almost everything about it is better than an X3.
Really?
Yeah. You can haul the mail out in the rough terrain. It's amazing.
All right. Well, now we're watching it out on the course right now.
Yeah, so that's Miller Richmond who broke something right at.
Oh,
and
now we have a unfortunate flop right in there, and I believe that was Matt. Is that Matt Wilson? No,
No.
that is Rob Reno, I believe.
Yes.
So Rob Reno looks like he was in a. That looks like a. Is that a Razor in there, Polaris? Looks like he is. So he took a bad bounce on that climb. Oh, looks like this might be a little replay of it right here. Looks like he just got a little bit.
It almost looked like those fainting goats.
It did. It did.
Ooh. Yeah, just an unfortunate little flop there. That's a tough break. So we've got two guys down and out at the moment. And Matt Wilson still on course in his Maverick R.
Yeah, that is absolutely unfortunate right there. We basically have a car that looks like it's broke. Looks like the course workers are working on getting it off, and a car on its side. I think they're both in good positions. Won't basically hinder our race for the rest of the way.
Yeah, they just got Miller Richmond out of the way there for now. So that's Matt Wilson right there in the Can-Am Maverick R. I actually saw him drop off back door the other day, so I wouldn't doubt that he does the same thing again today.
Yeah, we're watching him do that. We as we've said, that we've watched multiple competitors try to make that decision, but we're watching this Can-Am make easy work of this desert section. He should be he hasn't passed the rolled UTV yet. He should be. He's got a little ways to go before he's going to get in there. But you can see
we got a little recovery going on there.
Yeah, it looks like
getting
we got
Rob Reno out.
Yeah, course
back
workers
over.
in there trying to get him corrected. I think we got enough time before we can get over to enough time to get him cleared and out of the way, which will be good. See that course worker made quick work of that of Rob Reno on his side there. Just took an unfortunate bounce and looks like he just kind of flopped over there, trying to get him clear, because with that winch line across the course, that kind of basically makes that section of course kind of dead. We definitely want to get him out of there before we see Matt Wilson show up, and he is flying.
Yeah, that's a good view of those front arms. Definitely unique.
I've always said it's always easy to spot a Can-Am, and now it's even easier with that new front suspension design. I do like that. All right, he is going to – it looks like they've got Rob back on all four wheels, which is perfect timing because we're watching Matt. She should be coming up on them shortly as he makes it through this section.
Yeah, the course workers are running out of the way trying to signal.
And it looks like he is moving, which is good. Oh, they're flagging him. But it looks like he's not stopped for very long, which is good.
Wow.
I don't want to see how that affect his qualifying time too much, but it looks like
Great timing.
Yeah, that turned out perfect. If they can just get him through there, I don't think it would have maybe slowed him down by a second. It looks like he just checked up for a second and then kept going. I think that was a wise decision, that course worker, to give everyone a little bit of breathing space there. Look at that. But yeah, he's that's definitely a good time for him working through this this qualifying course. Once again, our fast time right now is held by Robbie Gordon with a 9:03. And that is Matt Wilson on screen. And he still has to get through resolution.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit slower than Robbie at this point in time.
Yeah, it feels, well, let's see what he does at the top of this. I think this is where Robbie made up a lot of his time. We did not see Robbie slow down and take this left-right. He kind of blasted over the top of that.
But he was a little bit slower in the rocks coming down resolution.
We saw him actually stop
Yeah.
in resolution. I actually thought for a minute that we actually had a frozen camera, but we saw him actually stop, forward move. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. All right, so I think he heard us talking. So Robbie made his way all the way up into the booth. Let's talk. First of all, Robbie, welcome.
Hello. Hey, thank you.
Good to
Appreciate
see
it. It's good to be here this morning.
All right, so let's just talk through this qualifying run. Your fast time, 9:03, holding the spot. First of all, my question would be, we were speculating that we thought we were going to see you come down the drop at back door, but you made the run around through the desert. Was that planned from the jump?
That got planned about 11:30 last night when I was sitting upside down over there. So I actually rolled that car last night playing in the rocks, and a bunch of really good dudes hooked us up last night and drug some rocks around so I could get out without completely destroying the car. And so that's the same car that went upside down last night. So definitely we did our homework, and we were ready for today. I did have to back up, like you said. I got my right front tire stuck in a big rock, and I had to back up. So we probably gave up another 10, 15 seconds. But
that was coming down resolution?
Yeah. I missed it just a little bit. Once you go, so with our car, I heard you talking about the Can-Am. Our car, we can shift in and out of three-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. Three-wheel drive is basically an open front diff, and we can do that on the fly, and we can also shift from first, second, or third on the fly as well. You got to blip the throttle a little bit. Don't recommend it for our customers because it's dogs, and it's really awkward to get the CVT to unwind and match the dogs in, but you can do it. So it did work here. I shifted only one time. I went to first when I had to back. Well, actually, we had to go to reverse first and then back to second. But as soon as I got to the top of the sand hill, shifted to second and basically let it eat.
So you said you planned that decision last night to not drop down back door. Do you feel that it would have been faster if you dropped down the back door, or do you think you made up enough time? Because from us in here, it didn't look like it cost you a lot of time.
I talked to Dave Cole, and he kind of knows what our speeds are, and he thought down would be about 10 seconds to 15 seconds faster. But last night, I couldn't get down there because there was many guys having fun. Okay,
we call those wreck wheelers.
The wrecking ball was definitely at the bottom of back door, and there was a bunch of guys having a great time. So there was actually one broken there. I rolled over just upstream from that a little bit. So once we got done, I was kind of I had defeated my my air bubble, and I was ready to go back to camp at that point. And basically, we made the decision we'll just go up the hill and take our lickings. But that's a bone stock car on 35-inch tall tires, stock springs, stock brakes, stock everything, and really pleased where we're at. So cool.
I got a question for you. How is it that you were able to cheat out of getting into Power Hour, but your son is in Power Hour?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. So I am no longer Robbie Gordon. I'm now Max's dad. So And
there's a transition in life.
There's a transition in life.
I understand that.
So you're shifting the power.
Well, no, there was actually opportunities for invites, and they gave us the decision, because we're both running Gomez 4400s, that which one would go in Power Hour and 4400. And I figured, since we finished, I think, 9th last year, I would go in the 4400 Power Hour, and Max will go in this Power Hour.
All right. So you brought up the Gomez brothers.
Yes.
I heard some rumors that there's 2 of them racing speeds in the UTV race.
There is. I've called my boys at HP Helicopter. They do not have 5 helicopters, so they're going to have to go back and retrieve 1 car at a time. But I'm saying this honestly. I mean, we are running. We don't have stock. We don't have modified axles. We don't have modified anything. These are bone stock cars, and I do that to make sure that it's tough enough. And as you saw right there, it can obviously go down trails like that.
Well, if there's anybody that's rougher on a car than you, it might be the Gomez brothers.
Well, they are, but they know how to build them. They got Joe Thompson over there, they got Chris over there, they got
they're drivers,
and they're drivers, and they build very, very good cars. So I appreciate that relationship, and they've got 4400s, we've got UTVs. They've got a plan that they're going to run together as a pack, and. It's watching the weather. It says it's going to snow here, which it's a beautiful day today.
No snow.
But it says it's going to snow here on Thursday, which we're probably going to have to do some relay racing where we leapfrog each other and help each other up. So that's what the plan is with Todd Romano and both the Gomez brothers. And then Max and myself, we'll see where we stack up here, and see if it's worth giving up the position, because we might just go back and run with our team at the back as well.
So you're back in 4400 this year.
Back in 44.
In one of the Joe Thompson UFO cars.
Yeah, and really, really, really excited about that. They offered it up to me last year, very, very last minute. We started dead last, and finished 9th. We probably would have been about 4th or 5th. There was a rollover with Von Gittin over in the backside there, so that.
And what was your finish in the 4400 last year?
I want to say 9th.
Okay.
9th.
I was saying top 10, but
top 10, which,
I couldn't remember.
Yep. So which was really, really good, and like I said. Haven't had the trophy truck out. Our full effort has been getting speed UTV off the ground with some reliable cars. So pretty happy with where we're at.
All right, Robbie. Well, hey, thanks for stopping up and talking to us up here. You got anything else, Joe?
No.
It's
great seeing you guys.
It's great to be here. It's the Hammers is awesome. Dave Cole, wherever you're at, if you can hear me, you do an excellent job. You've got really good staff here. All the Aussies and New Zealand guys running all the herd and the cats around here. They're doing an awesome job. And obviously, all you fans and supporters that love off-road. Off-road and rock, it's all kind of the same, and it's what we do. So having a good time for sure.
Awesome.
Appreciate it. Thanks,
Thank
Robbie.
you, guys.
Thanks for stopping
swinging
by.
in.
Good luck in all the races you're competing in.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So we're looking at Josh Hacker right now, and also Josh Owen. Both of them are having problems.
Yeah, while Robbie, it was great to get Robbie's perspective. That was interesting because the plan, you thought he was going to drop down back door, but as he said, the decision was made to change that.
11:30 last night.
Yeah. That is the one thing when you want to go out and pre-run some of this stuff, especially the iconic trails like Backdoor and Chocolate Thunder. You don't really pre-run those at night. It's a little hectic over there.
And you typically don't pre-run your race car at 11:30 the night before you have to qualify in that same car. That's really risky.
Yeah. But as he said, he's out here testing the car, making sure it's good to go. But right now, we have a couple of people off on the qualifying course. We just have another car leaving the line right now.
That's Aaron Lynch that has just taken off.
Yeah, Aaron Lynch. He will be headed out. Even though we do have those cars on the qualifying course, it does look like they are far enough off course that we're going to be able to send these cars out there. And we did see, while Robbie was in here, we did see that Can-Am come in.
Yeah, Matt Wilson. He had an 11:13 or something like that, 11 something.
I think it was. Let me just refresh our tracker here.
And he did drop down back door.
Yes, he had 11:25. Matt Wilson. He was definitely making up good speed. Right now, he is currently in 5th. Oh, but our fast time to beat is still that 9:03. All right, we can see this. You can see right here. Yeah, that UTV is far enough off course.
Barely.
To not. Looks like there's some course workers out there getting them up and out of the way.
Yeah, I think that was Josh Owen, and
I believe
there was some steam coming from the front of his Razor.
We saw that. Look, there was some steam coming out of the front. Look, they pulled them off, so that would definitely could be a cooling issue. We've seen a couple people come out. Ooh, a little kicker there. We've seen a couple cars come out and get hit with a DNF so far on our qualifying today. Not a huge deal. We didn't see anything catastrophic from the looks of it. Looks like maybe a couple belts, maybe a little bit of some cooling issues here and there, and a flop, which is always fun. Not really a full flop, more just like a little dirt nap, just like a side flop.
So we've had a little bit of carnage today. A couple Bergen guys, and the course workers are getting everybody out of the way. So the flow, we haven't missed anything on the flow of racing and everything, which is nice.
Yeah, the nice thing about these longer qualifying courses, for me at least, I like to see multiple cars on the course. I like to see the action that we saw earlier, where we saw Anthony Yount make a pass at the bottom of backdoor. That's my favorite part about these longer qualifying courses.
We almost saw him go side by side down backdoor. That would have been perfect.
Yeah, I think his plan was to basically bird dog him off that ledge in a position he
was looking to pass him on backdoor, but just past it he did.
Yeah, so it was great to see that. I love to see that in these qualifying courses. We saw that a lot last year when it was over on Chocolate Thunder, especially in the EMC classes. We saw a lot of action over there with some passing, even some winching. I don't know if we're going to see any of that this year.
If you have to winch in qualifying, you're not doing well.
But you know what? Last year when it was over on Chocolate Thunder, I kind of liked that for the EMC guys. I felt it was a true snapshot of what a day in the Hammers would be like. But right now we're watching Aaron Lynch make his way through this desert section. We're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley, California. We are watching qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Remember, if you have subscribed to the premium feed, you're not going to miss any of the action coming at you live today from Johnson Valley, California.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise.
Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Since day one, American Outdoors was built on providing active people quality products at reasonable prices. Our original soft-sided AO coolers are known for being convenient, durable, and keeping ice for over 24 hours in extreme heat. Over the last 30 years, AO has expanded our product lineup with high-quality coolers to fit any adventure, as well as a variety of marine, outdoor, and off-road products to complement your high-octane lifestyle. So whether it's the next trail run, the next fishing trip, or anywhere in between, be sure to AO and go.
A name synonymous with severe duty work. Born from the need for equipment that would withstand the forces of off-pavement travel. Made to get you in and built to get you out. 75 years later, we walk the same path, innovating an industry forward. Because when you go worn, you go prepared.
know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Dirty fingernails, mud in your hair, cuts and bruises out of nowhere. It is brutal, but I wouldn't change a thing.
Welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We are watching the qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and right now we're watching Aaron Lynch make that basically U-turn around that barrel by avoiding the backdoor drop, right, John?
Yeah, he just, as we saw Robbie do it, and the great shot there of Aaron Lynch doing the same thing. I don't think it's that big of a penalty to go that route. Safe for sure.
Yeah, I think car to car, equal to equal. I think they're right. I think it's, if you're fast in that upper rock section for the initial drops through the back door, I think it's about 10 seconds. I honestly do. I don't think it's the big difference that we saw earlier. I think that was more different classes at play there. But we're watching Aaron Lynch make his way through that. That's affectionately known as the backdoor wash as he comes out through there.
And then we've also got John.
I'm saying Carnivale.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw an accente on that E there. I'm gonna be
Carnivale.
Carnivale.
All right.
That's John. If it's John Carnivale, I would go by Carnivale myself. So I'm going with Carnivale from now
it's
on.
Carnivale. We just got confirmation from the crowd. Thanks, guys.
There we go. We got yes, it was a Carnivale as we're watching Lynch make his way up through the Bronco arch at the top.
I can't believe you got that name right.
Hey, I got a little. I've traveled.
There's
I'm
not a
worldly.
chance I would have done that right. So thank you on that.
That's all me. That's all good. All right, so we're watching Aaron Lynch make his way back. This could be a good time. He's at the 8-minute mark. He was moving fast. We watched him move fast through resolution.
Wow.
This is a very, very good time. Very impressive.
He's got 2 more turns.
Yeah, he's got a couple more turns in the infield.
He's going to be close to Robbie. Wow.
So we've seen Robbie Gordon come in as our fast qualifier at that 9:03. Now, John, you know these cars and you know these drivers. What's going to be our what number are we going to see for our fast qualifier today? Are we going to see
I think we're going to see a sub 8.
That's what I was going to say. Are we going to see like a 7 something in there somewhere? That's our first one. Aaron Lynch, 8:59. So he pushes Robbie off the podium.
I thought that was going to last longer.
So did I. Yeah. But when we were, this is interesting. When we were talking to Robbie, I was watching Aaron make his way through. When he was in resolution, he was so fast.
Yeah.
So fast in those rocks.
And
I honestly
Robbie
think
mentioned
that makes
he lost like 10, 15 seconds.
Yeah, I think honestly being fast in that rock section can make a huge difference. Yeah, that was a very, very impressive run by Aaron Lynch. As I said, we were watching him just as we're talking to Robbie, I was watching him on the screen. He was so fast in that rock section.
Yeah,
so I think that's where he made it up, to be honest with you.
8:59.
8:59 in a Pro Stock Turbo UTV.
Yeah, that was a Can-Am X3. And we've got John
Carnivale.
Carnivale coming down resolution.
Don't worry. I'll just do the Carnivale for you for the rest of the day.
I'm horrible with names. Sorry,
John
guys.
Carnivale looks like, so he's, right now we're watching him make his way, he's in that same section where he's going to come down. He's about to drop into the resolution, into the rocks, that shadowy part up at the top of the picture-in-picture screen. That's where the actual sort of like difficult part of that trail is going to start. And I believe we have Brock will be leaving the line here shortly, and he was our overall winner yesterday.
Yeah, Brock Hager, you can see him. He's 2 cars back, 3 cars back.
Yeah, we've been looking to see Brock leave the line.
And this is his 4th year racing the Hammers Championship. He switched to Polaris. He was racing a Yamaha every other time. Heartbreak for him a couple of years ago. He came down and took a right-hand turn at Sledgehammer and went the stock class route instead of the pro, and hosed his race.
Got him on the time. Yep.
Yeah,
You don't want to be doing that. You want to know your race course.
He just won yesterday.
And first overall.
First of all.
Looks like the good save down in there. Good job. So as we said before, that shady part. You're getting into some rocks down through there. It looks like he's at the bottom of that trail
Bottom
now.
of Resolution.
Or no, sorry, I apologize. He's just starting. That's where you drop into the actual rocks.
You can see the.
Yeah.
He's about halfway down.
Top of that screen where it gets where the sun sort of breaks. That's where the turn is.
There's another name I've never heard before. Roaming on the course.
Oh, that's what we told the cameraman to do. Just go
okay.
there. Now we're back into the drone that's at the top of basically bottom of Resolution, top and back door. This is the turn. This is the deciding turn right here. And then your big screen, that is the 85 of Brianna Reed. I don't think we saw her leave the line. I think we're in commercial break at that point. So if you had premium, you didn't miss that. Looks like she's up. That looks like a Can-Am X3, is it not there, John?
Yeah.
Look at me learning my UTV lingo. And it looks like he took the turn, and he's going to be heading down the wash here. He's going to have to head
He's got to hit that cone.
Yeah, he's got to go out and go around
barrel,
that barrel,
whatever it is.
Looks like he's looking for it. He's looking for it. He found it. That's the turn. You got to make that turn. And then head back towards Hammertown.
That turn there is a little bit more difficult. You can see he was kind of going slow. There's gigantic ruts.
Yeah.
So if you're coming around that, it'd be really easy to flip yourself on your lid if you take it too fast.
You're basically cross-coursing a part of the race course that's been basically gouged out pretty good by a lot of traffic. And then you come back in and you drop back into what's affectionately known as that backdoor wash, which would be normally what you'd be driving up to go up back door. As we're watching Brianna, it looks like she's making her way up this climb. So this is the climb that sort of sets you up for Resolution, I believe.
Yep.
This is where we saw that flop earlier, but she's made it up through there clean. This is the big ledge this is the big crest that we talked about. It's kind of sketchy, it's a little bit unnerving. If you're in the car, you can't see where you're going at that point.
You can't see that at all. And it's kind of sketchy.
It is. It's a little bit difficult. The UTVs do give you a little bit better vantage point.
But that's what pre-running is all about. You got to know if you're going to do this fast that up at the top of Resolution, I need to hook a left. Just trust it.
And I think we saw Aaron Lynch and both him and Robbie Gordon come over the top of that at a very, very good pace. I think that's where they're making up a lot of time in the race so far. Is that Eric Wicks right now on course? Is that a 59?
I think.
Should be. According to our start order, I believe we should see Eric Wicks on course here shortly.
John Carnevale is coming in.
You
Did
got
I do that
it
right?
That time. That's right. John Carnevale is coming in into the short course.
I have to say it like 4 times before I can.
You'll get it. You'll get it.
Sink it into my brain. So it looks like he's going to be just over 11.
Yep, and that was Eric Wicks. I was able to get a look at the number 59 on the top of his car. So that is Eric Wicks that we just saw on course right now, moving very, very fast.
Yeah, so that is Eric Wicks. This is the kind of pace
that we saw from our current pole position right now. Aaron Lynch was moving at about the same pace through this course. The big question will be when we see him in the rocks. I honestly believe that's where Aaron made up a lot of that time.
Yeah, I can't tell. Eric's either in a Turbo R or a Pro R. I can't see the back of the car. Is that Brianna coming down?
I believe that's Brianna in there making her way through the bottom. And if she's making her way through the bottom of Resolution, Eric's going to be coming up on her pretty soon. I think he was just in the climbing the wash up into the turn to get into resolution, if I've picked that camera angle correctly.
What's going on?
Depending on who turns left here and who turns right, we may see Eric push up on the back of Brianna or Can. No, I was wrong. He's just starting the climb right now, so he's got to basically come up over this drop.
Yeah, but he's moving.
He is. Yep, he's making very, very good time. And it looks like Brianna has made the left to go up the sand hill to avoid dropping off back door. You can see her, looks like she's stopped at the top, maybe probably getting that thing shifted into high.
Yep.
As we're watching on your in screen, that is Eric Wicks heading into resolution.
He's heading down to back door.
And as we're watching these two in action, Perry Mahaney is going to be leaving the line shortly.
Oh,
little kicker. That's exactly what you were talking about.
Those ruts
John,
are big.
Stop jinxing these drivers, John.
Sorry.
All right, so we saw exactly what John called. That's a hard turn to make. You got a lot of big ruts to deal with out there.
It's a hard turn to make fast.
Yes. Well, and the question will be when we get into, so the UTVs, they essentially, compared to an EMC car that we're going to see tomorrow, the center of gravity on these cars is a lot lower. So that turn should be easier for a UTV versus some of these stock and Pro Mod cars.
For sure.
Whereas the Pro Mod cars could very quickly come down that drop and back door. It wouldn't have to take as much time setting up for it. But we're watching Brianna make their way through that section of desert, and that is Perry Mahaney.
A great view of those big rutted out whoops coming in there again. That was part of yesterday's desert challenge. So chewed up course.
Yep.
Got to watch that.
Oh, we're watching. There we go. Wick just made his drop down back door.
That's Eric Wicks.
Yep, so Eric just dropped down back door. That is a good time. So Eric is at the 7-minute mark coming out the bottom of back door. Really, I don't know if that's fast enough to push Aaron Lynch off the podium.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think you got to be into the short course by about the 8. Well, I mean, he could get into the short course with the 8-minute mark. Depends how fast he makes it through this section right now.
He's moving.
He is moving. This is about the pace that we watched Aaron move at through the rest of the course. He's got to come around this one little section and then up through the Bronco Arch as we're watching Brianna make their way through the short course right now. And Eric is going to be up. I don't think it's, I think you're right, John. I don't think he's got enough time.
He's going to have a good score, but I don't think
it's going to be good, but I don't know if he's going to be able to unseat our current race, our current pole holder.
I think he's going to come in at 3rd place.
Definitely come in. You think he's going to be after Robbie, but there's a big gap between our Robbie and
That's
second
a safe
at a
bet.
9-minute. There's a 1-minute gap right now between second and third.
So I haven't seen Brock Hager leave.
He should be, I believe.
Maybe he's next.
Yeah, I believe after. Yeah, we saw Perry Mahoney. It looks like Brock Yeager will be the next one off the line.
That's Luis Gonzalez up top.
Yep. Lots of action today out on course. As we said, we've got multiple classes qualifying today. Right now we're watching Eric Wicks. We just saw him come through back door, basically up through the Bronco Arch. He is currently on the short course right now. Doesn't look like he's going to have what it takes to unseat our current pole position.
Just over by 15 seconds or so.
Yep, John called it correctly. So John called it right, said he was going to land in 3rd, which he is, which is probably just around a 9:20 something. Let's see where he lands on here. 9:21. Yep, so you were right, John. He's going to land right in that 3rd spot. But we still have a lot of qualifying to get through today.
115?
115 cars total if they all show up, but we're seeing that some people have opted not to qualify, which means they'll just start at the back of the pack.
I think we've only missed Todd, at least on our list, we missed Todd Romano.
Yeah, we've only missed 1 or 2, I think, so far. Everyone else has shown up to qualify, which is great. That's what we want to see from these guys out here. And next off the line should be Brock Hager. Brock, our overall winner yesterday.
That's Luis Gonzalez coming down Resolution. Now that the sun has kind of gotten on that canyon, you get a little bit more detail what they've got to do coming down those rocks.
Yeah, it's not an easy trail to get down. There's some big rocks in there, and but that's what they came here to race on. They came here to race the big rocks.
Well, it's not easy to do fast. That's
well, you can be incredibly fast down, but it's just whether or not you're going to drive out the bottom of the trail.
Yeah.
So it's a tricky position to be in. But yes, we're watching Luis Gonzalez go down Resolution. They have to come down through this rock section, and then at the bottom they make the choice. They have the option of turning left and going up over the top of the hill. And the question, it'd be interesting to see. I wonder how many people changed their mind after seeing Robbie make that left and put down such a good time.
Well, I think the big one here coming up is going to be Brock Hager.
Yes. Yeah, that is a very good question. I think will Brock stay in the rocks and end up down in backdoor, or will he stay in the desert and take that long long loop out?
Perry Mahaney?
Yep, that's Perry Mahaney out there. So he's making his way through that sort of that cross desert section. So that's the sort of big desert warm up that gets him lined up for that one little. It's not really a sand hill climb. It's like a mix of sand and rocks. As we're watching Luis Gonzalez come down, and this is where the decision's got to get made, right up here. They'll come down, you see those ruts headed up to the left. That's where you go if you want to stay in the desert, and you turn right if you want to go down and drop down through back door.
Bypass.
Looks like he's headed up to stay in the desert. All right, and that is the 2340 of Perry Mahaney. Right there, moving along. He's made the drop, that big sort of like big hill drop. It's not the one that has the little switchback built into it. They come up through this section on the right. They got like a little wash climb.
So Brock Hager is off the line, but I haven't seen him yet.
Yeah, I see the timer starting, but I didn't see him leave the start line, but we've got confirmation that he should be on course right now. And that in the big screen is Perry Mahaney, and he is working their way up into basically headed over to Resolution. They have to come up this little sort of like sandy wash, rocky climb right here. They drop off the backside of this hill. There's a little switchback on the backside, and then they head off into Resolution. Yeah, this is where we had a different camera angle before where they went like left then right. Now we're on the opposite side, so you basically just see them drop off and make the left and right. And then they're going to head over into Resolution.
That's Luis Gonzalez coming in the short course. He just came through the Bronco Arch there.
Yeah, coming back into town. Got to make a couple turns in the short course.
I like how they made this turn flat this year, where they've had all the
big berms,
Talladega berms in the past, and they're making it flat. It's like, all right.
Yeah, just mixing it up in the short course. We're watching Perry Mahaney make their way into, this is the top of Resolution right now. They're basically dropping into the rock section right here. That's where right. So right through this section here, we're watching Perry Mahaney come down. We're looking for Brock Hager. We know he's on course. Gotta get a drone up, chase him down. But right now, this is
Perry Mahaney.
Perry Mahaney, and
coming down.
He's coming. They're coming up on the turn.
You can definitely tell by those ruts. Most people are going that way.
The amount of traffic that has taken the left now is increased dramatically. Yes.
Getting a little tippy.
Getting a little exciting spot right there. Yep. There we go. I believe that's Brock.
That's Brock Hager right there. So again, he won the Desert Challenge overall yesterday in a Polaris RZR Pro R, and today he's racing a Turbo R. This is his 4th year racing the UTV Hammers Championship.
Yeah, and it looks like Perry has made the left-hand turn to head up over the top as we're watching Brock make fast pace of this section of the course. See him working his way through.
So it's interesting seeing Brock is in the Turbo R and Mitch Guthrie Jr. is in the Pro R. Both of those guys have raced a bunch of times, but the Pro R has a little bit longer wheelbase and that naturally aspirated engine versus the turbo engine. So they're both on Polaris Factory Racing prepped cars.
But if you can get a turb ski, I mean, you want a turb ski, right? I mean, everyone wants a little turbo in their life.
I don't know.
That's just fun to have a turbo.
Well,
certainly making fast work of the course. We're watching him here work his way up through this. Obviously, lots of seat time in cars so far. This
and he's a short course guy. So we've seen a lot of short course racers jump in on King of the Hammers in the last 5 years, and it's just a different way of racing. It's kind of changed the UTV race into rock racing, not just rock crawling.
And I believe we just saw Matt Jeffrey head out on course as well. All right, and that is Perry Mahaney making their way through the Bronco Arch as that's in our little screen, and the big screen is Brock Hager making quick work.
He's moving.
Of Resolution. Like I said before, John, I think this is where we're seeing time being made up on this qualifying course. If you can make up time in that rock section, I think that could be a game changer for you right there. All right, and now we're going to see what happens here, which way Brock goes. So we got Brock coming in. And it looks like he is taking a left and heading up over the top.
So there we go. Brock made the decision to go around.
To stay in the desert. And look, he took a really wide line there to probably set himself up.
That's the short course guy in him.
Yeah, better for that turn.
So he's at 6. He's on par to set the new fastest time.
Yeah, I think we're looking at a new fast qualifying time right now. We watched from about where they're coming in when they drop into this backdoor wash and come out. It's about a minute and a half back into town, depending on the driver, and he looks like he's obviously on fire at this point, so I think he's going to be moving along pretty quick. This could be, you said that we might see do you think we're going to see I don't think we're going to see a 7 out of him. I think it's going to be low 8s.
No, I think he could be 8.5. maybe less.
Yeah, I think it might be low 8s. It basically has to come up through this section, head up through the Bronco Arch. And there is a lot of time to be spent inside that short course.
Yeah.
It's as you said, the turns aren't as bermed, they're not hitting them as fast, but he is doing well. That's a 7. I think it's going to be low 8s.
Wow.
We're going to see.
I don't know if he
I don't
might
know if
crack 8. I don't
might
know.
be under 8, John. We talked about fast time, and you had said that we might see a 7 something.
Well,
and we might, depending on how he makes his way through this.
It always
course.
amazes me. I mean, I watched Robbie. He was moving, and it's hard to imagine somebody knocking a minute off that time. But they do it.
And I do think, I've said this a couple times so far. We've watched it. We watched him do it as well as Aaron Lynch. If you watch the difference between these two cars and we watch how they went through resolution, I think the time is made up in that section of rocks.
He's breaking 9, barely.
Breaking 8.
8, sorry.
So he's going to be, I think he's going to be like 8:01 by the time he clears that launch and lands. All right, we're going to have an official time for him, and he is 8 flat. So 8 flat for our currently, that's a minute off of our second place qualifier, Aaron Lynch. So with that, we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley. Obviously, if you have the premium feed, you're going to get to see the 9004 Stephen Carter leave the line. But don't forget, come back here for more Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying action.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Hey, old man. Where'd you buy that monster hat?
What are you guys doing?
We're just trying to figure out who this old guy is.
You're asking the wrong question. It's not who he is, but how he got here.
Wow, no way. What the Okay, that didn't really just happen.
And that's how we got here.
Okay. I guess he's pretty cool. Yeah, for an old guy.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
John Matthews, officially first place in the 4500 Utah.
All right, welcome back to qualifying for UTV Hammers Championship. If you were on the premium feed, you got to see everything while we're out in a commercial. Check that out. Don't miss a single thing. That's 7 Carter down low. I think Matthew Jeffrey coming down Resolution.
All right, John, I think we're just finishing up our 9 o'clock hour qualifying, are we not, or have we moved into 10?
Finishing up 9.
Finishing up 9. So right now we have current fast qualifier is also yesterday's race winner, who is knocking on the door to come in and talk to you, John. So he wants to come in and say hi to you, John. So
we've got like royalty coming in. All right, Brock Hager is joining us. How you doing, Brock?
I'm good. How are you?
Awesome. Nice time. You're like almost a full minute ahead of everybody else. We thought the other guys were putting down a pretty good time, but you just blew them away.
Yeah, no, it was good. I wasn't sure on backdoor. Coming up to it, I honestly almost went right with, telling myself I'm not going to do it, but I ended up going around, and it was a clean run, and it's cool to see the times.
Hey, Brock, I have a question for you. So you obviously made that turn and you didn't drop down back door. Was that your plan from the beginning when you left the starting line today, or was that a decision that you made after watching Robbie basically make up good time in that desert section?
Yeah, no, I was planning to do the left. Honestly, when I was sitting there on the start line, I'm like, I might as well just go drop it. But I decided to not. I saw Robbie go around, and looking at it, it seemed like maybe it could be a little quicker, definitely the safer route. So I just charged hard, wanted to go around, and obviously it's paid off so far, and hopefully the time sticks up there for a while.
Let's talk a little bit about the difference between the car that you were in yesterday versus the car you're in today, because these are two very different race cars, right?
Yep. Yeah. So my race car yesterday was a Pro R. It's a full factory racing car that Polaris built for us. It's got a lot different stuff. It's like a full race car versus the car I just qualified now. It's just pretty much a stock Turbo R. Just a few safety things just to pass tech and make sure we're safe out there. And then besides that, it's honestly a pretty stock car. So we went with the approach, into this year's Hammers to go for the more stock car kind of style. So hopefully we do well. Hopefully we learn a lot, and maybe we can have some factory cars out here next year.
And so why did you choose the Turbo R for the rock race versus the Pro R for the desert race?
Honestly, it wasn't up to me on that call. I would have loved to drive a Pro R, but honestly, this Turbo R is so much fun. So I think they went with that because obviously Anderson's and the Guthries and Menzies, everyone's kind of doing the Pro R. So
sure.
They just obviously wanted to make sure we're kind of in all the classes. So I think that's the approach on that, and I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, I only get to run 32s because of the stock class, so I'm looking forward to seeing how well I can do against those bigger cars.
Yeah, for sure. That's going to be awesome.
How much time have you spent out pre-running the rock trails so far?
I got about a half a day so far. I've been focusing on the desert stuff all beginning of the week, and I have myself allotted the rest of the week to go out there in the rocks. Everything I've done so far, it's been fun. Cars working really good, so I'm looking forward to the rock race.
And since you're on 32s in that stock class, have you already got your co-driver like a lot of gift cards and extra?
No, not yet.
Just to make sure that he understands he's out of the car a lot, you think?
Yeah, my co-driver is actually going to be Max Eddy, which is he drives the fellow factory desert car, which got second yesterday. So I haven't got him in the seat yet. I don't know if he's ready or not. I'm not going to give him any gift cards yet. I'll see how I treat him out there, and then maybe he gets something after.
See how many times he's got to run that winch up that hill, and then
we're
make
hoping
that
none. We're planning on none. So
nice.
Hopefully it goes according to plan.
Well, good luck, Brock. Thanks for stopping by, John. You got anything else?
No, that's great.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Congratulations. We'll see if your time holds the rest of the day.
Yeah, great job out there, Brock. Thanks for stopping by. So that right there, that's Brock Hager, our current fast qualifier and yesterday's Toyo Desert Championship winner. So he came in. Interesting to hear his take on it. That decision to not drop down backdoor, even though he was thinking about doing it right on the starting line.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people are going to change their mind after watching a little bit, and that's the advantage to running a little bit later in the day, is you can you can see all that and see how it's playing out for everybody.
I certainly think what we're seeing live unfold in front of us is we're seeing that I think the competitors that are watching this qualifying, we definitely we could this a pre-Robbie Gordon, post-Robbie Gordon run strategy. I think we've seen these guys change it up, because earlier this morning we saw multiple drivers head in and do that drop on backdoor, where since Robbie Gordon and Brock, I think it's been very few. I think that people have looked at it and said it's a lot faster to stay in that desert section.
Yeah, well, and we're going to be looking out in the crowd here throughout the day, and you'll see. I saw Dustin Jones just a little while ago. He's watching the jumbotron and seeing, okay, what's actually happening.
Yeah. So right there, that was, as we said, that was Brock Hagar. That's our current race leader. But right now on course, who are we watching here, John? I didn't catch a number on that one. Looks like we've got someone coming into town right now.
I think that might be 7 Carter.
All right, so we just have another finisher. Our on-screen tracker is not doing well for us right now because it had and it looks like we have Tristan Gonzalez. Look at that. 7 Carter just came in at an 8:54, so they've pushed Aaron Lynch and Robbie Gordon down.
So we got
that
another.
Car seems to have a good left lean coming around there.
That's another Maverick R going.
That left front tire does not look as happy as I think it should. I could be wrong,
but he's moving.
That car is moving.
Maybe that's what you were seeing.
It could be. Yeah, it looked like there was a lot of, if you look at that left front, now it could just be how he's getting through that wash section. But that left front in that close-up shot looked like it was just throwing a lot of dirt, but maybe it was just the speed in which he's moving, because they're certainly not slowing down right now.
It did almost look like it was towed out a little bit.
It almost looked like a flat tire, but I could have guessed that wrong from this shot. Tristan Gonzalez is getting ready to leave the line.
Yeah, something's going on. I think that left front tire is flat.
I think it was, based on how it was throwing dirt. And what number's on that car? That is that Mark McCleary? Yeah, look at that left front. It is not happy. You can see it turn into a paddle tire right now.
Ooh.
Well, this is the ultimate test of the front end in that car, as you throw a flat tire and we'll see how fast.
I think it's the ultimate test of that tire, not the front end of that car.
Well, you're kind of abusing everything that's bolted to that tire. I think the tire is pretty much done. Looks like there's 2 flats.
2 flats.
Now.
He must have clobbered
a
rock on both.
That is terrible luck. And Tristan Gonzalez just left the line. The question is, we're watching.
Mark McCleary.
Mark McCleary. When do you just keep? I guess at some point in time you got to.
Well, he committed. He's in resolution
he's in
now.
Resolution right now. Yeah, you're
the easiest way out is at the bottom.
That's true. Yeah, gravity will get that car out of the bottom. Resolution. The question will be, with 2 left-hand flats, does the rest of the car, can it handle? And if it can, that's a testament to everything that's bolted onto the left-hand side of that Can-Am, because that's putting a lot of extra strain on everything in that car.
Well, and we've been watching those drone shots of that really loose hill. They call it the drop drone. That's really easy coming down that at speed to clobber a rock.
There are some gotcha rocks out there for sure. But we're watching Mark McCleary right now in that 13-17, and it looks from our vantage point that both left-hand side tires on that car are flat. But still making its way down through resolution. As you can see, he's made it down through that rock trail. And you can see that those ruts up there right in front, that's where the decision needs to be made. Do you take a left-hand turn and stay in the desert, or do you stay on the right hand and head down and drop down back door?
It'll be interesting to watch him, because you got to have some giddy up to get up that sand hill. you don't have a big run at it. So with those flat tires.
And the reality is, there's no question he knows that left front is flat, but from the driver's seat, would you know that the left rear is also flat? That's the question. For me, I'd rather stay in the rocks with a flat tire. No, he's headed up the sandhill. Looks like yeah, those flat tires did their job as paddle tires. He still doesn't have a bad qualifying time, John. He's still at 8. Looks like he's taking the Brock
He's making
Hager
pretty
line.
good time for
He
having
is
2 flats.
Two flats, and he's on the Brock.
Let's see if he can make this turn very easily, though.
The problem is that Brock has now shown everyone the fast line to get to that barrel, and he took it, which was great. But yeah, you can see that car definitely pulling to the left when he gets into that soft sand. He's trying to keep it.
Yeah, he's trying.
Gravity's fighting him on that one. You basically have 2 boat anchors on the left-hand side of your car.
Yeah, so we got a replay now on the bottom screen. You can just see where that tire has, he's got at least the front, so a little replay of that.
Yeah, it's easy for us to speculate up here in the booth when we first saw it, but it's certainly, you can tell the difference between the sand being thrown off those 2 front tires on that climb. When you see a pile of sand coming off one tire like that, it's definitely a good sign that tire is flat. But like you said, John, still not a bad qualifying time. He's at 9:35, making their way up to the Bronco Arch, the left-hand side of that car, just fighting them the whole way.
I'm amazed that he's doing as well as he is. I mean, he's going to be top 10 with 2 flat tires through resolution.
Well, we always kind of talk about, the question is how tough are these cars getting? And we were speaking earlier about this new A-arm design on these Can-Ams. And it's definitely, the amount of abuse at the front end of that car and that trailing arm in the back is taken right now by throwing around basically 2 dead weights. That's impressive. Normally, when you lose a tire like that and you throw it into a rock trail, especially like he is right now, parts come out. Very impressive. Excellent job on that qualifying run with 2 flat tires. Tricky to get it through the short course. We're going to see what happens here.
Yeah, let's see him make some right turns.
gonna cost him some time, but I think he'll just basically shave some speed off. But like you said, to still probably come in top 10 with 2 flat tires, that is incredible. And those were early flats too. And Justin Barth is sitting at the start line, getting ready to leave as we're watching.
There's a view of that big old puddle on the bottom of that turn again.
Yeah, Mark McCleary make his way through the short course with both tires on the left-hand side of the car completely flat.
That's Tristan Gonzalez making his way up to the top of resolution.
All right, and I think we just got McCleary through with those 2 flats. We're going to see where he landed in our run. Oh, he lost a lot of time in that short course, John. He ended up in 13th spot. Getting through that short course with 2 flats was no joke. It's just hard to drive a car like that.
Yeah, especially both tires.
Yeah, especially both sides. And that's the 417. Justin Barth just leaving the line.
He's in a Can-Am Maverick R. So the Maverick R was just introduced last August. So the guys racing it so far, it's been tough when new cars come out to get aftermarket products for them, right?
So the Maverick R
yeah.
and the Pro R, 2 different cars.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Pro R is a Polaris.
Oh, sorry, yes.
And
but the Maverick R
is a Can-Am.
And the Maverick R is the one that all the Maverick Rs have the cool front control, upper arc control arms.
Yep. But yeah, new, so it's hard to get parts for it. A lot of R&D going on, so there's a lot of parts that haven't had a ton of testing. So a little risky when you're putting some aftermarket arms or different pieces on the car to come out here and race. But
is it wrong, John, that I still want to call it a Bombardier?
Yes.
That's my Canadian in me. I still want to call it a Bombardier. Or did you call it a Bombardier? Did you do it wrong? I mean, you got.
I used to call it a Bombardier.
Bombardier. Good for you. Good for you. I mean, they make helicopters, so it's pretty cool.
Or it's BRP for short.
All right, so right now we are, as I said before, we are deep in qualifying of the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We are into our 10 o'clock hour, and it looks like we are, we aren't even halfway through our field yet. We are basically in the 35, 36 cars off the line, maybe somewhere in there, and we have 115 cars to leave the line today, which is incredibly impressive. Huge class. I think it's probably one of the biggest classes out here. Of course, I say that every year, and every class just gets bigger and bigger.
I think
and bigger.
EMC has more.
EMC, well, but that's also three classes.
Yeah, a whole bunch
but
of
also,
classes.
so is this. This is, as we said before, there's 5 different classes qualifying today.
You know what we haven't seen in a while?
Who's that?
We haven't seen anybody drop off a back door.
No, I honestly think that we've seen a lot of strategy change in this race since we watched Robbie Gordon make that decision to take that, and also Brock to take that loop in the desert. I think that we're going to see a lot of drivers make that decision to stick it out and just stay in the sand.
There's a great look at the rear of that suspension on that car just going crazy. It gives you an idea how big those whoops are.
They are some big, you're basically tearing into that, basically that wash that's at the bottom of back door, and you're kind of crossing a couple different paths of the race course there, so you get a lot of action into the suspension for sure. That will be our next car coming back into Hammertown, as in our big screen.
That's Justin Barth.
Yeah, in the big screen, that's Justin Barth out there.
Should be Tristan Gonzalez coming in on the short course.
Oh, my good buddy Miles is keeping me up to date. We talked earlier about our driver that came in with our 2 flat tires. That's Mark McCreary. Both flats got blown at race mile 0.5. So 2 miles on 2 flats, and still came in with a pretty decent time at 11:38.
Wow. That's a long ways around.
That's a long ways to be driving with 2 flat tires. But right now we're watching the 417.
Justin Barth coming over the top of Resolution.
Can-Am coming over the top. That's that big drop at the top.
Oh, the drop drone.
Yeah.
Wow.
The old drop drone, yep, coming down through the top of that. Seems to be doing, he's got good time so far. And right now, Tristan Leon Gonzalez is back into town. Making their way through the short course. Good time, probably low 10s. And we're watching Justin Barth on course right now. This is that. This is where we saw. This is where we saw our last driver that Mark McCleary got his 2 flats. Was in this section right through here.
And Tristan Gonzalez with the top 10 finish.
Excellent job, and that's Trent Roberts on the line, getting ready to leave. As we're watching Justin Barth make their way up this sort of like rocky section.
Yeah, he's almost to the saddle there right at Resolution.
They'll come up over the top. This is that little sort of back and forth that we were watching earlier. Then they got to head down into the rock trails.
I love it how the drone guys mix it up and give us different shots of the same canyon and different views and everything. That was cool seeing him coming at us.
Yeah, it's a great shot. You can get an idea of how steep that hill is, and as we can see, that Justin's going to drop down into this section of rocks right here. Right up in front of him is Resolution.
And so Justin's in the Pro Stock Turbo class, so he's limited to tire size as well.
He's limited to that 32-inch tall tire that we're talking
it's
about.
33.
33. Get into 33s. But definitely a good amount of wheelbase on that car, which is very impressive.
Yeah, the Maverick R is longer and wider than the Maverick X3.
Yeah, you can see him making his way. This is where we've seen everyone who's made up good time on this qualifying course has been in this rock section right here. If they come, they got to come through it. Our current leaders came through this section fast and clean. There was no checking up. There was no slowing down. Definitely at a faster pace than what we're watching right now.
And that's a little bit harder to do. I mean, Brock Hager's got our fastest time, and he was running 32s.
He was.
So if you want to bomb through the rocks, it's a little more risky when you have a smaller tire.
It's true. The question would be, is this particular, you know, every rock trail got its different flavor of likeness, right? There's certain trails that, you know, your wheelbase is a fan of and width is a fan of. Are we seeing our current leaders? I mean, these guys are both in what I would consider to be smaller UTVs. Is this trail just maybe a little bit easier for them to get through quickly because of their size?
Well, the Turbo R isn't, it's wide too. It's not as long as the Pro R, but so you're a little bit more nimble than a Pro R, but it's still wide. And I'm Justin Barth here in the Maverick R stock. Those things are 77, 78 inches wide.
Yeah, so that's a wide car.
It's a wide car. The X3 is 72, so you've grown 6 inches. And
right,
he's bailing out.
Yep, definitely headed up over that sand hill. We've definitely seen a change in our driving strategy since we've seen our current pole leaders take
Should
that
have put that
sand
cone
hill
up
to the
about another 100 yards up.
Looks like he did not take the Brock Yeager line to get to that barrel, though. He dropped down into the ruts, which I think does slow you down on that turn. But still not a bad time. He's at 8:27. From here, we're seeing back into Hammertown anywhere from minute 30 to 2 minutes, depending on the car and the driver.
Lower screen, we've got Trent Roberts. What I'm amazed about, and we talked about a little while ago, all the drones they've got out there, but I don't know that we have any standard video cameras, just stationary. It's all drone.
I think there's a couple stationary cams out there, but yes, I think
maybe
a lot
on
of this,
short course.
Yeah, I think a lot of this coverage is being carried by the drones, which is
That's
great.
amazing.
The fact that we can get this footage out to you from the middle of nowhere here in Johnson Valley, California. 18th year for the King of the Hammers race.
And there's a heck of a look at how big
You
Hammertown
can see all
is.
the people there, yep. Lots
Massive
of people
humanity.
out here enjoying, and we're still early in the race week. I've started to call this rock week, and last week desert week.
Yeah.
That's I like that terminology. Coming through the Bronco Arch, staying in the rocks there. So Justin Barth back into Hammertown on the short course. Trent Roberts still out on course. I believe that's him in the small picture-in-picture right there. No, that is not. Yes, that is Trent Roberts.
Yeah, Trent
sorry.
Roberts.
That's Trent Roberts out there. As we are watching Justin Barth come into town, we'll get an idea of their time. He's still on the short course. Got to take a couple of turns. And then has to come in over that last jump. That's the finish jump. All right, as we watch Justin come in and finish his qualifying run. Whoa, that was an exciting way to end it there. That was talked about at the drivers' meeting last night to please not do that, but he wasn't listening. All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley, California. Once again, we are watching qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Remember, if you've subscribed to Premium, you will not miss any of the action. You might not hear us, but you'll get to see lots of racers taking on the course. We'll be back shortly here from Johnson Valley.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise!
Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
If you're wondering why we totally reinvented the fire extinguisher, we've got about 8 billion reasons. And if you're wondering why now, we've got another 45 million reasons. That's how many fire extinguishers have been recalled recently because they might not work. We created the Rousseau to keep people safe. It's easy to use, and most importantly, it works when you need it. Yes, the Rousseau costs more, but nowhere near as much as it's worth. Rousseau, the world's most valuable fire extinguisher.
Welcome back, everybody, to Johnson Valley, California. We are in the middle of our qualifying day for Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. I'm Ian Johnson. In the booth with me is Mr. UTV himself, John Crowley. We are looking at a bunch of cool UTVs out there doing some qualifying. John's keeping me honest and up to speed on all the cool new parts that are out there. And what have we seen so far today? Who's our current leader we got on the board?
Brock Hager in a Polaris Razor Turbo R is our top guy by quite a bit.
And he was our overall winner yesterday in the Toyo Desert. Yesterday.
The Desert Challenge, yeah.
Yes, overall winner yesterday in the Desert Challenge in a different UTV,
He was
but
in
the same
a
family.
Pro R, yep. He's part of the Polaris factory racing team.
Okay, well, probably the biggest story that we've seen today has been the decision that everyone seems to be making pre-Robbie Gordon versus post-Robbie. That's what I'm calling it. I'm calling it the
We don't need to blow Robbie up anymore, he's the trendsetter.
Let's do this then. Pre-RJ, post-RJ. Or RG. Pre-RG, post-RG. There we go. So Previous to that one UTV being on the race course, we saw multiple UTVs drop down back door, which is the big obstacle on this race course. But we saw basically everyone's time and strategy change after that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not much of a it's not a penalty, but it's not taking that much extra time to go around, and it's so much safer.
Yeah, but for myself, watching these cars on this course and just kind of doing some sneaky my brain math, watching everyone sort of make it, I personally think that we've seen our leaders make up the most time when they're in resolution. I think that's where we're seeing time being made up on this qualifying course. We're seeing some, in my opinion, we're seeing some of the what I would call smaller UTVs being able to get through that course a lot faster, or that rock section, I should say, a lot faster than some of the other ones.
Well, in the desert, if you're going, the difference between 55 and 65 miles an hour isn't going to make up as much time as going 5 miles an hour versus 15 miles an hour in the rocks. That's a huge difference.
Yeah, especially when we're talking about a course that's 2.5 miles long. You know, and that section of resolution it's not hugely long, but we're talking about half mile, probably quarter mile to a half mile. And if you can double your speed in that, it makes a complete difference.
So we've got Trent Roberts coming in on the short course. Just came through the Bronco Arch. Looks like he's got a little issue with his passenger net.
Yeah, we're watching him come into the short course. He's coming in right now as we're watching. What's in our picture-in-picture here, John? I couldn't see the number on that car that just left. 225.
Could be Brandon Anderson.
On my sheet, I have Brandon Caveman
Anderson.
Caveman.
Yeah.
I'm getting a thumbs up when I say that.
225.
I'm getting a thumbs up when I say Caveman, so I think I'm doing it right. So it's Brendan Caveman Anderson out there in the 225.
And just rolling through Hammertown right now is Jay Shaw. He was our fastest qualifier last year. So we've got to see where he's lined up. It's going to be interesting to watch him. He's in a new Can-Am Maverick R as well.
All right, and we just saw Trent Roberts come back into Hammertown. We'll see what kind of number we've got with him. Trying to find him.
Chris Johnson on the line, getting ready to take off. Something you don't see very often. That's a Can-Am X3, and he's running Walker Evans shocks.
All right, so as John said, that is Chris Johnson about to leave the line here in his Can-Am for qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. And in our in-screen, we've got the Caveman making his way up through. This is fun to say like that, John. It's more fun when you say
I want to know the
like
story behind that.
Or maybe you don't.
Okay.
Sometimes you don't want to know the story
True
behind
story.
the nickname. But as we're watching Brendan Caveman Anderson make his way up through that sort of rocky, sandy wash. We've seen a couple incidences here where people get cut a couple tires early in the race. He's making quick work of that section, coming up through the top of this little hill climb. We're going to see him drop down. And as I said before, this is where we're seeing people make up a good amount of time. And it seems to be in these smaller UTVs, they can get into this section of resolution and make up a lot of time in that rock. So let's just see how he tackles the rocks here. With a name like Caveman, I hope he kind of blasts through it quickly. It looks like he's checking up slightly. I would have liked to see him get in there a little. Our leaders we saw come down this section just a little bit faster than that. But as we speculated before, it gets a little sketchy when you get in there, those smaller tires. What class is Caveman in there, John?
Pro Stock Turbo.
Pro Stock Turbo. So he's in on a smaller tire?
Yes, cap to 33, I believe.
33-inch tire, so maybe he's being a little
I'm
bit...
getting a nod from the... I must be right with 33.
Yeah, I think he gets the same thumbs up I get from him when I say caveman. So obviously he knows about that UTV, which is good. Sorry, we're seeing him. This is he's into that section of resolution where you basically drop down the trail.
Chris Johnson off the line.
I've lost him in our picture-in-picture. I don't see him anywhere. It could be the sun on my screen, but oh, is he on his side in there? No.
I haven't seen any movement.
I can't see in that shadow. No, it looks, no, I'm just seeing a shadow. That's not a UTV outside. All right, so while we're watching.
He might be rolled over. Oh, yeah, now I see his tires.
Is that what I'm seeing?
Caveman is on his side.
It looks like Caveman's taking a little dirt nap out there in resolution.
Ouch. That's a tough spot.
That's what I thought I saw, but the shadow had me tricked. But yeah, it looks like he's on his side. That's going to be tricky for our course workers to get to. I think they could probably, if you got a few people in there, they could probably flop it over. But getting out of the UTV or out of any vehicle when it's on a side of that is a little bit difficult because your co-driver is obviously on the bottom bunk in that situation, so they're not getting out anytime soon. Hopefully they can get that sorted out before our next car on course gets into that section. Now he's got about a 7-minute lead before the next car would get into that section on the course.
That doesn't sound like a lot of time for recovery.
It's not, but I think honestly, I don't even think you'd have to. If you got 2 or 3 people in there, I think where they're sitting, I can't see what's underneath the belly of the car. It's hard to tell, but he's rolled uphill, which is good. You should be able to flop him over, but I don't know where the course workers are in that canyon. I think they're further down, so it's going to take him a few minutes to get situated and get him over there. That's unfortunate for him. He was making quick work of that trail. As we're watching Chris Johnson come through the desert section. It's hard to tell from this vantage point, but technically, I guess Chris Johnson could go around him to the left.
Ooh,
but it would be tight.
That's a pretty good drop-off right there.
It is. It's a big spot to get around, but we'll have to get some. We'll keep an eye on that, see what the course workers end up doing. I'm sure we'll get somebody down into there. I'm just trying to see on the drone, waiting to see some running people running around trying to figure some stuff out. I'm sure they're scrambling to get that taken care of. As we watch poor Brandon Caveman Jones' time just sort of Caveman Anderson tick on by as he lays there on his side. We're watching. This is a Can-Am UTV tearing up the desert of Chris Johnson. I am hearing in my headset that I think recovery is on the way. I don't think they planned for anybody to roll there.
Well, and you can see there's a couple other lines up to the right. I don't know if those are legal or not for qualifying. As we mentioned, Dave Cole wanted everybody to stay in the rocks. But in 2017, I took that high line.
Yeah, I think in a situation like this, if he gets there and the course workers, they're working their way down to him, they're basically going to plug up that section of trail. So I think he wouldn't have a choice but to go up. He could go high and then, no, he'd have to stay high the whole time. They may just have to stop him on course, because I do know in the drivers' meeting they were talking about this, and there's a lot of discussion about staying in the rocks in this section of the course, which is fair. You know, you came here to race on the Hammers trails, not around the Hammers trails. So we want to see everybody in the rocks as much as possible in this course. So they may just have to stop him. I don't know. We'll know here shortly, because he's getting up on it.
Not going to be long. And those high lines up on the right of what we're looking on that bottom right screen, it's a lot steeper and sketchier than it looks in the drone shot.
It is, but you are out of the rocks in that section, so it'll be tough. This is a tough decision for race ops to make. It's going to be obviously a decision that's above our pay grade, John. So thankfully we don't have to make that decision.
I don't think that's hard to do.
Nah, our pay grade's pretty low on this deal. But yeah, Chris Johnson making fast work of this course. This is the kind of pace we've seen our leaders be able to tackle so far. He's out in that Can-Am UTV, so this will be interesting to see what happens to him. Unfortunately, because he's coming up on the course workers right now.
He's going to
They have
see
the
it
yellow
here in a
flag.
second.
I think they're going to stop him. I don't think they have a choice.
Well, he's just got a yellow flag.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll make him go around, but the only option to go around is to go all the way up. They may just.
He's committed to stay in there now. He can't get back up.
Yeah, which I think is the right decision. I think you want to be in there. He doesn't have it. Oh, they're giving him space to pass. Look at that.
Wow.
So he's in there.
Oh.
There we go. Use that car. It's all good. No, come on. You got it.
Yeah.
This right here is what hammers. Oh, this is. Oh, it's a shame, really. So now we have a double recovery. I will. Unfortunately, this was an unfortunate situation. I think that may have been the wrong decision to keep going into that mess.
Yeah.
I think in his mind, he saw a line that wasn't there.
Well, it's tough because it's as I mentioned, that's a bit of a waterfall there, and your right side drops off too quick.
But the question will be, I mean, obviously this is, as we said before, this is not a decision for us to make. Technically, by putting himself in that position, he has to be recovered first. So he's. That could have been a smart decision. Wait for the other guy to get recovered, or throw your junk in the hole and get it pulled out first. I'm surprised he got out of the car. I don't think I would have gotten out of the car. I think that was a...
No, but that's his co-dog.
Oh, yes, okay. I saw his co-driver going for the winch. Maybe they're thinking that once they get back on all four, they're going to have to do something in here. But, I mean, this is the cool part about how we've changed qualifying these past few years. To me, qualifying is now more of a snapshot of what you're actually going to see on race day. This is the type of stuff that you're going to see on the race course when the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship starts. You're going to see stuff like this. You're going to see cars on their side, cars driving around them, co-drivers out. To me, this is a good sort of snapshot of the race.
Yeah, except they've got a recovery team doing the winching for him.
Well, yes, but on the race course, you could be recovered by the recovery team if you were up on their side like he was. That's allowed.
If a recovery team does recover you, that's legal. You can't ask them to help you.
Yes, exactly. So this is, there you go. So now he's back on his way. He made his way through. Now he's going to come down Resolution, and then the question will be: do we see him make the turn to go up and around, or do they stay in the rocks and go down to back door? And that's a shame too. He was on. That was a blistering pace that he was putting down in that Can-Am UTV. We definitely saw him, and it looks like
he's going to back door.
All right, I like this car. Chris Johnson, good name too, Johnson. Good name right there, yeah, see? Johnson Valley, Chris Johnson.
You just own this place.
If only I could charge rent. Coming in, he's going to do the drop. Look at that. It is a shame that he got held up, but it will be, we don't have our ticker running on the screen anymore, but it's definitely out of the top 10. But for a recovery, side flop recovery, co-driver out, co-driver back in. This is still going to be a pretty good time, I feel.
But the speed he came down back door, I think that's faster than going around the pylon.
I think you're right. I honestly do. I think if you, like I said, I think we're watching our leaders, the ones aside from our two current leaders who did not take down back door. But they were incredibly fast in the rock section. I think if you were fast through that rock section, like he was, and went down back door, I think you'd set an amazing pace.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that our fastest time at the end of the day is dropping off a back door.
I believe you're right. Yeah, I think we'll see a fast in the rocks UTV through Resolution, lining up correctly, dropping down back door quickly, coming up through the rocks. I think that's going to be our fast qualifier. I think you're right. I think you'll be able to tell immediately as you watch them go through Resolution. That's where you're going to spot your fast qualifiers today.
And at the end of the day, it comes down to mere seconds between.
Yeah.
We've had it where it's less than a second between them.
And that's not just in qualifying. We've seen these races come down to mere seconds. In every class out here and in all forms of off-road racing, it is amazing that nowadays these races are settled by 0.6 of a second, 0.5 of a second. All right, so he is now coming in, got a couple turns, going to come over the big jump, and then we'll have a time. We'll see what kind of time you get with a recovery on the course.
I think that probably cost him 2 minutes.
It was a lot, unfortunately, because that was a very, very
well,
good.
Look,
he's at 10 minutes. Man, what would that would have been our fast qualifying car if he didn't have to get recovered. 10 minutes, which is going to put him probably top 5 right now. Nope, top 10. He'll be 7 or 8. 7th place, Chris Johnson, which is amazing considering we watched him get recovered on the course and still came in top 10. What we just saw was our fast qualifier get robbed by with an unfortunate situation.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see after this recovery is over if they're going to leave that recovery vehicle in resolution, positioned a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen anyone have trouble with that section of trail so far today. I honestly think that what we saw there was just a bad luck. And then the reason it had to be there to recover Johnson is because he just had to take a bad line because of the car in that spot. We haven't seen anybody having any
Not enough
issues
throttle.
That's also.
If he would have jumped that ledge, it would have been all right.
If he would have jumped that ledge, number one, he would have been all over the internet.
We've been talking about that for a while. Somebody needs to light the internet up today.
I got a sneaking suspicion that what we're going to see during qualifying for our Race of Kings with the 4,400 cars and even probably a little bit with the EMCs, I think we're going to see some action coming down back door. Plus, I will guarantee that the evening shenanigan folks are seeing these cars coming down back door, and they're going to be over there later tonight having a little bit of fun. I'll bet you that that hole at the bottom of back door gets deeper and deeper and deeper as the week goes on.
So this is our caveman finishing up. Took a little dirt nap.
He did. He had a little break in the rocks there. So let's see what Caveman does.
He's going down
Caveman
back
is doing
door.
the right thing too. Good job. Caveman is headed into
little redemption.
Yep. He's got to say, I rolled up there. I didn't intentionally mean to do that, so I'm going to make up for it down here by heading down into back door. Now there's 2 steps coming down back door. This is the first.
Whoa.
Caveman.
Caveman,
don't do it, Caveman.
No more nappy
Come on,
time.
Caveman. There you go. There we go. A little bit of throttle there. All right, Caveman. He's got it.
Yeah.
And then he's got a line. You can see he's lining up for that. Looks like he's in that far right line, which is kind of the short wheelbase better line because you kind of get a little bit of 2 steps coming down. Very well done there. He redeemed himself for taking a little dirt nap up in resolution. But I do think you're right, John. I think at the end of the day, when we take a look back and see who our fast qualifier is, I think it's going to be fast through resolution and then drop down back door. I think there is time to be made up there.
I think it's definitely 5+ seconds
I think you're
that
right.
you can do there, and that's going to be the difference.
But you can see right now at the top of your screen or your picture-in-picture, that is our unofficial results right now. We still have Brock Hager sitting on our pole position for qualifying today at 8 minutes flat. And he put 54 seconds between himself and that second place of Seven Carter.
And one of the cool things, Anthony Yount, 7th place. He's in a Honda Talon. That's a naturally aspirated car, and he's still top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, and he once again had very aggressive in the rocks. We watched him make his way through the rocks, very aggressive run through the rocks, and making a pass in back door at the bottom of the trail. So as John speculated, I think that the speed to be made up is in back door, and I think if you're looking for your fast race leaders, all you have to do is watch how they get through resolution. If they get through resolution quickly, you're going to see them. That's where you're going to be able to pick them out on course.
Yeah, we're going to see some of the top guys on 35-inch tires bombing down resolution later.
Yeah, I think we will. You basically, and especially as that, more and more cars go down it, I think it's, as lines get burned in and spots get picked out, you're in a situation where it's going to be easier to see the line. So later in the day, it's probably to your benefit to be out in that rock trail. But right now, Caveman is on his way back into town, finishing up qualifying run. Unfortunately, not the way that they had hoped it went.
Got Brian Tilton on the line.
He took a long nap out there in Resolution.
Brian actually, you know who his co-dog was last year?
No.
Aaron Kaufman.
Oh, yes, I remember that. Yes.
I don't know who it is this year, but yeah, they raced together. He switched from a Razor to a Can-Am this year.
So that is is that an X3 that he's in, John?
That's an X3.
Can-Am X3.
And one of the interesting things in past years, we've seen guys go out and qualifying without their co-dog, without a spare tire, just to lose some weight. Everybody today has had a co-dog.
Yeah, I think we saw that sort of pivot last year when qualifying was moved over to Chocolate Thunder. I think because of the fact that last year we actually saw winching happening during qualifying. I think this course is similar. I think that this is,
well, and it's long enough to there's a little bit of navigation going on, and it helps to have another set of eyes there telling you where to go, or you got a left coming up here in 100 feet.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I honestly think that also the fact that we've got, realistically, I think if Caveman could have gotten out of his car, he probably could have self-recovered faster than waiting for the recovery team, because it took so long for the recovery team to get down there, because they weren't expecting a problem down there in that section of Resolution.
Yeah, I don't think the Caveman even got out of his car.
He did not.
That's a long time to sit on your side.
It is, especially if you're on the bottom bunk. The bottom bunk is the worst position to be in when you're on this side like that. It's not the same as Little Spoon. Little Spoon's okay. Bottom bunk's no fun. All right, so right now we've got Brian Tilton out on course, his Can-Am X3. Making his way through that section that's we're referring to as Cross Grain Hill, because they got to basically tear sideways through a bunch of the different racing tracks that have been burned in, and just basically trails out there to go around that.
Yeah, you could see the gigantic compression events there on that rear suspension.
It is definitely putting that car to work for sure. All right, so we're watching Brian make his way around. Is he the last? How many more we have in this hour? Is that the end? No, we have a few more.
No, we've got 4 more according to our list.
Yeah, I think we got pushed a little bit off schedule with the recoveries that were going on course. But this is Brian Tilton. He was in the middle of our 10 o'clock hour, so we're a little bit behind schedule, but we should be able to make it up. I'm sure Race Ops will start pushing out a few more cars on course at a time. So far, good. I wouldn't call this a blistering pace from what we've seen from our other drivers. Just a good qualifying pace.
So we just got word that Caveman's co-dog is still out on course. So she apparently she was trying to get him back over and couldn't self-recover. So
now that you mention that, we did see somebody just on the edge of that canyon in full race gear when the recovery team arrived. So yeah, So it sounds like the Co-Dog did get out. That ticker in your screen is not right. Caveman has made it all the way back into town. That might be the Co-Dog ticker. That might be because she has to walk back to town, unfortunately. And that Rob Reno, hour long, he's off course. That was a DNF from our early time. But right now, and I think that Zach, oh, you're going to help me out. This one's all you, John.
That's Brian Tilton still.
Yeah, but I do believe Zach Simic just left the line. So we're watching Brian Tilton right now, and this is come up over that hill. These are the sections where we're seeing people make up some time. It looks like Brian got a little off.
He kind of blew
there.
that corner.
Yeah, that corner got a little out of shape in that corner. You can see how much time that can cost you. But it also shows you why, if you're out on the race course and you are watching this race, do not stand on the outside of a corner. Stand on the inside of the corner. We want to make sure everyone stays safe out there on this race course. So if you're out there watching the race and you're out there in your Jeep, you just think you found a cool spot in the desert, make sure you're on the inside of the corner. Ooh, this is something new, John. I don't think I've ever been able to do this before. I'm going to throw it to Ben in Race Ops to give us an update. Ben, what do you got for me in there?
G'day, thanks, Ian. Obviously, we've just had our first little spot where we had a competitor rolled over. Caveman had a bit of an incident on Resolution this morning, and Chris Johnson in the 354 caught him, and as we saw, had to roll over himself. Now, our crews righted Chris and got him going, and but he was obviously impacted by that. So we've given him the option to rerun because he was heavily impacted, not only by the competitor on his side, but also by our recovery crews who are going there to make sure Caveman and crew are okay. So what we've done, the race director at USAC and I have conferred, and we've given Chris the option to rerun if he's not happy with his run. We're all about safety here. I'd rather make sure that people aren't running without seatbelts on or doing anything dumb. So if we need to do that, we will. This is a qualifying lap, so it is quite important to these guys, but at the same time, there will be traffic out there. Passing is not an issue. It's really if we inhibit the competitors with operations that we'll look at it. Something else we've got, Caveman, we're just looking at whether he self-recovered or whether we had to help recover him, and we will score him appropriately. The team for USAC are working hard to get that sorted, but that's the update I have for you from Race Control. Back to you, Ian, in the booth.
Thank you very much, Ben. That is some awesome info. You know, we've never been able to do that before, John. That's super cool, getting that info straight from Ben. So here's the question, John. If you are the competitor who has the option to rerun, do you rerun your qualifying run?
Well, he was pretty fast, so absolutely.
I think he should. I think he absolutely should. I think the run that we saw him on that run. I think Chris Johnson should definitely line up again, because if he can match what he did in the front half and the back half of that qualifying run, I think we would be looking at a very, very good time for him. Plus, now he's got an extra pre-run in.
I don't know if that's a bonus.
Well, it's a bonus for him. It might not be a bonus for the car, but I mean, at least you got a good another set of eyes on the trail. But right now, we are going to take a quick break from the action here in Johnson Valley, California. Once again, this is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying, coming to you live from Johnson Valley, California. Remember, if you've subscribed to the premium feed, you will not miss any of the action that's going down today. We'll be back here shortly with more qualifying time.
A name synonymous with severe duty work. Born from the need for equipment that would withstand the forces of off-pavement travel. Made to get you in and built to get you out. 75 years later, we walk the same path, innovating an industry forward. Because when you go worn, you go prepared.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
This is all of the hard work and all of those late nights culminating to this moment, and that feeling is just, man, it is unreal.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Johnson Valley, California. We are kind of in the middle of our UTV well, actually, technically, we're not in the middle, are we, John? We've only had about 40 of our cars leave the line, and we have 115 to get through today.
Whew. And we've got Zach Seismic out on course, and Brian Tilton finishing up, coming through the Bronco Arch right now.
All right, but the update that we just got from Ben inside Race Ops has to do with Chris Johnson. We watched him on his run, and the question is, will he be getting back and rerunning his race? And we haven't got confirmation of what his decision is on that. I'm sure we'll be told as soon as we get to that point. But as John said, we just had who do we have just come across the line there, John? Or coming in right now?
Yeah, we're still finishing up our 10 o'clock hour. We had a little bit of delay there because of the recovery.
Yeah, I believe we're just watching Brian Tilton come in right now.
And we've got Zach Seismic coming down, resolution now.
And that is Brian Tilton coming in for his run, and out on course is Matthew Walraven. I believe we've jumped to our 11 o'clock hour. Looks like we had a few no-shows at the end of our 10 o'clock hour, unless I'm mistaken. All right, John. Well, it's been great hanging out in the booth with you so far today. I am going to take a quick break, and I'm going to hand my mic off to the infamous Mrs. Pam Hall. She's going to step in for me. I'm sure you guys are going to have all kinds of UTV fun to talk about. Pam, thank you so much. John, it was great. We'll see you later today.
All right. We've got Nick Anderson on course.
Thank you, Ian. It's great to be up here in the booth this morning.
Welcome,
been watching
Pam.
you guys all morning.
Big shoes to fill, or big hair, one of the two.
Big hair. You can't touch his hair either. He won't let you touch it.
I couldn't carry that off. Glad you can.
All right, so Matthew Walraven, he is one of our Ultra 4 racers. He's been racing with us just since 2022. He's a new racer. He's out of North Carolina. He has Rhett Byron in his car with him in his Can-Am.
Yeah, he's racing a Can-Am Maverick R.
Yes, he is. And his son will be racing in our youth kids class as well whenever we get to that tomorrow evening. But John, give us a little rundown. What's the best part you've seen today so far out here for our qualifying for our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship?
It's been pretty exciting so far this morning. We've had a few little issues on course. Robbie's come in a couple times and talked to us.
And Robbie out there in his Speed UTV. All right, and that's the 3402 of Nick Anderson that we are seeing come in to the short course area going around that Can-Am turn, coming in for the finish line. And we have the timing up right here next to us. So Brock Hager is leading the group so far this morning, correct?
He's almost a minute ahead of everybody else.
Wow, he had great seat time, a great run in the Desert Challenge as well. So it's really good to see. You know, he's out there pushing his limits, and out there in that #1 spot for our UTV Hammers race.
Yeah, that's Nick Anderson coming in. I misspoke earlier. That's not a Maverick R. Sorry.
So Nick Anderson up in the top left-hand corner, and in the bottom right-hand corner, that is Matthew Walraven.
And on the line, we've got Jay Shaw. He was our fastest qualifier last year.
Yes, and Jay Shaw, he is out of Springville, Alabama. He has Bryce Lane running with him. His first race with Ultra 4 was at Dirty Turkey, Kentucky in 2018. And Jay Shaw is definitely one that if he is not winning the race, he's, you know, things are happening with him. He pushes his limits very, very hard out there on race course.
So Jay Shaw's kind of a short course guy. And as Ian and I talked about earlier, some of the short course guys really taken to this rock race and stuff, and they bring their short course style to rock racing. So I'm looking for Jay Shaw to beat Brock Hager right here.
And Jay Shaw, his team name is Adventure Lifestyle. It's pretty cool. Jay Shaw was not able to make it to our Crandon race last year, and he actually had Cash LeCroy come out and race his car for him. So, you know,
and
he's a team player.
do you know who Cash LeCroy is co-dogging for?
Yes, with Kyle Cheney.
Yeah,
he was
that's
with him
pretty awesome.
yesterday as well in our Desert Challenge as well.
Yeah, I know. Just got word that Jeremy McGrath is on the start line. He's racing a Kawasaki KRX with a little bit of extra horsepower this year. They added a supercharger to it. So this isn't Jeremy's first time here, but it's his first time with a forced induction car.
And what's really cool is Jeremy actually was co-driving for his daughter yesterday in the Desert Challenge. So really cool to see the father-son team out here racing at King of the Hammers.
And we've got Matthew Walraven coming down Resolution.
And we saw a little bit of action earlier on. We had the rollover over in Resolution as well. A couple drivers, you know, on top of each other, but I saw that it was getting all taken care of and all cleared out. And Matthew Walraven is going down the back door right now. As Jay Shaw is up in that top left-hand corner, that's a really fast right sweeper. You can see the ruts are really worn in right there. Also, some big whoops in that section as well. But as long as your suspension is set up correctly, it's a great fast section for our racers.
Top left screen, that's Jay Shaw again. You can tell he's got some speed going on.
He does. He's, like I was saying, he pushes his limits. He wants to be out there in that #1 spot. But we were discussing this earlier over in the media tent. It's not really about, you know, all of the, talking with Tom Ways actually about it. You know, the dust and everything used to be a factor out here, but now it's all about driving smooth in the rocks, and that's how you're going to get up in those #1 spots.
Well, and he's blowing off a course just a little bit there, almost clobbered a bush. That's just some of the speeds he's going at. But he's running 35-inch tires. Expect him to come down Resolution with some authority. He's going to be moving out. This is going to be interesting to watch.
And you can just see the siltiness that we do have in that area of the course, but in that silt are also hidden rocks.
Yeah. Well, Ian and I were talking about it earlier, the 35-inch tire. Yeah, look at him. He's just moving.
Hauling the mill.
35-inch tires are going to allow him to carry more speed without as much concern about getting a flat tire.
Well, and it's more about the clearance underneath too. Having the larger tires, the clearance going through the rocks is definitely a bonus as well. And we can see Matthew Walraven has made it down back door. He's making that right-hand sweeper. He'll be coming down into the short course here just momentarily.
And I bet Jay is going to go ahead and drop down back door too. He's practiced it a bunch and he knows he can do it. So he wants to save every second. Yeah. He's beating on that car right now.
And Jay Shaw is in that 4900 Pro Mod class, and we're watching Matthew Walraven. He's also in the 4900 Pro Mod class. Matthew Walraven making his way around. He'll do the jump that he's going over right now, then he'll make a long right-hand sweeper, brings him down to the mini Talladega turn that'll take him into the Can-Am corner.
So we saw Jay Shaw cross over the saddle there, dropping into resolution at like 4:30. I want to say that's easily the fastest time at that point that we've seen so far.
Well, we can obviously he's driving to the max that he can, but also driving max, you know, during your qualifying loop is also a factor too. Is like how hard do you want to push your car, because you know you don't want to break anything major while you're out qualifying.
Well, Jay is not one to shy away
Right?
from pushing his car.
Exactly.
Yeah, look at the speed he's going through those rocks right now. This is where you're going to make up a huge amount of time carrying, you know, 10, 15 miles an hour rather than 2, 3, 4 miles an hour.
All right, let's see. Matthew Walraven just came in. His qualifying time was a 9:23. That sets him in the number 8 spot for the overall starting position right now.
And John Seaman on the line.
Yep, John Seaman, the number 111. He's out of Marion, North Carolina. Jason Watt Performance is the one who preps his car for him. He's also in a Can-Am CT Raceworks. His first Ultra 4 race was at Visions of 2022.
Okay, so Jay is going to go down back door. So our current leader, Brock Hager, did not go down back door.
Oh no. There we go.
There we go. He's dropping off a back door super fast and clean. He's going to be setting the fastest time right here.
I'm not sure who John Seaman has co-driving for him. His dad used to actually co-drive with him. I don't have his co-driver's name in my list here. But we'll see. Here we have Jay Shaw up there in that top left-hand corner. This is a sandy washdown through that. Now, John, I know you've been through this area, but we were talking earlier, like I said, you know, within the sandy wash is also those big rocks. But with him being on those 35s, and, you know, he's not going to drag the belly pan for sure. I think he's going to have a super quick time. I mean, the ticker went off of our screen.
We don't have a ticker going on here, but he's going to be in the 7s.
Brock Hager was an 8:07.14. That's a super fast time. 44 seconds in the lead right now. What was it? Timer on the screen is not. I'll ask production.
All right, that's Jay Shaw working his way back in.
Yes, it looks like he for sure has that. The left rear flat is definitely, he has a left rear flat for sure.
Yeah, driver rear tire for sure. So
the suspense, right? You know, it's like one of those game shows. That's why we don't have the ticker up there. We want everybody to guess out there in the crowd of what his time is going to be.
I guess I shouldn't have said he could go really fast down through the rocks in 35s. All right, Jay Shaw. I'm going out on a limb and saying that's our fastest.
All right, let's see what it's going to come up. Jay Shaw is in the 8:22.537.
I was wrong.
So that puts him It looks like he should
So
be
second place
overall right now.
I wonder how much that flat tire slowed him down.
All right, so number 1 position for the 4900 Pro Mod class, but second position overall for the number 17 of Jay Shaw. Oh, and you see, I believe that's John Seaman right now, just taking a big donkey kick on those rocks. No. All right, John Seaman going through our Cross Green Hill area. That is where we were talking earlier. It's a pretty fast section, but you do have the whoops also in the sandy area. We do have a vehicle in the back door area trying to make out what number it is. We did have a late entry that came in about an hour ago. That might be his vehicle through there, but we will find that out and confirm. But making their way down back door, yes, that is an Alsup number 6. That is Mitch Alsup. That is making his way down. It was a last-minute decision to come on out here and race. Mitch Alsup is the one that also builds Cameron Still's Can-Ams. He builds Sarah Price's Can-Ams.
He raced with Cameron yesterday in
Yes.
that Desert Challenge.
Exactly. So Mitch Alsup out there in that number 6.
He was over with Sarah Price for
In
the
Dakar.
Dakar rally. Just got back like a week ago.
Yes, and he has a 3-month-old baby as well. So he's got a newborn, and he's been out busy. Exactly. That's what comes with, the price of, running a successful business.
Yeah, I was looking on the thing because I'm like, that looks like Cameron Steele's car, but the number isn't there, so that makes sense.
It was, I guess, Cody Wagner and them were like, you know what, let's get that car out there. It's race ready. So Mitch came over this morning and registered. So he is making his way through back door. He has a lot of seat time under his belt as well. He's been racing with other racing associations, winning races, championships, and all of that good jazz, building his own race cars as well. And we do see John Seaman dropping down into this very fast downhill area, which we saw earlier. I can't remember which racer it was. They were going
steep.
so fast down it and kind of almost started side swapping the rear end.
So that's Mitchell Alsup coming into the short course, or coming through the short course.
If you have a race car prepped and ready right there and you have a driver that can go out and race it, why not get it out there? I mean, that happened this morning. The decision this morning. All right.
Yeah, so that's John Seaman working his way up to resolution, almost there. And Mitchell Alsup just finishing the short course in a couple turns.
It looks like he's going to have a decently fast time as well. So right now, let's just talk about this. We have Brock Hager still sitting in that number 1 spot in the 1896. He is in the Pro Stock Turbo UTV class. Then we have Jay Shaw, the number 17, in second position. Nick Anderson in the 3402 sitting in the number 3 spot.
Oh, geez.
Oh, no.
Smoked a belt probably almost at the finish line.
In the short course.
Oh, that's rough.
That is heartbreaking right there. I believe the co-driver that he has in with him is the one that just finished Dakar with Sarah Price as well. This is where how quickly can you get it changed to just finish out the rest of the loop.
That's heartbreaking. Just so close to the finish line.
And John Seaman going down back door. Being a little bit conservative through these rocks. They're big rocks, obviously, if you haven't been down into that area. And for those of you at home that are watching, the camera does no justice for how large these rocks are actually out here.
Yeah, that's the bottom part of resolution right there. We'll see if he decides to take the bypass or not.
Mitch is actually out of the car as well.
Definitely looks like a belt issue with Mitchell Alsop there. Does not look happy. That's heartbreaking.
That's when you're on it. Okay, and down here in trap door, I believe that is the 904 of Mike Park. Can't quite make out the number. He should be next off the line though.
Yeah, you can see John took the bypass from back door. He's going to make his way around that barrel and then head back to Hammertown. Great view of those big old kicker whoops right before backdoor wash.
Awesome to see all the spectators out there watching. We have all the different venue areas out here this year. We also have Jumbotrons at some of them as well. And there we do have, that is Mike Park in the 904. Mike Park is a CA Technology built vehicle. He's out of Callahan, Florida in his Can-Am X3. His first race with us was KOH 2022. He won first place at Legends of 2022. Mike Park out here racing with us in Team 904. And we are going to take a quick break. John Seaman's right there on screen, but we will be right back in just a moment, so stay tuned.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise.
Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Dirty fingernails, mud in your hair, cuts and bruises out of nowhere. It is brutal, but I wouldn't change a thing.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Welcome back to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We had a little bit of action while we were on break. If you have the premium feed, you got to see it, but we do have Team 904 of Mike Park over in Resolution and a rollover. So we do have a replay right now that we are seeing.
So that's the first time today that I've seen anybody try to take that little bypass on the hill in Resolution. That's not the normal line. So he was coming down a really steep part, and you could see that didn't pay off.
Well, what happened, it looked like that was very steep on the right-hand side, and it looks like what happened is he just bounced, and it just, the off-camber angle of it just made him turn right on over.
It takes a lot of commitment to take that line, and as soon as he hit at the bottom, it just didn't work out for him.
Yes, and we do see our recovery crew is there. We have recovery all over the whole entire race course between volunteers and people that do work with us. And there we do see up in the top left-hand corner, that
Kyle
is
Smith.
Yes, the 146. So Kyle Smith is out of Ohio. He is also in the Pro Mod class. He runs in a Can-Am X3. His first race was KOH 2022. So a lot of fresh racers out here that have only raced with us, a couple years now.
As opposed to us old guys. Yeah, so we've got, he's coming up on Resolution. We're going to have to see how this plays out. They've got the recovery vehicle there to flip him back over.
Yep, like I said, they're always on point out there on race course for everybody, especially in these areas where it is a very high possibility that we could have somebody do a little bit of a rollover. But that's very unfortunate for Mike Park. He is a very, very fast driver. He has a different kind of background. He's done some mud racing and some rock racing and everything, and out here racing with us at King of the Hammers in our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
And we're just getting our first view there up top. The other racer coming in, was that Kyle Smith?
Kyle Smith should be coming in just a moment.
Yeah, you can see him up there. So it looks to me like he could probably make his way around.
And Kyle Smith, he would have been, I'm not sure if the 311 took the green flag yet. I saw the 311 of Dustin Robbins going by us earlier. He should have taken the green flag before Kyle Smith. But I don't see him actually on course here yet.
Yeah, he's getting the yellow flag there, a little caution, but I think he's got room to get around both those vehicles.
And let's just talk about really quick. John Seaman came through with his finishing time of a 9:23.187. He came through. He is sitting in that number, 9:37.642. He's sitting in that number 10 spot right now.
Yeah, it looks like Kyle did make his way through there without slowing him down, so that's great news.
Not quite sure if Mitchell also got his belt changed. Oh, actually he did. So he did get his belt changed. His time, even with the belt change, was still a 15:16.176.
Dang.
Right, exactly.
That's a quick belt change.
I mean, when you're coming fresh off of Dakar, that's something that you need to make sure you're very quick at doing, because all the racing over there in the sand dunes and everything can burn a belt real quick. But Mitchell also sitting in that number 31 position.
Kind of a tough recovery here. This doesn't look like it's that easy to roll back over the right way.
And I believe that recovery vehicle is Mr. Brian Schroeder. He comes out here, helps us out with our recovery, helping out with all of our teams. That's the vehicle he's been in, out helping out with us. But the 146 up on our top left-hand corner, Kyle Smith making his way through.
He's going down back door.
And that right there goes to show the big rocks that they're having to actually maneuver over out here.
Well, I love the drone shots, but sometimes you miss how big the rocks are with the aerial view.
Oh, here's the spot right here. Do you remember a couple of years ago, Sarah Price going down that and nosed in and literally, I don't know ballet, but whatever that ballet thing is. And
Little
turned.
handstand, pirouette.
Yes. And now getting back into that sand wash. That is a very fast section that brings you back down into Hammertown.
Yeah, this backdoor wash area, again, the Desert Challenge went through here yesterday, so there's a lot of whoops in here that you got to pay attention to.
I mean, when you think about the horsepower that the T1s and T2s were bringing through that area yesterday, it's pretty amazing. And they were obviously, flying a lot faster down through there.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, see that recovery stuff, they got to drag him a ways before they can get him flipped over. Oof.
That's hard on a car.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Oh, goodness. It's unfortunate the position he's in because they can't get to where they pull him over the bottom because of the steep hill and the way the rocks are sitting. So this is basically the only way that they can bring him out, recover him.
Well, they're also trying to be mindful of leaving a gap around him so other racers aren't impacted.
Correct.
So it makes it even tougher.
So Kyle Smith has his brother Cole riding with him this year. He's raced Hammers twice in the car that he is in. He's finished both times. And yeah, that's super cool. So Kyle has rode with one of our 4400 drivers, Phil McGilton, as well. So awesome. And he just got married a few months ago. I love getting these updates. Thanks, Amanda, for giving those to us.
Look at you with all your facts.
And there they are in the short course area right now, making their way through. They've had a really good run. I mean, they had to go around Mike Park and everything, but he's got a really good run going through that Can-Am corner. What's really cool about that jump he just went over, we have a little Can-Am corral over there where we can have spectators sitting and watching. It's really awesome to see. And it looks like Kyle Smith just came through in the 14th position with a 10:43.788. So that is a really good run. He's in the Can-Am Pro Stock Turbo class.
We've got Carson Atkins on the line. Looks like he's racing a Yamaha YXZ.
Yes, Carson Atkins is out of Seymour, Tennessee.
And Tyler Gibbs out working his way in front of that. Another interesting tidbit we got from Miles is we were talking about Brian Tilton earlier, and Aaron Kaufman was his co-dog last year. Miles confirmed that Aaron is co-dogging for him again this year.
That's awesome. Awesome to get. So with Tyler Gibbs being on course as well, Tyler Gibbs is he's out of Kentucky. He's with Gibbs Racing. He's in that Pro Mod Can-Am UTV. His first race was at AOP in 2021, and he won first place at Disney this past year. Disney's a pretty cool race course to go through. It's all rocks out there. It's perfect for our Ultra 4 drivers.
It's moving.
Tyler Gibbs on here, it says he has Cam Zollers as his co-driver. And they're still working on getting Mike Park flipped back over. Looks like they have changed the point with the recovery equipment to pull him the right way so they don't drag him all the way down that hill.
That'd be a little rough. Oof.
He's going to need a new wrap on that side for sure. Hopefully it doesn't end up breaking any of the trailing arms or anything that's on that driver's side.
Ooh.
Those are some big rocks.
Yeah, you
Is that
really
Tyler
get a
Gibbs?
view of that.
That's Tyler Gibbs, I believe, correct?
I think so.
I mean, to withstand everything that he is hitting right now, it's pretty awesome. right, so we are still doing that recovery right there with Mike Park up there in both screens. But right now, look at that. That is our merchandise booth. So if you guys have not gone over and checked out everything, we have everything from cups and hats and beanies, blankets, dog bowls if you forgot one. But the merchandise trailer over there, those ladies are super busy. There's the beanies they were showing. It's a really cool thing. So go over and make sure you see Roxy and you guys go and buy all the things. You got stickers as well. It's fun to go over and just stand in line and watch those people work. But there we go. Make sure you go on over to our merchandise trailer, which is over by, I believe it is gate number 2. And here we are back on screen.
Coming down Resolution. We're going to be right up against the recovery here in a second.
All right, we have our unofficial results clicking across our screen here. So if you're watching, you can see the times of their finishers right now, unofficially times.
And I didn't see the recovery. Did they got him back over?
They could have. We do have a great recovery. You know, as long as they're in a point where they can turn them back over really quick, usually it's quicker. But
that was a tough spot.
He was in a very tough spot for sure.
And again, he was the first one that tried the little side hill in Resolution. So that's Carson Atkins in the Yamaha YXZ on the bottom right. Tyler Gibbs making his way through the Bronco Arch. He's got some serious speed going on.
All right, there we do have the 722. Carson Atkins down in the bottom right-hand side in his Yamaha. Looks like he is definitely picking up the pace even more. Coming through the short course, going through our last jump at the finish line, I believe.
He's got two more turns.
Almost 2 more jumps, yep.
That's Tyler Gibbs.
And the 926 is also, that is Tyler Gibbs of the 926. And we'll see here in just a moment what his finishing time will be. There is the last jump he just went over. Our finish line jump.
Carson Atkins making his way to the top of Resolution in that YXZ.
All right, the 926 of Tyler Gibbs is 4th overall with an 8:24.317. Actually, he'll be 3rd overall.
He did look like he was moving pretty fast.
Yep, so he's actually in that number 3 position overall right now in the Pro Mod. 2nd in the Pro Mod class, but 3rd overall. So good run by Tyler Gibbs. And we have had Alan Burton take the green flag for his qualifying loop. Alan Burton is out of Illinois with Burton Brothers Racing. He is also in a Can-Am X3. His first race with Ultra 4 was at Rush, Kentucky in 2023. That is a very awesome course as well. Puts the drivers to the test.
So we do still have Mike Parks in Resolution there. They've got him righted, it looks like.
Well, no, he's
not
up quite yet.
Nope, not so much.
He's in a very tight spot because it's a deep canyon right there, so you can't get on the side that you actually need to tow him back over. They also cannot block the race course as well because of all the other drivers coming through. So he's in a tight spot right now. Very unfortunate.
Carson Atkins is putting down a good time so far, just by looks of it. I think he could be top 10 here. One of only a few Yamaha YXZs racing. He's taking the bypass around back door.
So Brock Hager did not go down back door is
Nope.
what happened this morning. So obviously it's a quick time, but sometimes the longest route around is not always the fastest. So we'll see if anybody takes that.
Well, so Jay Shaw was second fastest,
And
and
he went
he did go down back
Exactly.
door.
So when you get people like Paul Wolf, that is a rock, comes from the bouncer world, we'll see how he's going to take back door. He'll be over in Power Hour later on this evening, but it's going to be tricky to see if Brock Hager's going to hold on to that number 1 spot.
No, he's not going to.
I love the side bets and everything that go on with that. But yeah, Jay Shaw in that number 2 spot with an 8:22, 5:37. He's sitting pretty good right now. Carson Atkins down in the bottom area. He has gone down back door.
Smooth run.
Very smooth run. You can see how quick he's actually going. He is definitely not holding anything back on this qualifying run.
That's Alan Burton in our top left. Can-Am X3.
And Carson Atkins making his way through the Bronco Arch. So that's the last part of the rock section that they actually have to go through, because this now brings them into that short course where the short course is fun. That's where it's really fun. Okay, so we have the 2220.
Alan Burton.
Alan Burton is pulled
Looks like
off.
he's got some issue going on.
That is unfortunate. He's not too far away, but unfortunately stopped.
I'm not seeing any movement. Oh, look at that.
Huh.
Interesting.
Sometimes cars will go into limp mode. You have to pull over, you have to turn it off, let it reset, turn it back on, and get going again. So that could possibly be what happened with them just now. Definitely not fun when the car goes into limp mode when you're trying to set a fast time. All right, Carson Atkins making his way around.
I think he's top 5.
He is making a quick run. We shall see here in just a moment. Can hear some people out cheering for Carson coming through. All right, let's see. Where are we at? Carson Atkins just now, an 8:19, so that puts him in the second position overall.
Wow. He did look fast.
Good job, Carson Atkins.
I didn't think he would beat Jay Shaw, though. Hard to tell sometimes. It's just perception.
What a great run.
So that's Alan Burton again. He stopped for a minute and then got started again. Nobody got out of the car. I think your theory about being in limp mode might have been true.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, here he is. He's pulled off again on the side. Could just be a little gremlin that's in the car right now that he is going to have to work out before race day. But that's unfortunate during, like we were saying, during qualifying times to have that happen.
We should have Jeremy McGrath making his way to the start line here pretty quick.
Yes, he is towards the bottom of our 11 o'clock hour. So he should be taking that green flag here in just a little bit.
I think that drone almost landed on the car.
The drone land on top of the...
It was pretty close.
On top of Alan Burton.
Looks like Travis Forshee on course.
The 27-19.
Yep.
We should have had Aaron Henry and Dean Leal, so they might not have taken the green flag quite yet. If Travis is out on course, he's also known as Peanut. He's a part of our Rufus Racing team.
Yeah, so Alan Burton, he stopped on course twice.
It's got to be limp mode because they're not getting out of the car.
Not getting out of the car. hangs out for a minute and then gets going again.
I mean, you do. You have to sometimes just stop, turn the car off, let it reset. And they don't turn off right away too. So like when you turn the power off, you know, they don't power down right away. So you have to give it just a moment.
Well, he's dropping into resolution now.
All right, the 27.19, that is Travis that we are seeing down there in the bottom right-hand screen. He is out of Denton, Texas with Rufus Racing and 4C Racing. He is running in a Can-Am as well. His first race was KOH 2024. Well, this is his first race. He normally co-drives, so pretty awesome to see that he is actually in that driver's seat. He has been with the Rufus Racing team for years. We do have Rufus Racing out here racing as well, so it's awesome to see Travis over in that driver's seat.
So it looks like Mike Park is on all four wheels now.
Okay, did you just see them pass him by?
No, he's right in front of him. Right there. Yeah, he's upright. That's good news.
He's upright, but his back end is a little torn up.
Yeah.
He's going to have some work to do on the car, but Mike's got a great team with Team 904 behind him. They have a very large team that they are all hands on deck, so they will definitely get him all set back up. He's in that CA Technology built Can-Am. And you can see going down the back door area, we do have Alan Burton.
Yeah, he's right at the bottom of the resolution, making the decision which way to go.
So Alan Burton is at a 910 right now. We do have our ticker back up. You know, he noticed he just kind of stopped.
Oh,
See, he's pulling off.
No, he's going to go to back door.
Perfect. I thought he was stopping again. That was going to make me a little nervous for him.
That's funny. It's like, well, which way should we go? Quick work, a back door. Nice run.
All right, let's look down here at the bottom right-hand side. I believe that is the 942 of Jeremy McGrath that is running through trap door area in that Kawasaki.
Yeah, and again, Jeremy, this is his first year racing with a supercharger on his KRX. Just got that running within the last month. So it's going to be interesting to see him with a little bit of extra power.
I'm not sure who is co-driving with him. I don't have that information, but yesterday, like we were saying, he was in the co-driver's seat for his daughter.
It could be his daughter.
That would be pretty cool. And now we do have Travis going down resolution. And look at Alan Burton coming through. Super, super fast, making his way down.
Alan Blurton coming back through the Bronco Arch into the short course.
All right, Alan Burton going to make his way around here in just a moment to that finish line. And look at the backdoor drone footage right there of all of our spectators out there watching. It's pretty cool to see.
There's Jeremy McGrath making his way up almost to resolution. You can tell he's got a little more pep in his step with that supercharger.
All right, let's see if Alan Burton makes his way around, not having to stop again. He's going a little bit slow through that last turn coming around to the jump, or it looked like he was.
Definitely not full speed.
Definitely not. He's going to have to go and check out, see what's going on. Must have a little bit of a gremlin going on in the car.
Jeremy's setting a pretty good pace.
All right, so Alan Burton came through. We saw that he had to pull off a couple times, but he's in that 28th position, still with having the issues that he was having at a 12:09.130. So still not a bad time, even though
not for 2 stops.
Right, exactly.
So Jeremy's making pretty quick work of resolution so far.
And I believe that up there in the top left-hand corner, that is the 59.24 of Dylan Heiser.
All right, Jeremy is at the bottom of resolution. Let's see which way he goes.
All right, Dylan looks like he got a little bit off track, making his way back. Dylan is out of Sacramento, California. He is in the Heiser Motorsports Can-Am, BFG, Vision, and Fox vehicle. And that is Travis, I believe, on the infield. Yes, it is. Making his way around to finish up his qualifying loop here in just a moment. Going through the Bronco Arch. But out here for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, it's been a great week of racing so far. We've already had our King of the Motos a couple weeks ago, just went through the Desert Challenge, and we are on our main race week now, starting off with our UTV classes.
Main race is the main UTV race, UTV Hammers Championship. It will be Thursday.
Yes, it will. That is such a steep hill up there in the top left of
It's way
Dylan.
steeper than it looks.
Yes, it is. But Dylan is definitely on that skinny pedal, making his way through that nice little fast section. You can see the ruts. The ruts are definitely getting deep in that area. All right, let's see our time here in just a moment of Travis Forsey coming through on that last jump. All right, let's see where Travis finished. He should have his qualifying time up here. Travis sitting in that 16th position overall with a 10:39.373. It's a great run by Travis. Normally in that right-hand seat, making his way over into the driver's seat. All right, there is Jeremy McGrath coming into screen. He is in our short course right now. We'll get a time here in just a moment. We have Dylan Heiser up in that top left-hand corner making his way through the rocks.
I think Jeremy's definitely top 10.
Jeremy is definitely on it for sure. So doing what he's done, running the supercharger on it, might be his lucky charm. If he's not in the top 10, he's very close to being in the top 10. But I think you're right. I think you're going to be correct on that.
Dylan Heiser making his way down resolution.
All right, so let's see where he sits. Number 6, Jeremy McGrath in that 6th position overall, and then number 942 with an 8:43.341. So
nice.
Great run. You were on it on that. All right, that is Anthony Baker in the bottom right-hand screen on that you are seeing. He is in the number 244. Anthony Baker is out of Alpine, California with Baker Racing in that Can-Am X3. His first KOH race was in 2023, so welcome back.
And he's running Pro Mod.
Yes, he is. in that pro modified class like you just said. Lots of sponsors behind him. Anthony Baker right here shows he should be the last of our 11 o'clock hour, so we'll see if we have anybody that might not have made the actual time frame, because we do have a couple racers I don't see that finished. 8:48. 8:48.341. 6th. I just announced it. All right, some great racing action. Anthony Baker's out there. And if you see them, the red numbers, they are rookies to King of the Hammers normally. He did have a red background, but if he did race here in 2023 with us, so it's not one of the rookies this year. All right, so right now we are going to take a quick break from the action, so you guys stay tuned in. If you have that premium feed, you are not going to miss any of it, but we will be back in just a moment.
Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
John Matthews, officially first place in the 4500 Yukon.
Welcome back to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We have all kinds of action all over the race course right now. We do have the 944, or the 244, sorry, of Anthony Baker still down in that bottom right-hand corner, going down resolution. The top left, I believe that might be Zach Pollard. I didn't quite catch the number, but we'll get that in just a moment. But lots of action going on out here, John. This has been a great qualifying day so far. Are you having fun?
Yeah, it's always fun being in Hammers.
Exactly. I agree with you on that.
And the Caveman's guys just brought some Wisconsin cheese curd by, and that made my day even better.
That's awesome. I did see them bring that over here. And we do still have Anthony Baker. It looks like he's taking it super slow down that back door area.
I don't know. Looks like he's moving.
On the bottom right-hand side?
Oh, I was looking at the top left. Sorry.
Yes.
You're 100% right. Anthony Baker is making his way pretty slow. Okay, so what's going on here is top left is Chris Johnson. He was the one that was impacted by the rollover, and this is his redo.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm sitting here going,
Sorry.
I thought he already went earlier. I know I heard his name.
As soon as I knew that it was Chris Johnson, I was like, all right, I remember that. So he was setting a really good pace last time, and looks like he's doing about the same this time. So
I misspoke. I said that I thought that was Zach Pollard, but it is not Zach Pollard. You're 100% correct on that, but that's awesome. You know, going out for a rerun due to the rollover earlier on, so we will get to see what his time will be here in just a little bit.
And I think he's going to go down back door. Yep.
It's kind of deceiving right there because the tracks obviously are burned in to go left, but you have that option right there. But just now we had Mitchell Oslip come up, and he was talking to us about his experience out there just now, and he was telling you that he thinks maybe if he would have went down back door, it wouldn't have possibly had the outcome he just did.
Yeah, he was thinking the deep sand on the berm up and out didn't help him. So yeah, that back door would have made the difference. I don't know.
A benefit to him. So he had said he sheared the primary bolt, but he had an extra one with him.
And he fixed it within like 5 minutes.
That's what, that's why practice and being the mechanic for these cars and building these cars, it's definitely a bonus to be out there in it when something like that does happen.
Well, and he spent 2 weeks in Saudi Arabia for Dakar, so.
He's well seasoned and he's fresh off the race course, let's say. So the 244 of Anthony Baker making his way through the Bronco Arch, coming down into the short course area to finish up his qualifying run.
And right on his heels is Chris Johnson.
Yeah, Chris Johnson's making a great run. I mean, he's already basically had a run at it once, but got a little hung up earlier on. So getting to go out and do another one. But look at how close they are.
Yeah, so do you call that practice or? I wouldn't want to do it twice.
Pre-run?
But hats off to him for getting back at it and doing it again.
For sure, it's all about qualifying out here for a lot of these people. You want to be out closer. We were talking earlier about, qualifying good, not being in the dust, but then again, sometimes the dust doesn't really make a difference out here.
Well, and I think that was a great call that USAC and Ben Napier made to go ahead and give him the option to rerun.
Right, I agree.
And that was really cool having Ben jump on with us and give us an update on that and explain why he did what he did.
Yes, Ben is a very well-seasoned racer with us as well, and out here being our coordinator for everything. He's got a busy, busy job. All right, so 354 of Chris Johnson making his jump over. We'll see, he ended up.
He's going to be top 5.
And we also had Anthony Baker in the 244 finish. So Chris Johnson came through. He is sitting 5th overall with an 8:36.700. So great run.
Look at me go.
By Chris Johnson. You're good. You got it. It's like you've been out there pre-running yourself. And let's see where the 244 ended up as well, because he obviously came in right before him. So the 244 of Anthony Baker will get his time in just a moment.
Pretty cool looking out at Hammertown. We're starting to get some of the top racers just hanging out, watching what's going on. Dustin Jones out there, Ronnie Anderson, great competitors. They get to check out the course and see what everybody's doing right here in the Jumbotron and make their decisions on how they're going to race things.
Awesome. You know what, earlier on I was saying I had not seen Dustin Robbins take the green flag, but there we do have him up in the left-hand corner in his All Things UTV. Dustin Robbins is out of Alabama, and he's running in a Can-Am. And his first Ultra 4 race was with us in Oklahoma at Crossbar Ranch in 2017. Oh, look at that save. Dustin Robbins is either on it or he's not. And my goodness, that was
on it.
Probably the best save I've ever seen.
Heck of a save. A little bit of a cowboy maneuver, but that was incredible.
Talk about things getting a little Western. He definitely showed us right there how it is.
And he's still going full tilt. Usually after you kind of almost roll, you slow down just a hair. Not Dustin.
No, not Dustin Robbins. That is the best save I think I've ever seen going at a high speed like that. It doesn't look like he has his co-driver with him during qualifying.
I talked to about that a little while ago, that I hadn't seen anybody do it, and he might be the first guy.
And that's where it's is it a benefit to not have your co-driver with you so you don't have that extra weight with you? Or
it's weight.
It's weight, exactly. But your car is also set up to have that weight in there with you.
Sure.
So it's all...
Well, and he probably ditched his spare tire as well. That's, 60 pounds.
Yeah.
So
it's all about strategy.
I mean, if you're looking at it and your car is maybe 2,300 pounds and you can lose 200 plus pounds with co-dog and a spare tire, that's 10%. That's a lot.
All right, let's see. Dustin Robbins is sitting in the number 4 spot overall.
Wow.
No, I'm sorry, excuse me. He actually is in the 3rd spot overall in the number 311 with an 8:21.05.
Dang.
Yeah.
With a save. I don't think he took out any flags or anything. Nice run.
All right, that is the 12:09 of Aaron Henry that we are seeing up in that left-hand corner. Aaron Henry is out of Phoenix, Arizona. He's running in a Polaris with Maxxis Method and Fox Shocks. His first race out at KOH was in 2017. And we also have the 271 on screen as well, the 271 of John Schaefer. John Schaefer's out of Indiana. And his first race was KOH 2023. John Schaefer built Can-Am X3.
A lot of newbies.
Yeah.
Can I say it's a newbie even though you've raced once?
John Schaefer has Brandon McKinney running co-driver with him. Number 271 up there in that left hand. Now we're back to the 12:09 of Aaron Henry. So it looks like we have pretty much almost every single person from our 11 o'clock hour that has ran through and taken that green flag.
And one for our 12 o'clock hour? John Schaefer?
John Schaefer, yes.
That's a good view, that bypass there out of bottom of resolution. You could take that saddle up and over instead of going on back door. He's going to go around that barrel and head for Hammertown.
That is a great overview of our area back at back door.
Oh, those whoops are brutal.
Yes, they are.
.809 Dean Leal, I think. Working his way through the backdoor wash.
Dean Leal was supposed to be in our 11 o'clock hour, so
yeah, that's why I'm
just
confused.
Got started a little late. I know when we're talking about the 271 of John Schaefer, I had to stay here and look at my notes because I'm like, I know we have John Schaefer in the 40 in our Every Man Challenge class as well, and so it's a completely different John Schaefer. And Dean Leal coming through the Bronco arch as we are seeing. And then the 1209, we do have the 1209 of Aaron Henry making his way down through Resolution.
Oh, just
there
lost
goes the
the
body
fender.
panel. Making that left-hand turn right there, you can see he got a little caught in the rut, just a hair, but he saved it. It's really awesome to see the drones chasing these guys through our infield.
Yeah, we were just talking about Mitchell Alsop a little while ago. This is one of his cars, or one of his cars he built.
Dean Leal is out of Bakersfield, California. Alsop Racing Can-Am with Apex Racing. It's also where Mitchell is from as well, as good old Bakersfield. Let's see where his time will come through. And we also have the 903 out there as well, Tyler Parks. Tyler Parks is from San Juan Capistrano with Parks Racing and his Can-Am Fox MRT Method Race Wheels Can-Am. All right, we have Dean Leal coming through, making his way in the number 809 in the 18th position with a 10:15.784. Tyler Parks making his way through.
And that was Aaron Henry that just is pulling out of Resolution, taking the bypass instead of back door.
I mean, look at how rough this section is up there on the top left-hand corner.
Yeah, well, you can see why they call it Cross Grain Hill.
Exactly. And you can see down here in the bottom right-hand corner, those whoops are definitely kicking the rear end of these vehicles around. And that's why another thing is really key too is shock tuning. Shock tuning is something I'm sure you probably have already talked about today, but let everybody know, what your thoughts are. What are your thoughts on how key it is to do shock tuning out here?
Shocks make you fast.
Shocks do make you fast. All right, let's go through our top 5 that we have that have crossed the finish line in the top 5 positions so far. Brock Hager still sitting in that number 1 spot with an 8:07.14. Carson Atkins, the number 722, is in that number 2 position with an 8:19.106. Dustin Robbins, as we just saw just momentarily ago, at an 8:20.105, sitting in the 3rd spot. Jay Shaw, the number 17, sitting in 4th with an 8:22.537. Tyler Gibbs in that number 5 spot in the 926 with an 8:24.317. So that's our top 5 running right now. And you can see the screen, we did put the unofficial results up. They will filter through.
We got John Schaefer making his way down Resolution, almost to the bottom.
John Schaefer in that 271, and then down on the bottom right-hand side is the 1209 of Aaron Henry making his way through to the finish line. Couple more turns, couple more jumps, and he will be getting that checkered flag for his qualifying run.
Well, John Schaefer's going for back door.
It's very interesting because we were talking about, what would be quicker, going around and going through the sand wash or going down back door and, making it more difficult through the rocks. But after talking to Mitchell Alsop, it seems like maybe the rock area might be the spot.
Wow. Unless you've just a really solid on back door and you know exactly how to do it and can one-shot it instead of backing up like John just did, I wouldn't do it.
It's all about seat time and going out there and getting all of that pre-running in as well. Well, and here he is through. He's made it through all safe and sound. And that is the 6:45 of Zach Pollard that has taken the green flag, going out on his qualifying loop. Zach Pollard is out of Linden, North Carolina. He is with East Coast Cowboys Racing. His race team, ECC Racing, is in that Can-Am X3. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2021.
I think Zach might be racing a Maverick R.
Yeah, I'm not
It's definitely a
sure.
Can-Am. I just can't remember.
Definitely Can-Am for sure. I'm not sure if he did get the Can-Am, the Maverick R built up or not, but we do have the 903 still making his way through of Tyler Parks down there on that bottom right-hand screen. Up on the left is the 271 of John Schaefer making his way down into our short course to come around and get that checkered flag here in just a moment. But out here for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, it's been a great day of qualifying so far. We still have Power Hour coming up later on. A lot of the heavy hitters will be in that qualifying time. It's always fun to watch. But then again, the whole entire day is always fun to watch.
And that's at 3 o'clock. 3 to 4 is Power Hour. If the schedule is what we think. Some great names there.
I mean, even Max Gordon is going to be in our Power Hour. So it's awesome to see at 3 o'clock to have, like I said, all those heavy hitters in it, a lot of well-known names, so you're going to want to make sure you stay tuned for that. But right now, it's all about who we have on our screen. We do have the 271 up there in the left-hand side, still making his way through John Schaefer. Couple more turns, we'll be done getting the checkered flag.
Yeah, it's interesting watching the guys come up and over the saddle into resolution on how they approach that. The main path kind of takes you to the right, and then you got to bail back to the left. But the guys that have really pre-run it and are paying attention, they go left and just bomb right up and over. And that shaves off a couple seconds.
Yes, exactly. And those couple seconds can be that difference between 1 and 2. As we saw yesterday in our Desert Classic, we had some tight racing going on yesterday. All right, let's see where we just finished up on the 271 of John Schaefer. He has finished now in the number 20 spot with a 10:21.673. So good job on John Schaefer.
And that's Tyler Parks coming down resolution.
And on the line, the eyes of Todd Becket. He is focused. Todd Becket is one to reckon with as well. He'll be taking that green flag here in just a moment. Todd Becket in the 101. He's out of Kentucky. He is in a brand new Can-Am built by CA Technology. He's running the Nasty suspension, System 3. He's a part of Jamie McCoy Racing. His first race with the Titan Series in 2019, he got second at AOP in 2021 and first place at Visions 2023. And there you see his brand new CA Technology boat side built Can-Am X3.
Love a good boat side.
I love the way they look. They're awesome. That is such a steep hill right there.
I think we're looking at Zach Pollard here in the top left. Just guessing basically on it being a Can-Am, and it's red.
All right, and you see down there in the bottom right-hand screen, that is Todd Becket taking that green flag, making his way out on his loop for his qualifying. Top left-hand corner, I believe that is Zach Pollard in the 645. Yes, it is, making his way through. Oh, you can see those little humps, the rocks that they're hitting.
Oh, he is in an X3. I thought he had gotten a Maverick R built, but he's in an X3.
Yeah, and Zach Pollard, man, he is one of those that the skinny pedal is always to the metal.
So here's where he can make up a bunch of time in resolution.
All right, and speaking of Todd Becket, who is out on race course for his qualifying loop, Miles Hasselquist caught up with him, so we're going to get a little bit of a rundown from what Todd Becket has to say with Miles.
So I'm here with Todd Becket, part of the 4900 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship, and this UTV's looking good, buddy.
Yeah, man, we've been wrenching pretty hard on this car for about the last 60 days, and it's came a long way. We went out there and did some running. The course is brutal. We're throwing every part we can at this car to make sure that it's going to make it through the race. It'll be a tough one.
And the evolution of UTVs, I mean, I remember the first Rhino that came out. I thought that thing was the coolest ever. And then Can-Am just keeps upping the level. You got this X3 here, and the Maverick R just came out. I see some big shocks for that out here. It's just, it's really crazy to see where the UTV started and where it is now.
Yeah, it's come a long way through the years. I remember back when you were lucky to do 55, 60 miles an hour. Now we're pushing 100. So these things are fast, and these Can-Ams are fun.
Oh, absolutely. It's really cool to see where it's going, and you can go to the dealer, buy this, do the safety mods, and you come out racing. Now, yours is specific built. Yours is a real race car, but you can go buy a Can-Am, put a roll cage, some safety belts, and come out racing. It's the easiest way to get in it.
Yeah, I would recommend if you want a good adrenaline rush, hop in the driver's seat. It's a blast.
Awesome. Well, it's going to be fun to see on race day. We'll see how it shakes out.
All right, yes, sir.
That's awesome. Todd Becket, great information from him in that beautifully built CA Technology Can-Am out of Kentucky. But there we have the 645 of Zach Pollard just now dropping down back door. We had seen Todd Becket. He was, as we were watching his spiel with Miles Hasselquist, he was bombing his way through the desert in the whoops, and he is now up in that top left hand going down that very steep. Whoa! He's getting a little western coming down.
That was almost a yard sale.
Look how fast he's going on that steep downhill. That is so amazing to watch. He's another one that is just definitely on it. He does have his co-driver with him, it looks like.
Yes.
Yes, so he does have his co-driver with him. He is definitely, if he keeps going at this pace right here, I put him up in the top 3.
I buy that.
And Zach Pollard making his way into the short course, coming in for the checkered flag here in just a moment.
Zach doesn't look as fast as I would have expected.
You know, he looked like he started his runoff really super good, like super fast, but it looks like he might have let up. But you know what they say, smooth is fast. I mean, we know that slow is not fast, but smooth is fast. Maybe that's what it was doing. He was trying to make his run more smooth than it was keeping that skinny pedal down.
I think he's more like a 10th place finish than. Yeah, then see that line that Todd just took?
Uh-huh.
That was the fastest line over that saddle. You don't have to dodge left and then right or right and then left or whatever. He just went straight open over on the left-hand side.
And you know what? That's where, again, pre-running is so key because you can get out there and you can know exactly what line you want to take instead of second-guessing it right at the last second. Because if you're second-guessing yourself, that's where you'll make your mistakes. But you can see he's obviously checked up because he is going down into resolution. A little larger rock area that you want to make sure you don't injure your car now, especially with the run that he has going. So Zach Pollard going through the last jump here on our short course. Zach Pollard is sitting in that number 12 position, it looks like, with a 908.457.
And it looks like Todd's on course to beat that.
Actually, I'm sorry, I misspoke. He's in that 13th position. If I said, I thought I said 12th.
I think you did.
He is actually in that 13th position, but what a great run, though, at 908.457.
Todd's taking the bypass.
Oh, wow, that's actually surprising. But then again, look at how fast he's going, and look at who did take the bypass. We did have Brock Hager take that bypass, and he is sitting in that number 1 spot. So Brock Hager still sitting first, Carson Atkins second, Dustin Robinson in that third position, Jay Shaw fourth, and Tyler Gibbs in that fifth. So we shall see here in just a moment if that's going to change up, if Todd Becket will get in there and you know, throw a wrench into the, ooh, he's getting a little high there.
A little Western.
Yeah, he's definitely donkey kicking out there for sure.
He's looking like top 5.
I love having the crowd out here in front of us, throwing out their opinions and everything too, exactly what we'd be saying up here in the booth. But Todd Becket on it. He's on the skinny pedal for sure. We still have a lot of heavy hitters that'll be taking the green flag here within this qualifying hour. We have Matt Zeiler coming up, Dan Wyrick in a brand new built. We have Tony Polari, who's in another CA Technology built boat side. Tyler Rimreed, Terry Madden coming up here. But Todd Becket going through the Bronco arch, still making great time. Todd Becket, actually, if you look, he's at a 7:05 up there on the ticker that's on the top right-hand side.
He's top 3.
Let's see, an 8-minute flat for Brock Hager.
Dang, he's
Wow.
on it.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be up there in that top 3 for sure.
He could beat Brock.
We'll see. That's
It's
why I'm saying
close.
he
It's
took the
gonna be
bypass.
close.
So we also
But
have
he's on it.
we also have the 120 of Chris Amberger. He's up actually on that right-hand side of the screen. Let's see what Todd Beckett's going to do. That's the Can-Am corner coming in for that last jump.
Dang.
Oh, wow, look at that. Let's see. I'm so excited to see this time right now.
He's right in there.
Oh, wow.
1 second behind Brock Hager. Whew.
All right, so Todd Becket sitting in that number 2 spot overall. We had an 8:01.699. So
Giddy up.
yeah, exactly. Good job by Todd Becket. Trying to make out the numbers on these cars. I believe up in the top left-hand corner is the 419 of Michael Garcia. Yes, it is. Michael Garcia is out of Apple Valley, California in the SF Race Works Polaris.
Bottom right is Chris Amberger.
Yes, the 120 of Chris Amberger. Chris is out of Kentucky. He is running in a Can-Am X3. His first Ultra 4 race was in 2017 here at King of the Hammers. So Michael Garcia and Chris Amberger out on course. Michael Garcia up in that top left-hand corner in the number 419. All right, some great footage going on here. We are in our 12 o'clock hour, and we are out here for our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying day. We have a lot of drivers still out to take their qualifying loop here. We have the 3 o'clock power hour. We have 115 UTVs that should be taking the green flag for qualifying today.
I think that's Chris Amberger just bailing out, taking the bypass around back door.
Well, we can see that that is a very quick line, obviously, for Todd Becket and Brock Hager, because they both took that bypass. I know Carson Atkins, he did go down back door earlier on, and he's sitting in that number 3 spot. Same with Dustin
So
Robbins.
top 2 took the bypass.
It's interesting. But both of them, Brock and Todd, they don't hold anything back. They let it all hang out.
It'll be very interesting here with some of the top guys to see what they do. And I think that might change over the next couple hours too, as things progress with who's in lead and which way they went.
Right.
Pretty easy if you're expecting to go down back door and you change your mind. It's a pretty simple
Yep, exactly.
pivot.
Exactly. And that's the 247 that we are seeing right there on the start line. That is Mr. Matt Zeiler. Matt Zeiler is running in a JW Performance Can-Am X3. He is out of Nashville, Tennessee, and his first race with Ultra 4 was at Badlands in 2017. Matt Zeiler will be running the race solo, but here he is getting ready to take the green flag here in just a moment. He's a big part of helping build motocross tracks around the whole entire United States, and he's going to be one to reckon with out there. Matt Zeiler's another one that does not hold anything back. Here we do have the 120 of Chris Ambergy in our short course.
He's finishing strong.
He is finishing very strong. And look at him railing around the corner there. Has a couple more jumps to go. The short course is a lot of fun. We have a great group of people, the NorCal Rock Racing and John Goodby, him and his group, they come out here, they build this short course in just a few days for these guys. It's really fun to see. My favorite part about this is watching these guys come into the short course. It's fun watching them rail off the corners and full throttle off the jumps. All right, Chris Ambergy just took the checkered flag.
Definitely a top 15-ish, maybe top 10.
We'll see. It just now updated. Let's see where he went. In the 14th position with a 907.713, so the number 120 of Chris Ambergy in that 14th spot. And that is Matt Zeiler in the 247 up in your left-hand side of your screen. And then the 419 of Michael Garcia down in the bottom right-hand.
Yeah, Michael Garcia is almost to resolution, working his way up that sandy wash. That's a great view of what I was talking about earlier. Most people take the same line that Michael does. The fastest guys are taking that right side, left side as you're coming up the hill.
All right, it sounds like we are going to go to a quick commercial break. We will be back with all of this fun action after this.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise. Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
You know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
This is all of the hard work and all of those late nights culminating to this moment, and that feeling is just, man, it is unreal.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
All right, and welcome back to our Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying day. We are out on course with some awesome drivers. We have Dwayne Wells out on course, and we do have Matt Zeiler that is making his way around to come through the Bronco Arch into the finish line. You can see he's getting a little bit kicked around in the rocks there, but he'll be making a slight right-hand turn up and over the last bit of rocks for his qualifying loop. And Matt Zeiler making great time. He is a solo driver out here in his Can-Am.
But did you say he's soloing the actual race too?
It says solo on my notes here, so we have a couple of them that are actually doing that. So that's very
I don't know that I would solo in a two-seater. Okay, we got confirmation from the crowd. He's solo on race day. All right. It's a weight savings.
You know, and like I was saying, Matt's one that doesn't hold anything back. You can see him going through that turn right there. He's been driving for a while. He's got a lot of seat time on 2 wheels and 4, so we'll see how it goes for him on race day. Matt Zeiler sitting at a 17:57 or a 7:58 right now, so he's making good time. And Dwayne Wells up in that left-hand corner in the number 604. Dwayne is out of Kentucky, and he is running in a Can-Am X3. This is his first race for Ultra 4 out here at King of the Hammers. All right, let's see what we get from Matt Zeiler.
He's kind of cruising along here at the finish.
That is the 419 cruising along right there. That is Michael Garcia in the 419. Michael Garcia out of Apple Valley, California. Yeah, Michael Garcia is taking it really easy. Not sure he's having some issues.
Wow.
All right, let's see where Matt Zeiler, we just got an update. Matt Zeiler sitting in that number 4 spot with an 8:19.793. He is super close to Carson Adkins, so
wow.
barely missed that number 3 spot. And then Garcia that we saw taking it very easy through the short course. And then he came through in the number 46 position in that number 419 with a 13:06.051. So the 604 up on your left-hand screen, the 604 of Dwayne Wells. In the bottom right hand, I believe that is the 218 of Dan Wyrick. Dan Wyrick is out of Windsor, California with DW Racing. He's in a Wolf-built Can-Am. And his first race was in Reno for Ultra 4 in 2015. He's made his way from racing in the 4400 class, and he is in this the UTV class right now. He will be debuting a new car into one of our other classes as well.
Kind of interesting going from 4400 back to UTV.
You know who's racing in his 4400 car currently?
Hmm.
Paul Wolf. Paul Wolf
Really?
bought. It's actually Chris Hickman.
That's a pretty badass car.
Chris Hickman owned a car that Paul Wolf races, and that is Dan Myrick's old 4400 UFO fabrication Joe Thompson built.
But Paul added a wing, so it's faster now.
He did add a wing.
Oh,
that is Wells and the number.
A little tie rod issue there.
Not good for Wells. That is Dwayne Wells and the number 604. Not a good spot.
Yeah, that tie rod just snapped. He's not going anywhere. The good news is he's off race course.
That is very true. He kind of had to slide. I don't think he had a choice
No,
of going
that was
direction.
not his choice. Almost looks like tie rod and axle.
So very unfortunate for Dwayne Wells.
Oh, that's tough. And he was at the bottom of resolution, so not much left. That's tough. That's Tony Polari off the line.
Oh, look at that little kick going over that hill, jumping and hitting the rock on the left-hand side. That's not always fun to do. Hopefully it doesn't end up with a flat for that, but we do have Dan Wyrick down in the bottom right-hand corner.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's Tony Polari up there in that left-hand corner. Tony Polari in the 428. Tony Polari is out of Kentucky. He has a CA Technology Can-Am X3 built. His first race with Ultra 4 USA, or was it Rush, Kentucky in 2021. And it says in the notes here that we need to make sure that we say that he loves Jay Shaw.
Did Jay put that in?
I don't know if Jay like hacked into the system and put that, or
his
if Tony
profile's
wanted
been
to say
hacked.
that. Yeah, that's awesome. Rush, Kentucky is definitely a fun course, as I was saying. So racing out there, fun. Okay, we can see we do have the car that's broken down up there on the bottom right-hand screen.
Yeah, I think, what was it Mike Parks that broke down in resolution a long time ago?
He was the one that rolled.
He's still there.
Oh, so they probably had to upright him. And
They uprighted him and left him over in the corner. But Wells, who just broke, I haven't seen exactly where he is. I'm almost certain it was at the very bottom of Resolution. But I don't see him. Oh, I think he was just in that corner.
All right, Dan Wyrick down there in the bottom right hand. Alrighty, we have Dan Wyrick making his way towards our short course finish line. We have a few cars left to go here in our 12 o'clock hour. But Dan Wyrick right now is sitting at a 7:30 time. Tony Polari making his way down up in that top left-hand corner. That is that very fast downhill section.
He's on it.
Yes, he is. That's where we saw earlier Todd Becket was on it super fast and did a little bit of a kick, but he saved it.
You can really see how deep those ruts are.
Yes, you can, for sure. I mean, deeper and deeper every single time a car goes by. But Dan Wyrick just made his way through the Bronco Arch, entering into this short course area. And you can see Tony Polari making his way through, bumping around through the rocks. That's a steep little canyon right there that he is making his way through. Nice little sandy wash area with a lot of rocks hiding in the dirt.
Yeah, that's a spot where you can get yourself in trouble.
Yes.
Well, and see, look, he's taking that left-hand line.
And that's where, isn't that the spot where Todd Becket just went right over the middle?
Yep, that's the fastest line over that saddle.
Because like you were saying, you know, if you take the left line, you got to kind of dodge some rocks. You take the right line, you got to dodge some rocks. So why not just send it over the middle?
Yeah, if you send it up over that left-hand side, it's a straight shot instead of jogging back and forth.
All right, Dan Wyrick making his way through, getting the checkered flag for his run. We will get that time here in just a moment. All right, Dan Wyrick sitting in that number 17 spot. So great run by Dan Wyrick in that number 218.
Tony was making pretty good time coming down Resolution, and he had to back up there. Now he's back on it.
And in that bottom right-hand corner is the number 106 of Steven Rogers. Steven is out of Chattanooga, Tennessee with Roger Motorsports. He is running in a Polaris Pro XP. His first Ultra 4 race was Rush, Kentucky in 2023. He's also a rock bouncer, and he won the shootout out here in 2020, and he has won 5 SRRS races. So that's a Southern Rock Racing Series. So he has a lot of rock time under his belt.
And you said he won the shootout?
He won the shootout.
Get you some of that.
I believe 2020.
Tony.
I think they ran backdoor in 2020.
Tony Polari here he's moving.
Now, did Tony Polari go through, did he take the bypass?
Yeah.
I was not looking.
He's taking the bypass.
Okay. Oh, this is where they have to do that, like, very tight right.
He had to back up on Resolution once, but other than that, he looks like he's putting on a little heater.
Oh, and Steven Rogers hitting looks like baby powder. That's what I always call it whenever you hit those silty areas where it poofs up over all into the car. You can see it's a very silty area where he's at right now. So Steven Rogers in your bottom right-hand side, Tony Polari up in your upper left-hand side. But right now, let's go through our top 10 where we are sitting at. Brock Heger still in that number 1 spot at an 8:714. Todd Becket in the number 101 in that second position at an 8:01.699. Carson Atkins in the number 722 sitting in that number 3 spot at an 8:19.106. Matt Zeiler sitting in that number 4 position in the 247 at 8:19.793. Running solo, that might be a bonus for him. Dustin Robbins sitting in that number 5 spot in the 311 at 8:21.05. Jay Shaw, number 17, he was sitting in that number 2 position for quite a while, but now he's down into that number 6 spot with an 8:22.537. Tyler Gibbs, the number 926, he's sitting in that number 7 spot at an 8:24.317. Chris Johnson, 8th position, number 354 at the 8:36. Nick Johnson in that 9th position, and Jeremy McGrath is sitting in that number 10 position. So Tony Polari in our short course coming around to take his checkered flag. He's got a great run going. You were saying that his run is going really well. And then in that bottom right-hand screen, Steven Rogers still running strong as well. So the 428 of Tony Polari got a couple turns, couple jumps to get that checkered flag. I think he'll possibly will be sitting in the top 10. Like
yeah, I'd say top 10.
He did have to back up, so that does kill a little bit of time. But we also did see Todd Becket. Look at what Todd Becket did. He had that bobble, and he still finished, in second position. Let's get a time here in just a moment for Tony Polari. We have had 52 cars take the green flag for their qualifying run so far today. And it looks like Tony Polari just now came through. He's sitting in that number 13 spot with an 8:55.202. So we were close to the top 10.
We got Tyler Rimmerreed.
Yeah, Tyler Rimreed out on course in the number 143. Tyler Rimreed is out of Omaha, Nebraska with TR Racing. He's in a CT Raceworks Can-Am. And his first Ultra 4 race was in Crandon of 2021. Him and his dad also race short course racing as well. Tyler's got a lot of seat time under his belt for being a very new driver basically to Ultra 4. He comes out here and practices. He's newly engaged as well. His fiance actually ran co-driver for her future father-in-law in the Class 11 a couple days ago whenever we did that on Saturday.
But they're not racing together now?
I don't know who Tyler's co-driver is. Mom's right down here. Maybe she can come tell us. Yep, she's coming over here. Kimberly's going to come tell us. I'm not sure who his co-driver is, but he's definitely been putting in the time for sure. Okay, so John Fitzgerald is actually in his co-driver's seat, and he drives at Champ is where he runs in short course, and that was his co-driver out here last year as well.
That's Tyler Rimmerreed again.
Yep, Tyler Rimreed. He has made a switch over. He used to run in Polaris. He is now in a Can-Am, and I think the first time he ran in a Can-Am was at Nitro Cross, and I think one of the things I told him was if you ever get in a Can-Am, you're never going to want to step out of one of them. So here he is. That's all he's racing in now. So awesome job with Tyler Rimreed. You can see him up there in that top left-hand corner. In the bottom corner, I'm not sure if that is Steven Rogers. I think it's Steven Rogers still.
Yeah, it didn't really take the right line to get around that.
Yeah, was taking the bypass, but a little off.
Yeah. Then we got Terry Madden on the line, finishing out our 12 o'clock hour.
And look at Tyler Rimreed making his way down super quick down the drop. That is definitely showing some high speeds for him. And it looks like Tyler is not running the co-driver right now in the qualifying, which is one of those that, was the thing that we keep talking about is is it a beneficial or not? And we see Terry Madden taking the green flag. His son Dalton rides with him, and we just saw that his son is not in with him as well. So
Are you sure?
Yeah, I didn't see a co-driver in there with him. Whenever they showed that in-car camera.
Oh.
Terry Madden out of Yucca Valley, California. He's running in his Can-Am. His first KOH was in 2009. He's in that number 188. So Steven Rogers making his way down here. On the bottom right-hand corner, he'll go up the last rock section of our qualifying loop through the Bronco Arch and down into our short course. Terry Madden, you can see how deep those whoops are. The back end of his car is kicking him up.
Ooh. Yo, Steven Rogers got some problems there.
Yeah, look at his front passenger front. It's got a flat tire, and it looks like he might have a broken tie rod possibly, unless it's just his tire.
I think it's just the tire making it look really bad.
But you're this close, finish.
If his tie rod was broken, he wouldn't be able to do that.
That is true. That is true. All right, we shall see how Steven Rogers finishes. It's not going to be probably obviously not where he wants to be because of having that flat tire. But he's still finishing it out. You got Terry Madden up there in that left-hand screen, making his way through. That's the area where it's a silty, but lots of big whoops and then those rocks hiding in the sand.
Terry's not holding back.
Definitely not. Very well seasoned, living, super close to here as well. He does driver's training with people out here.
That's almost like cheating, being that close. At least I call it cheating. I'm 10 hours away.
We're experienced out here in the rocks is what it is. Oh, and that is a nice little kick down here on the bottom right-hand side. I'm not sure. That might be Tyler Rimrey
I think
down
that's
the bottom.
Tyler.
Did you see the kick?
He's going fast.
He is definitely going fast. He's a young driver, but he's a good driver. He's very methodical about his racing, and it's the pedal to the metal all the time. You can see how fast he's going with those whoops. It's just kicking him around through this section where he's getting ready to make a right-hand turn. He'll go up left over the Bronco Arch, drop down into our short course.
Pretty tough to get a car to work really well in those big, swoopy trophy truck type whoops. You could tune for that, but then it wouldn't do the other stuff well.
Right, exactly. All right, so Steven Rogers that we saw coming in with the flat, he actually is in the number 25 spot, so not too bad at a 10.16.554. So not too bad of a run for coming through with the finish with a flat tire.
All right, Tyler's almost done here. He's looking like maybe a top 10. Terry is flying over that hill.
I have to agree. I think that Tyler, I almost called him Todd, but Todd's dad. So I think Tyler definitely will probably be up in that top 10 for sure. He's got a couple more turns. His fiance's out here yelling at the screen. Tell him to pick it up. All right, one last jump for Tyler Rimrey before he takes that checkered flag. The suspense of the finish. Let's see where he finished out. Waiting for this to update for me.
You want me to sign it or just pass it over? All right, I am going to pass the mic off here to the one and only Ben Napier. Take a little break.
We can see the 7575 of Clark right there on the bottom right-hand side. And we are going to give you the time of Tyler Rimreed. He had a great time. He is sitting in that number 3 spot with an 8:13.931. So congratulations, Tyler Rimreed, on a great qualifying run. And Ben Napier stepping into the booth, and we have another great, well-seasoned King of the Hammers person coming into the booth with Ben Napier. I'm going to step out and let these 2 experts of the rocks out here step in. Tom Ways, so excited to see you here. But here we are. I'm going to pass the mic off to you, so you and Ben have fun, and we'll catch you later.
Thanks, Pam. Ben Napier here, 2024 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying, and I'm joined by the one and only Mr. Tom Ways. Welcome, Tom. And Tom is one of our expert drivers for many years. I think he's been competing since almost the beginning, Tom.
Yeah, 2008 was the first year.
2008. It doesn't really go much further back than that. And the experience that you bring here and the knowledge of both Johnson Valley, the King of the Hammers, and driving in these rocks at speed, you know, we're going to get some great insights from you this week with you being involved in our coverage.
I'm super excited to be here and to be able to talk about it and just give my perspective on it, because I think it's really important to be able to explain to people that really love the sport and are as excited about it as a lot of the guys racing, and just to be able to know the little details of, you know, like on this qualifying course when you hit the top of resolution, like I've rolled down that before on lap 3 in 5 minutes from the finish line.
Yeah, Tom, I've seen you out there. I think you've had a few of those stories in a lot of places, and live to tell the stories. And we've got Terry Madden down in the backdoor wash now, making his way back to town. And staged on the start line is the 75-75 of Ron Clark, 4900 Pro Mod. He's off the line, starting his qualifying. And we've got some great action this hour. John and Pam, thank you for your coverage so far today. All the hosts, with the production crew, it's been a great show. And I'm excited to bring you some action this afternoon. And remember, we've got Power Hour coming up at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Huge names, some kings. It's going to be even more action as everything goes on today. Okay, and as Terry Madden makes his way through the Bronco Arch, we're going to go to a quick commercial. Remember, if you've got premium, you'll keep the live action.
Over 25 years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
And welcome back to our coverage of the 2024 King of the Hammers Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. I'm Ben Napier. I'm joined in the booth by Mr. Tom Ways, and we are deep in UTV qualifying, Tom.
Pretty exciting out here today. These guys are really running their cars hard, and pretty exciting to be able to race down backdoor this year.
Yeah, we are watching Ron Clark in the 75-75, and man, he is hauling the mail out the back there, heading up to Resolution, up that sand wash.
Yeah, that wash is pretty neat. We're going to probably see some guys that are starting to take some pretty creative lines up here on the left side. The left side into the top is definitely the fastest and smoothest.
Yeah, in the drivers' meeting they were told they had to be in the bottom of the wash, but there's a couple of bits they can high bowl it and really get creative, like he is here, going around that little bit of rock there. There's definitely a few lines up there and then over the top. But off the line, number 7, Bryce Menzies. Now, we missed him in the Desert Challenge over the weekend, but he is out here this week. He's been competing out here for a couple of years now, and he's always a very, very competitive entrant. And it's great to see him joining us for the Hammers Championship. Are we going to see anyone jump that, Tom? Maybe in Ultra 4? Someone going to jump the top of Resolution?
I believe definitely.
I think that'll be pretty cool if we can do it. I imagine between Shearer and Campbell and Healy and a few of those others, I think someone's going to
I think Paul
really
might put a shot in there. You
Paul
never know.
Wolf, man, he's up there. He's qualifying this afternoon Power Hour. Maybe he'll jump his UTV as well.
And then what's going to happen when they get down to backdoor?
Yeah, that's coming up this afternoon. I think a few will try. I still think it's definitely faster to do backdoor than the bypass that they've been driving.
Yeah.
I think there's up to 15 to 20 seconds at least in that.
Yeah, that cone turn definitely doesn't flow.
No, and it was designed that way. When we looked at what we did, we didn't want it to be a huge penalty. UTVs, the steering in them, dropping off backdoor can cause wrist injuries if not done right.
Yep.
So we wanted to make a safe way for the competitors to get down without it being too much of a penalty. But we want to reward the guys that can really drive in the rocks, drive the real hammer trails as they have been for many years. And we made backdoor faster.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, Ben.
Now Bryce is heading out through Crossgrain Hill, Tom. We've raced out there for years. When I ran this on Friday before the Desert Challenge, it was pretty nice to drive. When I drove it this morning, when I did a course inspection, it is torn up out there. It is just so rough.
Yeah, the bigger, longer travel of the big trucks definitely changes the frequency and makes them really big and deep.
Absolutely. Now, Ron Clark has just done the bypasser backdoor we were talking about, doing that U-turn around that big barrel cone out there. He's heading back into the backdoor wash as Bryce is heading out to the saddle in the crossgrain. And we were talking about sand washes. This is another one, Tom, that there can be some pretty cool lines. We've left it pretty open down here, but there's a few rocks that can catch you and destroy tires and tie rods, especially in the UTVs. But it's pretty fast through there.
Yeah, there's some big embedded rocks right where he's at right now, coming into that last right-hander where it starts to get wide. There's been embedded rocks there for years that are just super tough.
Absolutely, but he seems to have that, I think it's a Pro R, working really nice. It's just floating through that.
Yeah, he's carrying some great speed, and it's a good time of the day to qualify. The sun's not in your eyes yet. You know, Power Hour is kind of a little bit of an evil mistress to play with because you're driving right into that sun, and it makes it really tough. So oftentimes when the sun's higher in the sky, we've seen guys go really fast and hold pole for a long time.
And we had a couple of guys opt out of Power Hour this morning, and that's something that you often did back in the day. And, probably for those reasons. Any other strategic reasons there?
In case we broke the car, we'd have more time to fix it.
There we go. Absolutely. That's always important. Bryce is just flying down that drop. That's loose and scrabbly. I don't think we've raced down that before, but it's actually quite nasty to drive down. I drove it this morning, and the speeds these guys are coming down it at now is just awesome.
Yeah, that section right there where Bryce is right now flows so amazing. That's such great turns right there.
Especially in the UTVs. They just seem to really love those sand washes. Bit of a lighter, more nimble car than the bigger Ultra 4s and the EMC vehicles, and the four-wheel drive with the open front diff at times. It's just fun to drive.
Yeah, so see how Bryce took a little bit more of a left line here. He's getting a little high ground. Let's See what he does here coming to the top of resolution.
And I'm just waiting for a score on Ron Clark. I'll bring it to you when I see it come up on my screen here.
Yeah, Bryce was 25 feet left of where everybody else was going.
Yeah, there's a lot of lines through here, and these guys had some time to pre-run it. They've been out last week before the Desert Challenge started. They haven't been able to get out here the last couple of days with the Desert Challenge being underway, but there were a lot of guys out late last night pre-running, checking the lines, looking at what they wanted to do, and also dealing with the Sunday night backdoor crowd as well when they're trying to pre-run. It would have been fun out there. And we're just hearing Ron Clark, who just finished, he's just set 4th place with an 8:17, blistering time, 17 seconds off the leader. I don't know, maybe if he dropped backdoor, he might have been right up with Brock. That time is, so close to what I think the backdoor detour costs you, 15, 20 seconds. Maybe that'll be the difference. But safe run, extremely fast run. We're watching Bryce get to the bottom of resolution. We'll see whether he runs down backdoor or takes that bailout. I've already had one guy this morning break his transmission because that's a high horsepower climb getting out that sand hill. It's not as easy as it looks.
Yeah, that sand's always super loose in there, and you can drive off backdoor. You can definitely make time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's carrying great speed right here. He's taking the sand.
He's taking the detour as well. We're also watching the 9013 of Kyle Park. He's off the line and out the back of our course, coming around the trapdoor area and up through the sand. There's a lot of sand on this qualifying course, but buried in a lot of that sand are some real gotcha rocks this year. We've already seen a few flat tires, a couple of broken tie rods. The front end of these UTVs isn't as strong as some of the bigger cars that we're going to be racing the next couple of days. So these guys have to be very careful, even with the significant upgrades and really cool parts they're running. It's really easy to rip the front out of these guys if you go a little bit too fast and get off course.
So Ben, what's Pole's time right now for Brock?
Pole is 8 minutes, pretty much flat, 8 minutes and 0.7 of a second. So great time there. What do you think the fastest qualifier is going to do in power hour? If someone jumps off backdoor, where do you think they're going to end up?
Did Brock go around in the sand?
I don't know that. I'll have to find out.
Where's McGrath sitting right now? Yeah, I think he was in 6th. Now he's down to 13th.
Jeremy's down to 13th.
That's his first race, not being naturally aspirated. That's pretty exciting.
Absolutely.
We definitely have some Greaves coming in the power hour. We have some other fast guys. I mean,
we have the whole Can-Am team, previous kings. Menzies is looking fast as he re-enters the short course through the Ford Bronco Arch. Bryce has raced short course for a long time, so he should be at home on this sort of stuff. Wow, as Kyle Park just blasts through the drop. It is just incredible watching these cars come down that drop. Bryce launching it on the jump after Can-Am corner. That car looks nice and planted as it turns. It's cool looking at the suspension technology on these UTVs. They're an off-the-shelf vehicle, but nothing that's rolling around here is like it left the dealer lot. There's sway bars with shock absorbers on it. There's all these different brands of shocks that guys are running, all different ways of doing it on these UTVs. As Bryce crosses our finish line, everyone seems to have a different opinion on what works and what's good for the rock race. As Bryce sets 12th place on our list, just behind Terry Madden with a 8:40. So not as fast as we thought it was, but still a nice solid time. Now he's the first of our UTV Opens, so we should be seeing these times really drop as we get into the open class. These vehicles are a lot more modified than the previous classes we've been seeing this morning. And a fair amount more allowed to be done on them to get that performance. I'm being told he's first in class, but that might be because he is the only one that's run in that class. So he'll hold that until someone else runs, And Kyle Parks looks like he's going to push him. Kyle's been moving really nice around the track. And we've also got Ronnie Anderson on the cross grain now, heading out of town. Andersons have been racing here for a long time, long history at King of the Hammers as well. His brother RJ has raced here, and Ronnie's out here to really do well. He was asking me a few questions this morning, and he's really pumped to be back here. So these two vehicles are actually interesting to look at. Kyle Parks' Can-Am has sort of everything on it you'd expect of a desert race, rock race car for long distance, racing the whole day. And a lot of the other ones we're seeing sort of set up like that, where they've still got all the light bars on and a lot of stuff. Ronnie's car is stripped. It doesn't have a spare on it. There are no light bars on it. The winch is on it, that's required. But pretty much everything else that doesn't need to be there for qualifying. He must be, 200-300 pounds lighter than anyone else that I've seen in the lineup. So he's obviously got some strategy there. But Kyle Park taking the bypass again.
Yeah, a little more dedication to your short course setup and knowing that your qualifying setup's going to be. He's probably lightened the spring rate up in the back of that car a little bit to make up for taking the weight off. And, those are the kinds of things that really make a difference. I mean, you see that with the Race of Kings with Jason Shear every year. He strips his car and goes full short course setup. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and these guys put the time in to work out what works. And some will even have a different set of rear shocks that they can just bolt in with completely different valving and save a bit of time in the switchover. But they do have a few days to fully prep these vehicles and get them ready for their race on Thursday with us. So I'm sure they'll put all the bits back on, because I wouldn't want to be out there in the long track without a spare tyre.
Yeah, he's carrying some speed right there.
I did notice that his co-driver was with him in lineup, so I imagine that they've got two of them in there. But we saw this morning some electing to leave that co-driver seat empty as well. Now, this is a pretty long qualifier. Things can happen. I kind of think I'd run a co-driver, but with the UTVs, the weight makes such a difference. Some of them are leaving them behind. Kyle Park coming back into town. Obviously cleared our backdoor bypass nice and easy. He's looking fast. He's looked really good around the track. On the start line, the 49.08 of Jeffrey Donder. See, this is one, Tom, that looks like it's got all the gear left on it. It's got lights everywhere. It's got spare tyre. Much bigger vehicle than Ronnie Anderson's, even though they're probably built off the same Polaris to start with.
Yeah, shorter wheelbase and narrow definitely helps in the rocks, but when you're in the desert, it's a different beast.
Absolutely. Like, I've never raced UTV at King of the Hammers, but I've done a lot of UTV racing back at home in Australia, and I spend a lot of time in my side-by-side back there because I don't have a race car anymore. They are a lot of fun, but I like the wider stance. I know a lot of these guys use the skinnier Can-Ams and then put longer arms on them and change a few things. It all comes down to setup, I guess, for these events.
Yeah, I think anywhere you could be here going between the rocks, you're obviously always going to be faster than having to drive over them.
Absolutely. And driving these UTVs in the rocks is actually quite similar to driving what you're used to, the independent car in the 4400 in the rocks, because you've got to take a completely different line from, say, our EMC competitors and solid axle 4400 competitors. The actual way you drive these is very different. And trying to keep tires in different places and keep your momentum moving and slide over the top of things in your belly.
Yeah, definitely the offset that you have on the bottom of a IFS car is tremendously different. Yeah, you basically just try to get the front end up and then keep it moving down the center of the car, and that's the safest place to take a rock. Keep the A-arms clean. Like right now, that rock that rolled with Ronnie, that thing that could have bit his front left. Hopefully not. Looking smooth off backdoor.
Ronnie taking backdoor. He's the first of our open competitors to take backdoor. Kyle Park was 19th, so not quite as fast as we thought he would be. Back with just beat Robbie Gordon's time, pushed Robbie Gordon to 20th at 9:03 as Ronnie's in the sandwash heading back to town. We've got Jeffrey Donder on track, and Mark Welch, I believe, is lining up, ready to go next in the 88. Ronnie is flying through there. That thing is nimble and nicely balanced, isn't it?
Yeah, he's staying up in those big holes right there really well.
A lot of guys taking that nicer right-hand line. It's smoother, but it's slower. He smoked through there and driving really nicely.
Yeah, this time of day, it's a perfect time right there. The sun's not killing you coming around that corner in that cross grain.
And that little bit of rain we had a week ago has just settled this dirt down nicely. We've got a bit of dust, but not too much that running 3-4 minutes behind the guy in front is going to affect you.
No, a beautiful amount of precip here on that last storm we had, and it always makes for a great race course out here.
There you go, that shot showing the empty rear end of that vehicle as he comes back onto our short course. Ronnie, another one with a short course background. I'm sure he'll make nice work of these corners.
His winch is dragging right there. Hopefully that doesn't hit anything.
Yeah, something's come loose in the front of that.
Bet he stuffed the nose into the rocks a little bit coming off back door, and it popped his soft shackle off or his hook off.
Yeah, he definitely didn't lift much coming down back door, so he was moving nicely, and something's come a little loose, but he's skied it over our finish line jump, and we'll have his time shortly.
Looked like a great run.
It looked clean, didn't it?
Yeah, he looked smooth. Excellent. 7:43, you guys, for Ronnie Anderson.
Wow, that's a smoking time. He dropped backdoor, so our new leader has dropped backdoor as part of his run, as Mark Welch in the 88 takes the start.
And how many seconds was it there, Mr. Ben?
I figured it was 15 to 20, and that's exactly what he's beaten Brock Hager by. So we need to find out if Brock dropped backdoor or not. I reckon John will be able to tell us when he comes back into the booth. So we've got Mark Donda, Jeffrey John Donda. Sorry, I butchered that. Jeffrey Donda coming down the drop. Oh, there we go. Big jump on the top of the hill outside of Hammertown as Mark Welch makes his way out into the cross grain. We've got some great action here. Our drone footage is just phenomenal this year. It's really working well. And what this production team is bringing us is just mind-blowing from the middle of nowhere. Every year it just gets better and better.
It's pretty crazy, isn't it, Ben?
You think 18 years ago, it was a couple of dudes in a musty pirate van.
Yeah, we
with
were talking about a
borrowed
cell phone
satellite dish.
a cell phone bush.
Yeah, and now we've got this. It's just incredible what it's come from and what we're at now.
Yeah, we have a Ferris wheel this year.
Yeah, absolutely.
General store.
There is everything here. And some of these ones have been here the whole time. You know, PCI have been here from almost the beginning, I believe, and the merch booth with Roxy. You know, some of these guys have been around since the beginning, but there's also so much new stuff here this year.
A lot of good food. You can't go wrong if you're hungry.
Absolutely. There's some great food vendors in town. I had some tacos last night from Cowboy Tacos. They were great. We'll have to explore around a bit more over the week and find out what else is good. Mark Welch's UTV up there, it looks pretty custom built there. It's not much either Polaris or Can-Am. From memory, this thing's a Polaris underneath. It really is a tube frame with some panels, isn't it?
Yeah, it definitely has a lot of clearance. I walked by that thing on the way over from BFG, walking over here around lunchtime, and I got to walk by that car and walk by the guys lined up, and that thing is impressive how much clearance it has in the rocks.
And Mark's been here for a few years. Been out here competing at King of the Hammers for a number of years and brings his vehicle back looking good. Again, he stripped the spare off the back of that too and looks like he's moving pretty good. Ahead of him on course, we've still got Jeffrey Donda. He's at the bottom of Resolution. So we'll see if he's going to chase down that backdoor drop and chase a slightly better time, or if he'll play it safe and go up the outside and take the Sandhill exit. Mark making it look easy coming up that sand. This sand is super fun to qualify on. It just drives so nicely. It's reasonably forgiving. It's a lot of fun. It'd be great to be out there in one of these today.
Yeah, especially after a nice rain we had. Just perfect loam.
Jeffrey is just picking his way down Resolution. There's a couple of things that'll bring you unstuck there. I did a course inspection of it this morning, and it's pretty cool in there. We've seen a couple of rollovers, but most people making it through pretty well. Mark just flying down that downhill and into the desert. That is super cool out there.
Yeah, that spot right there, that berm is amazing.
These open guys are going to start setting some pretty fast times. I think we're going to see some pretty cool runs ahead. I'm looking into next hour. I see JP and Raul Gomez in the 2 o'clock hour coming up next, along with CJ Greaves and a few others there. So that's going to be very fast. And then we jump into the power hour, started by Max Gordon and finished by Kyle Cheney, our current king. And everyone in between that, they are going to be fast.
Yeah, I think the Gomez's are going to be in speed cars.
Yeah, I believe there's some deal on there, because Robbie told me he's going to run 4,400 again this year, so I imagine he'll be in a Gomez pre-runner, and Robbie has put them in his speed cars to come race with us out here today in the UTVs.
I like it.
So we have a reigning 4,400 king coming up next hour, and a bunch of big names coming up in the hour after that. Well, there's plenty of big names in all these hours. It's a great list and a lot of talent, a lot of effort gone in by these crews.
Yeah, going to be action-packed through 3 o'clock.
Jeffrey Dondas has just rounded our bypass cone, so he's gone out the side. Mark Welch, he's a fair way down Resolution. He's put a lot of time on the guy in front of him. Passing one of our stranded competitors from earlier. We'll have to wait until we're finished with qualifying to get those guys out. Unfortunate that's a long day for them, but you got to get to the bottom on this one. This option here, left to right, that Mark's driving through, the left-hand turn, left-hand side, we've seen a lot of guys go through fast, pretty fast. The right-hand side's a little bit more technical, but I actually think it flows a bit better.
I like the right too, Ben, actually. I've driven that right more than I have the left.
That's probably the only bit in Resolution where there's a bit of a technical decision. The further up where they're sort of pivoting down, where we saw those rollovers earlier, that's just a simple drop off a ledge and turn left. But at the bottom there's that choice.
Out the dune.
Yeah, he's going for the bypass as well. What a shame.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see where it stacked up.
But it's fast time either way. Trying to keep it under control. He's got to drop off those shelves to get round. That's actually pretty quick. He got round there pretty good. We've got Jeffrey Donder coming back into town through the Bronco Arch. He's been nice and steady on this track. Very important that you do finish qualifying. If you come out and qualify and have an issue, it can really affect your race. Doesn't ruin it. You can definitely race from the back and have a lot of fun pushing through, but it definitely makes your day harder, doesn't it?
It sure does. I mean, I've started 98th before, and it's definitely not fun. The one thing that's nice, though, is you can relax, and the course is burned in, and you really don't have to expel too much energy trying to read your GPS.
Yeah, well, that's very important for, you raced a single-seater for a few years, didn't you? So, not having to rely on the GPS, that does have a benefit there. Then, opening the road as a single-seater would be interesting. I know Shannon's done that a few times and a few others. And
it's really hard.
That would be very difficult.
Yeah, especially if you make a mistake and hit your knuckles on the GPS screen and the screen's on the wrong screen, and then you're trying to figure out how to do it while bouncing off rocks.
Absolutely. That sounds like a Shannon story, and one that you've probably had as well. Okay, we've got Mark coming through the arch as Jeffrey comes over the finish jump. We'll have times for both of them pretty shortly. An action-packed afternoon here at the 2024 Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We're doing qualifying here. It's the 1 o'clock hour. We've got power hour coming up at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and it's going to be a great afternoon of qualifying. We qualify today for the UTVs, tomorrow for the EMC race, and Wednesday we qualify for the Nitto Race of Kings. Every day we have power hour at 3 o'clock. Tomorrow we're getting up a bit early. We're starting qualifying for the EMC at 7 a.m. So make sure you set your alarms, get out of bed, get ready to catch the action for the MC starting early. We've got Tony Ramos in the 4224. He's on course heading up our backside. He's through the drop. He's heading up the back of Resolution as Mark Welch comes across the line. I'll keep an eye out for his score. He looked pretty fast, Mark, so I think he's going to be up there maybe probably 10 to 12th as a guess. But we've got a few more cars out on course. Someone else is following Tony around. That should be the 211 of Michael Lee. I'll just have to wait and see when I can get a better view on that. Yep, the 211 of Michael Lee is out in that nasty cross grain, picking his way through those big rocks. There's a broken 1450 truck there still from the weekend. They obviously didn't get far out of Hammertown. I think pretty soon up is the rear tyres of the big school bus, which they're still trying to get off course from yesterday. That thing was wild. And got another competitor, Tony, going up the bypass. Sorry, no, that's top of Resolution, my mistake.
Yeah, he's all the way right line, cutting across.
Oh, yep, going across this side. Now, they're told they have to stay in the valley, so he's going to have to work his way back down, which he has. They can't ride that wall all the way down. There is a bit of a road that some people have cut in there, and that's not in the spirit of how this works. They've got to stay in the rocks. This is a rock race. Michael Lee putting in some miles out the back there. Resolution's a trail that changes a lot every year. Must get a lot of water down it and a lot of traffic, being so close to Hammertown.
A lot of wind comes down that valley.
Absolutely. It's pretty cool to see how it changes up. Just taking a quick back up there, getting a different line.
Yeah, the first year's motos went up, King of the Motos. So many of us were just dumbfounded that someone would be riding dirt bike and where the lines actually burned in at.
And now we're driving UTVs in it. Isn't that incredible? It's amazing to see. This event just pushes the drivers and teams and manufacturers to just improve and improve, and it's pretty cool to see the evolution of it.
To me, the whole conversation is average speed, and that really is the true testament to how fast someone's going when you can do huge desert loops and then all of the rock trails for multiple laps and then still have an average speed that's, we're creeping up into the 30-mile-an-hour average now, and that's huge for us to get out of the 20s.
Absolutely. These cars are just getting faster and faster and maintaining the pace for so much more of the race. Yes, they've been fast in the desert for a little bit, but the speeds in the rocks that those guys are just pushing now is just incredible.
Yeah, last year I was just talking to Miles about it. He gave me some stats because I've given him a hard time for a few years just about having as many of the stats as possible, because it's really what is the true telling of the race for me is the average speed. And he told me that Kyle Cheney averaged 37 miles an hour last year in the UTV race. And Jason Shear and Raul were right around 32 miles an hour.
Wow, that is incredible. But Shear and Raul would have run a lot more rocks. So your average is kind of skewed
totally.
in that way.
It's not apples to apples by any means.
I'd be interested to see what Kyle's average was when he ran the Race of Kings, because that's a pretty fair one. But these UTVs are fast. We saw them yesterday in the B3 class in the Desert Challenge, and they smoked the B2s, which are our Desert Class 10 competitors. They've really made some steps, and they're pulling some high horsepower and some decent travel in the front end now.
And they're factory drivers.
Absolutely. The support that these guys get.
No factory 10 guys out there.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And it's really cool to see the factories being involved in King of the Hammers. It's
100%.
really awesome to have the factory teams, their drivers out here participating in this. And, well, not just participating. They've been winning. They've been doing really well.
Laying it down.
So, they've been setting the standard for everyone else to try and beat. We've got Michael Lee cresting into Resolution as Tony Ramos runs back into our short course through the Bronco Arch.
That's Phil Blurton's dad coming to say hello right now.
In through our short course. What an amazing short course we've got this year. Every year the team builds something cooler and cooler. It's a lot of fun out there. They put a lot of effort in, and everything goes back to natural when we move out. You wouldn't even know it's been here. So pretty cool what we've got in this Hammertown short course area.
Yeah, Goodby and his guys, they do an incredible job knocking it out.
Yeah, they're out there working on every night, doing prep, putting water into it, trying to make sure we have an amazing race surface, and also so the cars look good so we can get some amazing footage of them as well to share with the world. Michael Lee's making his way down Resolution. Oh, a little bit tippy there. It's a good little drop off with the front left there. There's a big hole that you drop into. The car's kind of sideways to the right across the trail, and you're trying to turn left and drop in. And with the UTVs being sort of so rigid, they just get to that teetering point and they drop left hand down and just turn into the trail. And it is a tricky little spot there. I think that is the 131 of Phil Stratman that is now out the back near Trapdoor. He's through the cross grain, or getting through the cross grain and heading towards Trapdoor, as Michael Lee, another competitor, taking the bypass. These guys are all opting to be safe, take the little penalty on the time, and get the finish here. So I'm hearing Tony Ramos just crossed in 31st position. So nice, safe qualifying for him. I've also got Mike Welch's time, 16th, which I think is pretty close to where I thought he would be. 8:48. Nice, solid run. Just behind Jeremy McGrath, who we were talking about earlier. A few behind Bryce Menzies. But our overall leader still is that amazing run of 7:43 from Ronnie Anderson just recently. And that just looked like the time to beat today, I think.
I think Ronnie has it right now for sure.
Yeah, I think some of these guys this afternoon are really going to push him. I think Paul Wolf and some of the guys later, Cheney, he's really going to go in there. Kyle's going to get in there. We've got Mitch Guthrie, Hunter Miller, Travis Zollinger, always
great drivers.
Lays down. Johnny Greaves is in Power Hour. Cody Miller,
Deegan.
Cameron Steele,
Deegan.
Yep, absolutely. There's some huge names still to come. So, you know, Ronnie's sitting up there at the moment with that 7:43, but I don't know. I'm going to go for 7:36 as the UTV top qualifier. I reckon someone's going to get him by about 7 more seconds, and they're going to run backdoor. Okay, as we watch these guys come around and get their laps done, we're going to throw to some commercials and hear from some of our sponsors. We're back in Hammertown very shortly. Join us, stay with us. See you later.
So it's decided. We'll park even deeper into parking spaces so people think they're open.
Surprise. Can't hear you, Jerry.
Sorry. Yeah, can we get a system where when someone's bike is in the shop, then we could borrow someone else's?
No. Or you can get a quote with America's #1 motorcycle insurer and maybe save some money while you're at it.
All in favor of that?
There's a lot of buttons and knobs in here.
This is all of the hard work and all of those late nights culminating to this moment, and that feeling is just, man, it is unreal.
Okay, welcome back to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We've got a great day here in Hammertown. The sun is out. We've got a light breeze, and we are at qualifying, getting our start order for Thursday's race. I got Mr. Tom Ways in here. I'm Ben Napier. We're the old races commentary hour here, and we're trying to give you some great insight on what it goes on to be a racer in this event, and also tell you the stories that are happening out there right now.
Yeah, we got a beautiful day here. We got some great racing.
Absolutely. We've got the 3377 of Bryce Sparks coming back into Hammertown. If you were on premium, you would have seen everything while we were in commercials. But everyone else, welcome back. We've got 2 or 3 cars on course this afternoon at one time. We're trying to bring you as much of the action as we can, and it's been great today. Now, it's amazing how many people want to skip that Bronco arch, but Bryce just made it look easy, just smashing down there, not hitting anything in any way. He got that clean, didn't he, Tom?
Yeah, just knowing over the years, I mean, we've qualified over that knoll multiple times, watched people crash into the boulders on the backside. There's definitely a loose is fast on the outside line, split in the middle. There's some options in there.
Yeah, you've sort of got the 12 o'clock has a little drop in it that you've got to slow down for. The 10 o'clock slightly to the left is fast. That's what Bryce just came down. But there's kind of what I call the 7, 8 o'clock one, which is a hard left and short course down. That I haven't seen anyone do that today, but I reckon in Ultra 4 qualifying, I think King of the Hammers qualifying, I think we'll see a few people in that Racer Kings do that.
I remember watching Brian Crofts and a few other people jump that corner, and, you know, it's definitely there if you're going fast. I bet there's a couple seconds to be had right there.
Absolutely, and in this race, a couple of seconds matter. We saw the B2 race yesterday, decided by 0.6 of a second between first and second place. And I believe it was 20 seconds back to third place. So seconds matter even over 8-10 hours of racing. Okay, we've got the 600 of Jacob Shade on course. Now, he's got those red numbers, and that means he's a rookie, Tom. So he's the absolute opposite of you. This is his first King of the Hammers. And he's out here trying to learn how it all works, and they've got this great rookie program here where they mentor those guys and give them some tips from the guys that have been doing it a long time. And something pretty cool they introduced last year, and they brought it back this year. And I've really enjoyed what they've done with those guys to try and help them in their first year in the sport.
I mean, anytime you can take the green flag to take the start of King of the Hammers is a huge deal and unforgettable for anyone. I mean, the first time you sit there and you poured everything you have into it, your family, everybody's given everything they can, all your friends around you, you definitely know when you take the starting line.
Absolutely. And Jacob coming down that drop-off really cleanly. Wow, some amazing speed down there. He's got to make that hard right turn in the sand there. That thing bouncing around, but holding its line through there. That is a cool little wash berm there that you just hold your, get on the berm and just hold your foot down and ride the rails. And up through that resolution wash that we love so much. Still waiting for someone to really sky it on the top of resolution. I reckon we're going to see that this afternoon.
Couple embedded rocks right here that you really have to be careful with, but once you get your tires clean through here, you really can start attacking. But this last spot right here, he's taking a little bit higher line, leaves you a little bit less of that pinch rock for the sidewalls.
Yeah, I drove this morning and I thought that left-hand line was a lot cleaner, especially in a UTV. The right-hand line kind of pinches you in and you got to slow down a bit, whereas the left-hand line on that slab, you just get the front tires up and launch it up there and you're going to land up in the sand at the top.
He's going to have to turn a little bit coming off of here. There he goes.
Yeah, correcting and going down there. There's a fair few different options for entering resolution.
He's nice and smooth.
Yeah, looking clean. Smooth is clean, right?
A lot of people get flats on that front right there.
Yeah, we've seen quite a number of them today.
In the last 15 years, I think I've at least got a flat on that twice. Definitely driver error.
Couple of cool little drop-offs here. Probably smashed the front diff just then. The front of these Can-Ams and Polarises are not very high, and when you launch off something that steep, they tend to belly out as they land. Making his way through that pinch point there that we've seen a few issues on today. Jacobs through that. Our rookie is making good progress down resolution, looking really good. For his first time out here, he's making it look easy. Now let's see whether he's going to drop down backdoor on his first time qualifying at King of the Hammers, or is he going to take the bypass?
Let's see what he does here, Ben. He's looking right at the moment where he's going to choose.
Our production crew there keeping an eye on everything and bringing us the amazing visuals we're seeing as he takes that bypass, turns left and up over the top. We've got our recovery crew and course workers out there doing an amazing job. If you're here and you're wondering how you get an even better seat to the action, like watching the production show's great and it's really awesome, but if you want to have front row seat, come down and volunteer. They'll send you out on course where you can get as closer than anyone else to these cars and teams, and we're really thankful we have all these volunteers here to help us run this event.
Couldn't happen without them.
Absolutely. Okay, Jacobs coming back in towards backdoor. Great viewing area up there. We've got a Jumbotron up there. Hey to everyone watching at backdoor. It's the spot to be today, I think. And he's back in that sand wash trying to avoid those big rocks.
He's carrying great speed in the wash right here through the embedded rock section and the deep holes. He's carrying impressive speed right there.
Yeah, looks like he's just sort of touching in the center there. The grooves are getting deeper, so the skid plates of those cars are starting to cop it as they bounce through those big holes.
Makes it tough because you can't change and do little variances of the line as much. Sometimes you just have to stay in the rut.
Yeah, and these Can-Ams and Polarises are a bit skinnier than what we've had out racing the rest of the week. So the ruts are sort of quite a wide wheel track. And the side-by-sides tend to sort of shake around trying to find that groove to sit in. And it's a little bit different to driving some of the bigger cars we're used to. Okay, we've got the 817 of Brian Hamby off the start line, heading out to the desert. As we see Jacob Shade coming back in, finishing his run. He's had a really nice time for a rookie time here. We're going to see a good time. Probably another top 20 or top 25. He's been smooth and consistent all the way around the track. It's been great to watch this one. Brian Hamby out of Winchester, Tennessee. He's riding solo in this car, so single seat side by side he's got out there. It's a Polaris Pro R. His first Ultra 4 race was Moab in 2022. So he's almost a rookie as well. This is his first, or second King of the Hammers, sorry. As Jacob Shade finishes across the line, we'll grab a time from him in a minute.
I love all this cross grain through here. This is such a great section. It really just works you and the car to the limit.
And having this right off the start, there's no relaxing off the start here. There's no getting into the groove of it. You need to be switched on right from the beginning of this qualifying course. And we're going out the same way during the race as well. So straight away, side by side, 2-car action through all this cross grain during race week. It's going to be great. Okay, we've got Brian Hamby heading around the back. He's almost out of the cross grain. I think he might be our last car for the hour, so we'll stay with him until he's finished. And it's been a really great hour of qualifying, Tom. It's been awesome being able to share stories with you and look at all these new races and give some opinions here. It's been really good.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. It's been a great little bit here, and appreciate it.
So, to bring everyone at home up to speed while we're watching Brian finish his lap, Ronnie Anderson, our pole sitter currently in the Can-Am Open UTV class, he is 7 minutes and 43 seconds. He's got a 17-second lead on Brock Hager.
And Brock's in a pro stock.
Yeah, so
open.
That's a pretty great qualifying lap from a pro stock. Then we've got a bunch of pro mods following those guys. Todd Becket in third.
Tyler
Ramereed in fourth.
Ron Clark in fifth.
Then we've got Carson Atkins in sixth and Matt Zeller in seventh.
Dustin Robbins in eighth. Jay Shaw in ninth.
And wrapping up our top 10 of qualifiers, Tyler Gibbs in 10th. So we've got a great field already. This is setting our start order for the race on Thursday. And it's going to be an action-packed race, but we've got an action-packed afternoon. We've still got an hour more of normal qualifying. And then at 3 o'clock, we're going to launch into Power Hour, and that's going to be exciting.
Well, we got Brian Hamby coming up the back of Resolution, coming up the wash. He's going to be coming up to the top of Resolution any minute here, and look forward to seeing how he carries on the rest of the way down Resolution.
Yeah, he's making it look clean, driving nicely around that. He took that. Let's see whether he takes the left or right line here. He's going that left line that we were talking about with the slab. I think most people have taken that. I think it definitely is faster up there. You can see these UTVs bounce around a lot more than the bigger cars. They get really thrown around by the terrain a lot more. At some stages you are just a passenger almost. Wow, he's come straight across the top. Wow, there we go. How cool was that? He is getting after it, everyone. I asked if we were going to see someone jump into Resolution. He didn't quite jump, but he launched down that hill straight off that top section. I don't think I've seen anyone drive over that. They've either gone left or right so far.
No hesitation right there.
No.
Full commitment.
Not holding back one bit. And I'm hearing from the crowd, he has a broken wrist. So he's had a rough week and getting over that. So let's, wow, he's doing amazing. Big rock right there, straight over the top of it. As we said earlier, sending it down under the middle of the belly, protecting the A-arms, keeping the vehicle clean and undamaged. I'm not sure it's the fastest run we've seen today. There's been a few bits where he's been a little bit off the pace, but man, he is really throwing it down in these rock sections. Going that right-hand line at the right-left choice there, around that little pinch rock.
Let's see what he does here, Ben.
Coming down into backdoor, we're so he's taken the detour around there, going out to our backdoor detour around the barrel. So another one electing not to drop backdoor, which is disappointing because he was really on it in the rocks. Look at him crab walking across that side hill, just side surfing, yeah. Not sure if he has an issue with front wheel drive there. That car looks like it's in rear wheel only. A lot of dust coming out of the rear end of that car, but not much out of the front. Looking nice through the sandwash turns below backdoor. He's on his way back to Hammertown. Mate, this has been a great hour of qualifying here at the 2024 King of the Hammers Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. It's been awesome to see what these UTVs have done with this qualifying, and I'm really excited to see them race later in the week. We've got a huge week of events here at the 2024 Progressive King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto and powered by Optima batteries. And the action is just going to keep coming all week. We're going to bring in Brian Hamby, and then Tom and I are probably going to step out of the booth. And
he's got a flat tire, Ben. That's what it was.
Yeah, left. Right. He's clipped something at some stage, hasn't he?
Well, that'll just be a good finish for him then, if he can get in there and not tear anything up, and he'll be all right.
Yeah, and when you know you've got a flat tire, you're just sort of sitting there and hoping that carcass hole. He's got both rear flats. Wow. So that's why it's throwing so much smoke out of the rear of that car, or so much dust out of the rear of that car. So both tires flat, one coming off the rim. And when you get that flat, you just hope that you can spin it fast enough to sort of semi-inflate it, just using the rotational force of it, and that the carcass doesn't come apart. But looks like that rear left is starting to really affect him. I'm not sure the back of that car isn't bent. He might have hit something pretty hard in resolution. We saw him really throw down in resolution. He came over the top faster than anyone I've seen today, and he was really trying, but he's going to try and get this vehicle back to the finish line. It's gone from a race to just nursing it now, but he's almost here. He's not far. He's going to drag that thing back in on the hubs if he has to. One more turn for Mark Hamby. He's about to hit our Talladega corner and come across the finish line jump, and he will be done with his qualifying. Well, Tom, as Brian Hamby makes the finish line, I'd like to thank you for joining me this afternoon. It's been great to spend an hour with you at the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying. We're going to get you back later in the week to share some more stories and insights and your huge amount of knowledge about this event.
Looking forward to it, Ben. Definitely.
I'm excited to have you back. Sure. So thanks, Tom. I've been Ben Napier. We've got some new hosts joining us after this to lead us into the afternoon. I've just seen Miles and John step back into the booth, so I'm going to leave them leave you in their capable hands. Whilst they're getting ready, let's hear from our sponsors. We've got some more action to come at 2 o'clock.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
The gauge says it should work. The problem is, there's no way to know if the gauge works. That's why we made the Rousseau. There's no gauge because there's no pressure until you need it. Find out more at Rousseau.com.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. We are qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. I'm Miles Hasselquist. Alongside me is John Crowley, our UTV specialist. And talk about UTVs, it's been a good day.
Yeah, so since I left, Ronnie Anderson set the fastest time. That's awesome, 7:43. We were just in here kind of talking about where we're going to end up at the end of the day, and the consensus was somewhere around 7:30.
My guess a couple days ago was 7.5 minutes, and I don't know. It's going to be tough to break that. Yeah, you were just talking about that fastest time of 7:43 by Anderson.
Well,
and talk about the desert racers coming out here strong. Ronnie Anderson and Brock Hager with a great showing against all these rock racers.
Well, a couple short course guys. And some of the guys in Power Hour are short course guys, so it's really interesting to see the short course guys pivot over in the rocks and see what they can do.
And just off the line right there is the 4916 of Rich Burse and Carter Pearson out of Castle Rock, Colorado with Genesis Motorsports, part of the open class. Running a Can-Am X3, Genesis Heating and Cooling, Maxxis Tires, KMC Wheels, Progressive Signs, HCR. Help him get to the start line here for the qualifying run.
So we've got one more hour, and then it's Power Hour.
And it's going to be on.
So.
Well, there's pretty good names in this next hour as well. But, yeah, Power Hour is the biggest and baddest names in our sport for the Can-Am UTV Hammers champions.
So just in this next hour, I've got my eye on 3 different guys. You might have a couple more, but I'm looking at CJ Greaves.
That's a good name for sure.
And then we've got JP Gomez and Raul Gomez. And as we were talking to Robbie earlier today, they're both racing speed UTVs. So
brand new factory race cars. They're pretty sweet.
That is going to be super interesting to see those guys, what they can do on that car. Who else do you see?
It's a stacked field for sure. Cody Willenberg's in there, Robert Leebull. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun afternoon of racing. But I'm telling you, Power Hour is gonna really shake some things up. But I don't know if anybody's got anything for Ronnie Anderson. He took the back door. Brock Hager went around to through the desert loop, and it's 17 seconds ahead of Ronnie Anderson, which is super impressive.
Well, so Ronnie's racing a Polaris Pro R that's been actually stretched about 6 inches.
Okay.
So he's in the open class, and that allows you to make those types of changes. In addition to the Pro R being over 1,000 cc's, all the Pro Rs are pushed in that class as well. So the longer wheelbase is definitely an advantage to coming back down back door quickly.
We just got hooked up with some treats from the Tiny Pony. Make sure you check everything they have out at the outpost. That's just past the welcome gate next to the Ferris wheel. Yeah, that's right. There's a Ferris wheel hill. I would recommend heading that up in the dark, and you kind of get up above Hammertown. You can see all the sights. Lots of cool things. Well, they're having a special on Thursday night. Lots of great food from Tiny Pony and Sonora Brewing. So make sure you go check out the outpost. Off the line now is Adam Brown and Alan Clark riding shotgun out of Selma, Alabama, with all geared up racing, part of the open class, and another Polaris Pro R, AB Fab and Performance, Cryo Heat, all things UTV, CA Technologies, Clark Lawn and Care, MRT, Taylor Motorsports, Hess, and Dr. Power Sports. His first King of the Hammers is right now. He's one of our rookies.
Rich Burse making his way up to Resolution. That spot there climbing up that wash with that sand and those embedded rocks is pretty tough on tires.
Yeah, we've seen lots of flat tires. We saw quite a few flat tires today.
Yeah, we just saw when we came in the booth, we saw that the one with 2 rear flats, and earlier when Pam and I were in here, we had 2 on the same side.
Yeah, it was Mark McCleary, I believe. Earlier I saw that this morning. I was watching. Everybody's doing a great job today. We saw a couple little bottlenecks, but not too bad. I kind of like this 2.5-mile qualifier. Kind of lets them spread out a little bit, gives them a little more taste of what they're going to see on race day.
I heard you say 2.5. Is it really 2.5? It seems longer than that.
2.5, 3 was my guess. I don't know.
All right. We're not too technical here.
So Rich Burr still pushing along. And Adam Brown. Still that fastest time to beat is 7 minutes and 43 seconds by Ronnie Anderson. And just look at the different terrain. We have desert in the bottom right, rocks in the top left. Really shows you the difference of what we have out here in Johnson Valley, California.
Well, and on this course, too, you've got that wash leading up to Resolution that's just all sandy with all those rocks in it.
I was going to say, but with some hidden rocks in it.
Yeah. And that the drone drop, I don't know how that we came up with that name, but that hill is pretty crazy, too.
So it looks like he's taking the wide line. I'm surprised we haven't seen a rollover on that tight corner on that barrel because it's off camber and those big ruts there that everybody's playing it pretty safe.
Yeah, Ian and I talked about that earlier. That rutted coming down into those ruts is really sketchy. A lot worse than it looks here on the drone views we've been seeing.
So top 10, we have Tyler Gibbs in 10th, then Jay Shaw, Dustin Robbins, Matt Zeiler in 7th. 6th is Carson Atkins. 5th is Ron Clark. 4th is Tyler Rimreed. 3rd is Todd Becket. 2nd is Brock Hager. And on that pole position right now is Ronnie Anderson.
Yeah, I was out on course watching some of you guys pre-run out, and I was at back door, and Ronnie's brother, RJ, is there kind of coaching him on where to go and everything.
I don't remember seeing RJ on the list this week, but I saw him here.
Yeah, he's just here supporting his brother. I told him he was chicken.
You never know.
Or maybe he's smart. I don't know.
Coming through the Bronco Arch. Rich Burrs has a couple more Can-Am corners yet to go. He's in the Ford Performance short course for this qualifier.
Wow. That was a good climb on that far left coming up and over the saddle in the Resolution.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit quicker going to the, either straight over or to the left just a tick.
He's carrying some pretty good speed coming down Resolution.
It's hard to tell which screen you're watching. They're both got some exciting stuff.
Yeah.
And don't forget to go to kingofthehammersultimate.com. That's where you can get our live coverage for our YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe, buy that premium package, and then you can get the multi-view too, so you can watch literally every single camera we have. It's a really cool behind-the-scenes look at what you can do. So we'll get a time for Rich Bursch here in just a little bit. He's in that 30th position, so mid-pack, not too shabby. That's the 4982 of Jeff Bachman and Daniel Becker riding shotgun out of Granby, Colorado with Dumpster Fire Off-Road, part of the open class. And that Polaris four-seater that's been modified. Warren, Alpine Motorsports, Raceline Wheels, ITP, North Lights, the Pit Guys, Kansas Line and Tire, HCR,
Does it actually say in their notes that it's a 4-seater? Because that almost looks like a stretched 2-seater or a chopped 4-seater.
I think it's a chopped 4-seater.
Okay.
Yep, modified. I think it started life as a 4-seater and they brought it back down.
It's a little easier to take out stuff than to add.
Yeah, Joe Gould started that machine and then handed it down to some of his teammates. Obviously, the stretch is better in the desert, but sometimes it can hurt you in the rocks. You know, there's a happy medium somewhere in there.
Well, it's better for backdoor.
Well, you're right there.
But if you're going to go up jackhammer, it might be a little bit tougher.
Oh, and we got a stopped one. Somebody's, looks like there's room to get around. Is that Adam Brown, possibly?
Yeah, I think most people have been going around that right-hand side, so I think he's out of the way enough.
Again, a huge shout out to Can-Am, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Optima Batteries, Nitto, Progressive Insurance, Sylvania Off-Road, Griffin Radiators, AMSOIL, PCI Race Radios, CA Technologies, Furman Generators, King Shocks, LaserNut, Beast Unleashed, Pacifico, Share My Coach, Factor 55, ARB, Russo Eliminator Fire Extinguisher, Max Trax, Ibach, The Spring of the Hammers, El Monte RV, Warren, VP Racing Fuels, Yukon Gear and Axle, Brannick Motorsports, and Curry Enterprises. So please support who supports the sport. Without all these amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here today. For the King of the Hammers. So if you're building a race car, a mall crawler, a tow rig, check out some of these amazing companies.
I think that's Michael Carpenter just out on the cross grain area. He almost swapped ends there.
Yeah, he's a late entry, so I didn't get to do my homework on him. But at least he's out here racing with us in the open class. And that just shows you how gnarly that first little section is. There's some really deep G outs there, and he's running hard and catching them. And the back end's donking a little bit, but it's still staying together.
Yeah, he needs a little bit more compression in that rear end. He's got some serious G-outs going on.
Jeff Bachman, your top left, making it up over Resolution. We'll see if he takes that right, safer side or kind of straight up and over the preferred quicker route. I was having a fun chat with Tom Ways before he hopped in the booth earlier, and he said, yeah, just go straight over and just kind of, you can just kind of skim, just get a barely little bit of air, and you'll be good to go.
It's always fun when you can't see where you're going. Yeah, water's fine.
So Carpenter in your bottom right, Jeff Bachman in your top left. A little bit of desert racing.
Both of them in the open class.
Bachman's getting ready to drop back door. And we were just talking about the wheelbase. That's definitely going to be a little helpful.
Well, we'll see if he even takes back door.
I guess he still has some options. Trying to pay attention to too much stuff. Got mixed up where he was at.
Yeah, just because it says backdoor doesn't mean it's backdoor yet. It's the backdoor drone.
A lot of racing yet to come. We watched the desert races all weekend long, and we had the fun Class 11 showdown presented by Baja Vida and Impy. That was a fun one to watch yesterday. Woo-hoo. Carpenter's getting all sorts of loose in the desert. Yeah, his rear suspension needs tweaked a little bit. So you see the track straight ahead of Bachman right there. We'll see if he goes left through the desert or takes a right going down towards back door. But again, with the wheelbase, I think I'd drop back door. Saves a little bit of time. Ronnie Anderson shaved 17 seconds off of Brock Hager. And Brock Hager, who won the B3 race overall yesterday, was sitting really pretty this morning and had a great time, had a minute lead for quite some time.
I thought Robbie was going to hold on to the first place for longer than he did, and boom, it was not too long.
Brock Hager's an animal. So Bachman does head towards back doors. You see some of our volunteers making sure everything's running safe and smooth. The first little ledge. Now he'll get lined up and drop the big ledge. Definitely seems to be more filled in than years prior.
It does. That seemed really nice and smooth.
Yeah, there's some sand and some other rocks in there. I know people have been out there the last week or so having fun at night.
We always talked about it when we were racing and coming down back door that someone's going to get out there early in the morning and fill it in.
It could happen. Or, yeah, wait till everybody's done partying and send a couple of your crew members out there.
Yeah, somebody get out there early in the morning. Now, do you know in the race on Thursday, did they come down Resolution and backdoor once or twice?
That's a good question. I should know that.
Yeah, calling Ben.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, race day is going to be pretty wild because it'll be a 2-lap race for these guys and gals as Bachman enters the Ford Performance Ford qualifying short course.
Michael Carpenter's coming in the Resolution, and we should have CJ Greaves up next.
Yeah, that's a well-known name for sure. Up in Wisconsin, has multiple Pro 4 championships, and does really well in the UTVs as well. They were on the pole position a couple years ago.
That was back when they were racing for Yamaha, he and his dad, and now they're on Team Polaris.
Yeah, they switched over probably about a year ago now, if I remember right. So Jeff Bachman should be getting a time for him in just a few moments. Oh, we got another one on our side. Looks like Carpenter flopped over.
We've had a couple flops right there.
Yeah, that's right where there was 2 of them flipped over this morning.
Yep.
So hopefully they can get self-righted or our recovery crew can make quick work.
It's kind of just a waterfall with a left-hand turn, and you get just over a little bit too far, and it's easy to flop.
Yeah, hit a rock just with the wrong tire. So Jeff Bachman grabbing the Yukon launch, grabbing the checkered flag. And there is CJ Greaves.
Based upon how fast he's going, I think that's CJ.
Yeah, CJ Greaves on your bottom right. With Dev Dog Dawes out of Green Bay, Wisconsin, with Greaves Motorsports, part of the Open class, with the Polaris Factory Racing, Pro R, Monster Energy, Toyota, Toyo Tires, Vision Wheels, VP Racing Fuels, Fox, Rugged, Victory Sign, Impact, and Beyond Redline. His first King of the Hammers was back in 2017. He's gotten a couple firsts and a couple seconds with Ultra 4. 8 Pro 4 championships, John. This guy can drive anything.
And again, he's a short course guy. All these short course guys coming around over to the race in the rocks, and they bring that short course mentality into this race. And in the last 4 years, we've really seen the speeds pick up in the rocks.
It's very, very impressive.
I think it's all mostly because of the short course guys.
And I doubt that CJ has communication. I don't know. Maybe he does, but does he know somebody's in Resolution? Because is this going to be another issue where he can choose to rerun or not? We'll see if it affects his run, but it looks like Trotter and his team are in there actively trying to right Carpenter as CJ's getting closer. He's going to be in there in a minute, so I don't know. This could be a little dicey. So CJ Greaves making his way up towards where Carpenter took a little tumble. Got the high and wide with the drone.
I think they're going to get Carpenter out of the way in time.
They're starting to move him. Man, it's going to be close. He's getting there. And look at CJ. He is flying through there. That Monster Energy back Polaris really making some moves. And look at this. He did take a spare tire off for qualifying, trying to get a little lighter weight.
And no co-dog. Pretty sure I didn't see a co-dog in there.
So he's got Dev Dog riding co-dog during the race. But, yeah, strategy for, taking a little weight off. Trying to be a little bit quicker in this UTV. For the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying. What a wonderful week it has been. Couple weeks. We started out with the Liqui Moly King of the Motos. That was a fun one to watch. And the Toyo Tire Desert Challenge. And now we're getting to the rock racing.
Yeah, see, look at CJ just took that straight up and over in the saddle.
And just kind of floated. I mean, he didn't jump it, but the suspension unloaded, and he was able to just cruise right on up and over. And he is coming up to where we got the block trail. We'll see if he's able to get around or if they're going to slow him down or stop him.
No, they got a yellow flag up ahead. This is where we had to roll before. It's pretty tough to take that inside line without rolling.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to sneak through or if he's going to decide to take a rerun.
Yeah, they've got him blocked off.
Yep, so I assume CJ will sit there and have to take a rerun. So tough break for there, but safety first for sure for our racers and our recovery crew. Yeah, that's he had a great run going, so that's a good pre-run for his. He'll have to reset. I mean, it's apples and oranges. Is that a good thing or not to have that little pre-run going at first? Run up and kind of give him a rundown on what's going to happen. We'll obviously let USAC make that final call. But I assume he'll cruise back to town and get re-racked.
Just saw some of the guys coming through that are lining up for Power Hour. It was Paul Wolf.
Paul Wolf's racing a couple cars during the UTV. He's got a fill-in driver. So the story behind the scenes on that one is you have to start or finish. So Paul's going to start in his UTV, race the whole race, hopefully beat his teammate, and then his teammate will pull off right before the finish line. Paul's going to hop into the pits and drive across the line. So racing two different classes, getting everything set up for the rest of the season. Kind of interesting strategy.
I don't understand.
Looks like Carpenter is righted. We've got over 200 volunteers out here helping put this on. So if you see somebody in a volunteer vest, give them a high five, give them a handshake, throw them some team swag if you have, because it takes an army to put this complete event on. It's a lot of behind-the-scenes work, but it's awesome that everybody's here to do it. For the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries.
And we have got official notice that they are going to let CJ take another run at it, as we figured.
Yeah, which only makes sense. So tough luck for CJ, but he'll get another stab at it. There's lots of information flowing through the PCI race radios. And obviously Carpenter's going to take a rear start.
Chris Corbin on the line, getting ready to start.
It sounds like they're just, getting with race-offs, making sure the course is clear, which we just saw it is. So he should be taking off here very soon. And that is a built machine there.
It's a bit of a stretch.
So Chris Corbin and Clark Aguirre, number 4213 out of Post Falls, Idaho, with Corbin Customs Works Racing in the open class, and that Polaris Pro R, Lone Star Racing, Evo Power Sports, Method Race Wheels, and this is his first King of the Hammers race.
Wow. Quite the car for your first race.
Yeah, pretty impressive. There's a lot of nice machines.
Don't
here.
hold back.
Yeah, just look at that thing. It looks brand new.
Yeah, that's a few more than bolt-on parts.
Yeah, hopefully they take a nice picture for a before and after. You're just sitting there waiting, you got your helmet on, your belts are tight, and the butterflies are starting to flow.
Starting?
Starting to get bigger and bigger.
Okay.
Yeah, when that Polaris Pro R first came out, man, that thing is big and it's cool. It's got a lot of nice stuff on it. You've been around those things quite a bit too, right, John?
Yeah, I've driven in my share of Pro Rs.
You've driven about every UTV out there, haven't you?
Pretty much. I've been in a speed UTV, but I haven't been behind the wheel.
All right. I've been able to check out Robbie's shop there in Lake Havasu and walked around them, and they're pretty cool. He really brought the racer mentality into building it.
Yeah, and we've got 3 speed UTVs coming up. JP Gomez, Raul Gomez, and Max Gordon in Power Hour.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it shakes out. I believe Chris Corbin races with the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. So he's fresh to King of the Hammers, but not fresh to racing. So cool. Everybody tuning in all over the world. Go to kingofthehammersultimate.com and get to our YouTube page. Subscribe, buy that premium package so you don't miss any of the action.
So top 10 there is split by, what, 41 seconds?
That's pretty impressive. Anderson really 17-second lead in qualifying is very impressive. Chris Corbin out there with clean air in front of him because we know the course did get cleared. CJ Greaves will rerun his qualifying run. It's been a lot of great racing action. Thanks everybody for tuning in for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Oh, did you see that? Was that the spare tire off the bus you just passed? I think I saw it laying out there.
Oof.
It was just to the right, a couple 100 yards back. Getting a little air time.
Moving. Great view of how rough this terrain is.
Remember, they raced on this direct spot the last couple days, so it's really getting beat up. They're going to take a right here and get off of yesterday's race course here in a little bit. Looks like that's Kyle Sturkay patiently awaiting a takeoff. What a great day of qualifying we have, and lots more to come. So be sure not to go anywhere. Again, get that premium package. We'll be right back after this.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so.
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
This is all of the hard work and all of those late nights culminating to this moment, and that feeling is just, man, it is unreal.
Buck on top of the box, baby.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship qualifying. You're watching Chris Corbin on your top left, and on your bottom right, taking off was Kyle Sturkay, running by himself out of Linden, North Carolina, with East Coast Cowboys Racing in that open class. And an ECC Racing Can-Am X3, Bullet Wheels, Super ATV, Hammerdown Enterprises, Whale Speed, and he is a rookie here for the 2024 King of the Hammers.
And he's not holding back. I've already seen dust come over his hood a couple times.
It's in there a little bit too hard there.
That rookie jitters. It's like, okay, breathe.
Yeah, and think about being a rookie and then going out and running this by yourself with no navigator. That's a little tricky.
Sometimes you need somebody to say, hey, whoa, slow down a little bit.
Pump the brakes, yeah. Looks like Corbin's heading up and over Resolution. We'll see if he goes out in the desert or down back door. Sturkay's still pushing some dust out in the desert. You saw that blue arrow. That's for the qualifying run. It kind of points you in a different direction than main race day. I'm sure CJ Greaves will be coming back into town any moment to do his rerun.
Flat tire. He's going down back door, too.
Yeah, right rear flat for Chris Corbin. Tough break there. A front tire would be worse going down back door, so at least he's got that go. Ooh, and just plows that big rock. So he's dropping the big ledge as we speak.
Yeah, that drop didn't look like anything in that stretch per hour. That extra wheelbase makes a huge difference.
He's going to lose some time in the short course heading through it down the back door wash. And Sturkay up and over, getting a little bit of light, so he's still pushing hard. See if he can keep all his tires underneath him.
Doesn't seem like that flat tire is slowing Chris down much.
We've seen a few of them pushing hard with flat tires. I remember Mark McClary had 2 flats, and he was still running pretty hard. Sturkay is still pushing his way.
The drone almost got taken out by the rocks.
Speaking about the drones, the coverage this year has really stepped it up. I mean, Hammer King Productions has been bringing some great coverage for a long time, and it just keeps getting elevated. I remember the first time a drone came out, they're like, oh, drones are nothing. The helicopter's where it's at. Well, now helicopters are cool, but these drones really are impressive. So a huge shout out to everybody behind the scenes with Hammer King Productions making this happen. I think we've got 30-plus camera guys out there, or will be on main race day. Multiple helicopters, more drones than stick cameras. That camera that's in the jump's pretty cool there in the short course. So Chris Corbin, a couple more turns to go. Getting a time for him here shortly. One last Can-Am corner. He'll hit the Yukon launch.
Kyle is moving down Resolution.
Yeah, we'll see if he turns to the desert or drops back door. I do think it is quicker to do drop back door if it's smooth.
There's one pretty big boulder right in at the first step down that's kind of in the way a little bit, and that's been causing a little bit of a pause. But I think you're right. It's still faster if you go straight down back door. And Kyle is going to go back down back door.
And off the line you see in the top left is the 778 of Jason Tidwell and his brother Levi riding shotgun out of Gravette, Arkansas with PST Racing in the open class. And his Can-Am running Fox, BFG, Raceline, and PRP.
Wow.
And
Kyle is on it.
He is. He's pushing hard. Sturkey is pushing hard all the way to the end. So on my start list, we're missing JP and Raul Gomez in those speed cars. I'm not sure if they're going to make it to qualifying or not.
They better.
I sure hope so.
Come on.
And there's CJ Greaves. He's got his reruns. We'll get a time for him. CJ was right at this spot last time that car was, Carpenter was rolled over, so he's got a clean run this time. Oh, we got another one stuck.
Oh, that one's been there a little while.
Okay.
There's two in Resolution that are broken and left there.
We'll get them recovered later on this evening when there's a little more time. Sturkey's back in the infield. So CJ Greaves making his way. Is he going to head to the desert or back door? He does take a hard left, so he's taking the safer route. He'll have to go kind of hard left here and then take a hard right around that cone and head back towards Hammertown. It's crazy. It doesn't show you how off camber and how steep this is with those cross grain ruts right there. Oh, a huge bicycle. I was just talking about that. I'm surprised somebody hadn't rolled there, and CJ just stands on the bike but doesn't let out of the throttle, steers into it, and is rocking and rolling.
And Kyle's coming in with a front right tire or front left tire flat.
Yeah, we saw him pushing hard, and he pushed a little too hard.
Well, if anybody's going to save a bicycle, I'd put money on CJ.
Absolutely. Do a little stunt riding.
Not his first rodeo.
Man.
Yeah,
CJ's moving. This is going to be a good time. So CJ about to go through the Bronco Arch and into the Ford qualifying short course. Man, he's pushing hard. Everybody's running hard today. And it's about to get even faster and faster. Our power hour is just a few minutes away.
This is definitely a top 5.
Yeah, I'm going to guess this is going to be right around that 8-minute mark. He is moving.
Yeah, see, he's running without a co-dog and without a spare tire, too.
Jason Tidwell still making some good time in the bottom right, but we'll get a time for CJ Greaves here shortly. He got cut short on his last lap, so this is a clean route. He's going to sky it out here one last time, grab the checkered flag, slow her down. So we'll get a time for CJ Greaves. I'm sure it's a top 10. Third position with a 7:53, CJ Greaves. No, that's going to push him into second position. Wow, so second position goes to CJ Greaves with that 7:53. The second person getting under that 8-minute lap. That is super crazy. But still 10 seconds slower than Ronnie Anderson. 7 seconds faster than Brock Hager.
And our top 3 are all short course racers.
There's a lot of short course out there for sure, but there's some real rocks back there, so they still have to, battle that as well.
I think Jeff Martin is on course now.
So the 49.79 of Jeff Martin with Mike DeVore riding shotgun out of Martinsville, Indiana, with Martin Racing, part of the Open in that Can-Am. Representing the United States Navy Seabees. He'll be racing in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class tomorrow and on Friday as well. So getting a great pre-run at race pace. So Jason Tidwell and Jeff Martin. Tidwell is hung up in that resolution area. Hopefully he can get cleared.
Oh, geez. He's not in a great spot.
He's got a broken left front ball joint, it looks like. So he is about to be in a bad shape. Tough break.
Pretty tough to save that.
Tidwell. Yeah, the front end is completely, it's about to fall off. So.
Your tire's not supposed to look like that.
So Tidwell in a tippy situation.
And we'll see if he can get by here.
I don't know. That's going to be, we'll see if Martin is able to get around him. Tidwell is broke and probably done for the day. Hopefully he's got enough parts he's got a few more days. We got qualifying for the Everman Challenge tomorrow. And then Wednesday's qualifying for the Nitto Race of Kings. So it looks like they're giving a couple different options. We'll see. It looks like if he hangs to our right, his left, just enough room. Yeah, smooth.
Nice.
Jeff Martin makes a quick work out of that.
Yeah, they're going to probably end up taking Jason Tidwell there and stuffing him over in a corner somewhere because that's a tough recovery. But the good news is racing can go on.
So I guess there's two Jeff Martins. The Jeff Martin I was talking about is racing 4800 only, so I got my information crossed up. I apologize.
That's Cody Willenborg. Bottom right.
Cody Willenberg with Randy Dassenbach riding shotgun out of Effingham, Illinois with CW Motorsports, part of the open class, and that Polaris with AMS, all balls, high lifter, hot cams, tire spine, seismic, cylinder works, PPEI, PWR, and factory Polaris. His first King of the Hammers was a couple years ago, 2022. So Jeff Martin and Cody Willenberg still cruising away. Jeff Martin about to head through the Bronco Arch, heading into the infield, do a little short course racing. Oh, I like that line. Look at that left line. I think that's the quick one right there.
We haven't seen many people take that one.
When we were putting up that arch, I saw that line. I was like, I wonder if somebody's going to cut a little left, and there it is. Have to stay within 150 feet. So it looks like it's a clean line. Again, we need to thank USAC for helping everything run smooth, being our sanctioning body.
I think that's Cody Willenborg getting ready to head down into Resolution. So we'll see if they're still doing recovery.
Yeah, well, that one car, it's going to be tough to recover that one quick.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be broke. So if it can actually stay right where it was, there was that line to the left to go around.
Yeah, just stuff it in the corner somewhere.
So Jeff Martin grabbing the checkered flag. There's so much cool stuff around Hammertown. I mean, we have Lasertown out just outside. We got the 40. We have the KOH outpost with the Ferris wheel next to it. We have the general store right in front of us, presented by AccuAir. They got a little bit of everything. We got the Warren VIP experience. Make sure you check it out. There's so much great stuff going on around Hammertown. Look at that, getting a little love tap to Tidwell, but he was able to make a clean run. So Willenborg is past that little bottleneck section. There is a graveyard of UTVs here in Resolution. Look at that. There's Trotter on your one of our main recovery guys, making sure everything's going smooth. Got all our Australians out there helping us. They've been a huge, huge help in lineup and build and everything in between.
So we're getting to the end of the 2 o'clock hour, and we still haven't seen JP and Raul Gomez.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I was hoping to see those speed UTVs out there running strong.
Looks like Cody's going to go down the back door.
I do think it's a little bit faster. I mean, you could hurt the car for sure, don't get me wrong, but back door is a little tamer than years past. So
it sure seems like.
Oh, he just comes in a little hot, his little nose stand.
With a longer wheelbase with a lot of these cars, they're making back door look easy.
So Willenborg is through back door. Willenborg making it through the sand wash there as he's heading back into Hammertown.
big roller whoops.
Got a couple more UTVs yet to go, and then it is Power Hour, the biggest and baddest names of our sport.
Cody Woolenberg down on the short course now. Should be a pretty good time for Cody. That's Robert Leibel on the line. He's running open class. That's a stretched. Look at his tires. That's a stretched Can-Am chassis.
From a couple days ago. That's funny. When it took off the line, I did not think it was going to last. There is Robert Liebel off the line with his buddy Tony Busby riding shotgun out of Quinnon, Texas with Liebel Racing. Part of the open class in his Can-Am, Rigid Excavation, Dallas Karting, Scott's Custom Cabinets, CT Raceworks, UTV Race Shop, Double E Racing, Skiddy Pedal Works, and Blue Fire Fab. He was the King of the Hammers rookie last year. Robert Liebel stirring up some dust. This first mile or so is some really nasty desert. Lots of G-outs. And we got lots of exciting drivers yet to come. And it sounds like our one and only Pam Hall's down there to have a chat. So Pam, what do we got?
I am here with Brian Deegan. He's getting ready to go out on Power Hour. Are you excited about this race course, and have you pre-ran it quite a bit?
We went out a few times, me and my co-dog Jeremy, and we're just having fun. We're gonna go out and rip it and see how we qualify, and then try to survive this race. And every year it gets more fun for me, so it's just more of an adventure. And I just got to make sure I come back and get in the battle, so it's good.
Have you been watching the qualifying so far this morning, so you kind of know what lines you're wanting to take, or what you've done pre-running, you're just gonna stick with it?
Oh yeah, I've been watching, but the more I think about something, usually the more I mess it up. So I just try to wing it, just have fun with it.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there. Hopefully we see you up on top of that box.
Thanks for going for it.
All right, back to you.
Thank you, Pam, and that's great to see Brian Deegan out here racing with us once again. I think his first race with us here at King of the Hammers back in 2010, if I remember right. He raced with Jimmy's 4x4, traded duties with Cotton Rod. So
I don't remember that. I just remember the Can-Am racing he's done the last few years.
Yep, yeah, no, he's been around here for quite some time. Great to see him back out here really having fun. One of my good buddies, Jeremy Dickinson's riding shotgun with him.
Well, and Brian Deegan and Travis Pastrana just got together for a neat little video with With age comes a cage.
And that is a true fact. Yeah, Deegan and Pastrana, they like to give each other a hard time, but they're pretty good buddies from back in the day. And you're 100% right. With age comes a cage. They broke more bones than a lot of people else I know for sure. So Robert Lee Bull still pushing strong. And we're just one or two more drivers before power hour. So be sure to don't go anywhere. The action's about to pick up a notch for sure. Not taking anything away from any of these drivers that have been out there. Robert Lee Bull heading towards resolution, making his way.
That's the drone drop.
Yeah, he's about a third away through the course. Got a little ahead of myself.
Or the drop drone.
And look at the speed coming. That shows you how steep that is. He can really pick up quick.
Whoa.
Oh, Lee Bull he gets a little wide, takes out a bush or two, was able to save it, but that was almost bad. And look at the sand flying. So while we get ready to reset for power hour, Robert Lee Bull's out on course. If you have the premium, you're not going to miss anything. Make sure to go to KOHUltimate.com, check it out. We're going to take a quick break, reset, and be right back after this.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Break free from the daily grind with Sylvania LED off-road lights and put your skills to the test. Because adventure begins with seeing where no one else has before.
John Matthews, officially first place in the 4500 Yukon.
Welcome back to the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. This is qualifying. We've got Robert Lee Bull on the right, or on the left, and I believe that's Michael Lee on the bottom right, but it sounds like Pam Hall's down there, and she has the one and only Johnny Greaves.
I am here with Johnny Greaves, getting ready to take off on his qualifying lap. Johnny Greaves, do you have any tricks up your sleeve of what you're wanting to do out there for your qualifying run, watching all the other competitors take that green flag today?
I couldn't hear you.
What's your strategy?
You know, just kind of play it safe. I mean, go as hard as I can, but my qualifying runs haven't been great the last couple of years, so I really need to just bring it home and get on the starting line for Thursday.
Well, I know you've been out here doing your homework. We'll let you get going because you're getting ready to line up, so good luck back there.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Pam, and thank you, Johnny Greaves. It's going to be Power Hour is going to be exciting. We've got such a stacked field. Max Gordon, Brian Deegan, Nathan Parker, Dustin Jones, Philip Blurton, Cameron Steele, Corey Willis, Cody Miller, Paul Wolf, Cole Clark, Johnny Greaves, Travis Zollinger, Josh Smith, Mitch Guthrie, Hunter Miller, and back-to-back-to-back three-time reigning current king, Kyle Cheney.
We got a couple kings in here.
It's pretty impressive.
Mitch Guthrie is a two-time king, 2018, 2019, Hunter in 2020.
So Power Hour is underway. And there goes Max Gordon with his buddy Cole Kramer riding shotgun out of Lake Havasu, Arizona with that Speed UTV. He'll be doing a little sharing driver's duty with the Gomez, with Joe Thompson in a Gomez truck on Nitto Race of Kings also. So bottom right is 211. I don't have him on my start list.
That's
but
Michael Lee.
Right?
So
yeah.
he got a restart because I believe there was a vehicle on course after he exited Resolution, and it messed up his run. So they restarted him.
So Chris Armstrong riding shotgun with him out of Hurricane, Utah with MRT Off-Road in that Polaris Pro R.
DRT.
Max Gordon, look at that. That Speed UTV soaked it up. This young man, I think he's only 15 years old.
Is he going to beat his old man's time?
We're about to find out. And those ruts are getting deeper and deeper and more torn up. So Michael Lee, bottom right. Still has a couple cars parked down there, but we're able to get around. Max Gordon cutting that little line perfectly, getting a little hang time. He is pushing that Speed UTV to the limits.
And that's where pre-running comes in.
So Max Gordon hitting those G-outs and just letting her rip. Cole Kramer's probably not telling him to slow down a bit. If you're just tuning in, this is Power Hour for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. I'm Miles Hasselquist alongside of John Crowley. He's raced this race multiple times, so he knows the trails pretty well.
There's a couple new trails this year, though. I got to get out in the next few days and check them out.
Well, you still got time for big race day. Man, Max is really pushing hard. This is a great start to his lap.
He's got his tires off the ground more than on.
Roughly 3-mile qualifier. Man, Max is flying. Mad Max Gordon getting her done. So Michael Lee is up bottom right. Max Gordon top left, but it sounds like Pam Hall has another one to talk to, so let's hear what you got.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with Kyle Cheney. He is our 3-time champion out here. I know you're going for a 4-peat out here, and I know you've been watching the qualifying all day long. So watching what's going on already, do you have anything in mind that you're going to change from what you pre-ran for qualifying, or are you just going to stick to what you have?
No, we're going to stick to what we know. You know, I saw some of the rocks moved out there on backdoor and everything else, but, you know, I've been watching it, and, you know, I've got guys watching it too and are going to relay, you know, if some rocks move or something and something's not doable, but we're going to stick to our line, stick to what we know, and, you know, hopefully qualify, you know, up front.
Well, obviously, you know, up front's where we all want to be, but up front on race day is obviously where you really want to be. Do you have anything different that you've changed from last year to this year besides being in a Mavar?
Nope, just the new platform, really, you know, and, you know, I like this longer qualifying loop this year, too. I think it's going to really set people apart, and there's already been some really fast times, so looking forward to matching them or beating them.
Yeah, I believe Anderson's on top still with under a 7, it's like a 750 something, so I know you're going to do great out there. We'll let you get your helmet on and your race face on, so good luck.
Thank you.
Miles, back to you.
Thank you, Pam, and yeah, Kyle Cheney's one to be reckoned with for sure. This guy has it figured out, a true professional in the sport. And it looks like that's Paul Wolf on the bottom right.
No, that's Brian Deegan, isn't it?
Looked like a yellow car.
Oh, and Max Gordon with his flat tire and his window nut out. Yeah, so it is Brian Deegan, and Max flat tire, just diving into resolution.
So Brian Deegan and Jeremy Dickinson riding shotgun out of Temecula, California with Deegan Racing in that
Does
stock
he have a
turbo class.
Kodog in there?
He's supposed to have Dickinson in there, I believe, or at least for race day, with his Can-Am, Monster Energy, Bill Stein, Method, Alpine Star, Liquimolly, and Odyssey battery.
We'll see how many guys during Power Hour are going to actually run with their Kodog.
So Max Gordon had a great run going, but that flat tire is really going to slow him down. But Deegan, he is just dancing all over the place. He is pushing strong. Great to have a lot of the big names out here racing with us, especially here during Power Hour, during the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the qualifier for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Yeah, and Max Gordon's really slowed down with that flat tire.
Our buddy Tennessee Mike said Jeremy is in the car. So that is 1018. That is Paul Wolf. So they switched up the order on us a little bit. Paul Wolf is in our top left. I thought that's who it was. So Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing in that Can-Am X3. Nitto, RCV, HCR, Raceline, Alltech Motorsports, Radflow, VP, Willwood, Project X, FK, Halo, JB Scale Graphic, Evo Power Sports, Rugged. So Paul Wolf is qualifying twice.
What is up with that?
Well, he's qualifying in two separate classes because he wants to race two separate classes. And
Paul?
Wolf is on his side, pushed a little too hard.
Oof. Is that why he's qualifying twice?
What a bummer for Paul Wolf. Pushed a little too hard.
So during Power Hour, we're going to be running two vehicles at a time on course.
And it looks like Paul's out of the car. Okay, I do not believe he's running a co-driver for qualifying, but he's on the backside of a hill, so hopefully we can get him riding it over and they don't send the next one. So tough break for Paul Wolf. That's his Pro Mod car, if I'm not mistaken.
Looks like it.
I think his open is 7018.
Max Gordon took the same line his dad did out of Resolution, skip back door.
So I heard Robbie talking earlier about Power Hour. Why is Max Gordon Power Hour, not him? He's like, well, I took 4400 Power Hour and gave Max the UTV Power Hour. I like that style. That's pretty cool.
Probably a wise choice. I was trying to give Robbie a hard time for sandbagging and not being in Power Hour, but apparently they only got one ticket.
So hopefully Paul Wolf can get riding, get his car over, and then back to the start line. He's going to qualify again here pretty soon in the other car.
Yeah,
you must start or finish the race. So that's Paul's strategy there. When I first saw him sign up, I was like, you're already racing UTV. And he's playing the rule book. He talked with USAC. And, again, you have to start or finish the race. So he's going to start in one and finish in the other.
I still don't understand.
Pretty interesting.
And Max was out there solo, no co-dog. So I think we're going to see that a lot in Power Hour. You know, every little pound trying to get
power to weight ratio.
Power to weight rate. You know, it makes a difference. And skipping their spare tires too.
So Max Gordon through the Bronco Arch into the Ford qualifying short course with a right rear flat tire. But that Speed UTV, the rest of it looks like it's in pretty good shape.
Except the window net. It was coming open a couple times.
Getting a little bite on that left rear tire since that right rear is flat. Couple more turns to go, and Max will be grabbing the checkered flag.
I think Paul's in a spot where there's not really recovery around nearby, so they got to get some help over to him.
So Max Gordon coming around the Can-Am corner. One last turn to go. He'll hit the jump. That right rear tire is definitely going to cost him some time, but I still think he'll have a mid-pack qualifier. Really cool to see what Robbie and Max and the whole gang at Speed UTV have came and starting to play with the big dogs here with Can-Am and Polaris and everything. I'll have my Speed UTV wrench mic in the pits the rest of the week during the main races. So there's Brian Deegan lined up. Max Gordon in 38th with a 9-minute, 38-minute run. Sorry, second run. So that's a pretty good run. That'll put him in mid-pack. Looks like we got to do a quick little recovery. So while we wait, while Paul Wolf gets righted, we got a lot of great highlights. So stay tuned. This is going to be a pretty cool little run. Let's check it out. So a lot of the qualifying from earlier on today for the Can-Am UTV Amherst Championship. Highlight reel to show you how fast these guys and gals were earlier today. John's been in the booth most of the day. I tuned in off and on. So quite a few rollovers.
Resolution been tripping people up.
Yeah, it's tricky. I really thought backdoor was going to be the bottleneck, but no, it's the backside of Resolution. See most people that have chose to drop back door, it's not too terrible. Look at the backdrop we have here in Johnson Valley, California. Absolutely amazing. There's that Maverick car with a couple flats on the right side. Park, it looks like. Parked upside down.
Oh, there goes Jeremy McGrath.
A legend himself. He's been racing with us the last few years. Really cool to see. He raced with Ultra 4 in Moab the first time I saw him. Got to hang out a little bit. Obviously, I'm a fan of off-road in general, and to have some of these big names out here is super, super cool. Huge bicycle. We saw CJ bicycle in that same spot earlier. There's Willenberg giving Tidwell a little bump. That was Robert Lee Bull getting a little slideways there, who's able to wrap it, keep it under wraps. The start-finish line. There's Rusty, who's been waving our flag for us. One of the Miller brothers getting ready to take off.
It's Hunter Miller right there. He's racing a new Maverick R.
There's his brother Cody right behind him, it looked like. Lots of big names yet to come. There's Cameron Steele at the top left of your screen. He's racing almost everything out here. He did skip King of the Motos.
He's smart enough to skip King of the Motos.
Well, he's not smart enough because he was going to race it, and then he had one of his Baja trips planned. Trucking Good Times, I believe, so you'll be able to check that out later on. Cameron's obviously in the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame. Got a lot of them out here.
So 7:43 is the time to beat Ronnie Anderson.
And then CJ Greaves in that second spot. And then Brock Hager, Todd Becket, Tyler Rimreed, Ron Clark, Carson Atkins, Matt Zeiler still in the top 10. Good for him. Dustin Robbins there also, Jay Shaw. A lot of great names in that top 10. A lot of true Ultra 4 names and a lot of the short course names as well.
And this is Brian Deegan. I got mixed up earlier. Paul Wolf started a little early, and I thought it was Brian Deegan. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I thought that looked like Wolf. We got a little mixed up. Do apologize.
Yeah, you were right.
Every once in a while I get lucky. Brian Deegan, that beautiful built Can-Am.
That's another Allsup. No, it's not an Allsup.
So Brian Deegan is off the line with Jeremy Dickinson riding shotgun out of Temecula, California with Deegan Racing, part of the stock turbo class in that Can-Am with Monster Energy, Bill Stein shocks, Method race wheels, Alpine Star, Liqui Moly, and Odyssey batteries. Again, I told that story a little bit ago that his first King of the Hammers race was back in 2010 with the 4400, teamed up with Jimmy's 4x4. I was having a fun chat with Tom Ways about him earlier, and he was remembering a little battles he had with them. Got a little tangled up, but they had some fun out there on course.
Boy, that's a surprise. Tom Ways getting tangled up with somebody?
He's a madman behind the wheel, that's for sure. It was great to have him in the booth, and he was having some fun, getting his feet wet behind the mic. And I can't wait for him and Dave on race days to really tell you the course. I've been coming out here for a long time, but I usually get stuck in Hammer Town for most of it, so I get to go out a little bit, but I don't know the trails like Dave and Tom, so they'll really be able to tell you some great stories on and some strategy on what to do in the rock sections.
And Dave's added some cool stuff for the big race. I love the two VCPs out there where, get yourself from one to the other.
Here's your first one. Where's your second one? Let's get it figured out. I see some of the Youth 170s cruising through. They'll be racing, I believe, tomorrow evening. That'll be the future of our sport. A lot of great names out there. Cool to see that addition. And speaking about addition, for the 4900 Youth 1000 race will take off Thursday after everybody else, and they'll just race lap number 1. So I believe that's ages 12 to 17. Kind of had a gap from 170s to the big dogs, so it's cool to see the addition there. Sounds like we're about 30 seconds out from Nathan the Phenom Parker heading out. I believe he's only 14 years old, and he's really making a name for himself as Deegan's heading out. Some great spectating areas out there. Everybody that came through the front gate got a brochure, kind of shows you where to go. There's a great one at Desert One out at Back Door, right there by Turkey Claw.
And the cool part about a bunch of the spots is there's Jumbotrons out there too, so you can watch at that spot plus get the Jumbotron coverage.
Yeah, it's really cool to see all the additions out there. I think there's 6 extra Jumbotrons out and about. Up at the outpost where you can grab a beer and a burger and go check that out, or go to Back Door.
Do we still call them Jumbotrons?
I don't know what else to call it.
Okay.
Big TVs. Brian Deegan making his way through. Looks like a pretty good time he's got going. Jeremy Dickinson's pointing in the right directions so far. I like that inside line.
Yeah.
A little smoother, a little less rocks. And look at the shadows starting to come in. You can see some of these bigger ruts getting a little, on the backside of these mountains. Can't really see it exact. What a great day of qualifying it has been for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Are we going to see a 7:30 time?
I don't know. That was my guess early on, and then when Ronnie Anderson got that 7:43, man, that's going to be a tough one to beat. Even in the unlimited cars, I don't know. They can go a little faster, but these little UTVs are nimble. 7:30 could happen. I don't know. So it's obviously tech and contingency for the Youth 170s as they're cruising through. Atterbury's cruising through. So Nathan Parker next off the line. I like the red number plate.
Brian Deegan just dropping into resolution right now. Took that left line.
Just floated up and over. Jeremy Dickinson is one of those great co-drivers. We have a lot of good co-drivers out there. So on next is Nathan the Phenom Parker at 14 years old, with Alex Reed riding shotgun out of Fayetteville, North Carolina with Team Momentum Racing. In the stock turbo class with that CT Raceworks Can-Am, Performance East, High Lifter, Pocket Change Fab, CT Raceworks, Carolina Customs ATV, EFX Tires, KMC, Gator Waders, SD Lighting, and Air Dam Clutch. His first Ultra 4 race was Rush, Kentucky 2023. He won in Montana and in Disney last year and got the Robert Parker Rookie of the Year. Memory of his father. Great to see this young man doing great things. Brian Fulcher's really taking him under his wing.
Alex Reed, CT Raceworks.
Yeah,
so
and the shotgun.
it's kind of nice to have your chassis guy in the right seat.
Yeah, and they've teamed up with Kyle Cheney, so you can't think of much better of a mentor than that. So a lot of skills coming out of the Team Momentum Racing right now.
Well, and speaking of Kyle Cheney, his co-dog, I love this. It's Cash LaCroix.
Cash LaCroix, yeah.
So
that young man's done a little bit of everything. Comes from the rock bouncer world.
And if you want to lose some weight in your co-dog, you get a guy that's
maybe
like
100 pounds
yeah,
wet.
Maybe $110. Brian Deegan coming down,
making quick work through the rocks.
And he's doing backdoor.
Yes, he is. He's about to hit the big ledge as we speak. Just kind of center up, break down, and then blip the throttle at the end.
Yeah, that's filled in.
Yeah, it's slick work through there. Brian Deegan, Jeremy Dickinson making great work.
Somebody definitely piled some rocks there before qualifying.
So Deegan in our top left, Nathan Parker in our bottom right. We are here for Daring Power Hour, qualifying for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship during the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. What a great week it has been, and we still have 5 more days yet to go. So much great things going on here in Hammertown and outside. Speaking about Jumbotrons, I know there's one up at the outpost. We got Tiny Pony and Sonora up there, slinging some drinks and some grub. Got a lot of great vendors right here in Hammertown. The new general store, the AccuAir general store, is real cool. As Brian Deegan takes that hard left out of the Bronco Arch, I really, really like that line.
Well, it's shorter.
Yeah. And now we're in the Ford Performance qualifying short course area. Brian Deegan really having a great run going. He'll be top 20, I believe. On Thursday's big race, everything is on adjusted time, so you are racing your own time. But a good qualifying run gets you up front and out of those bottlenecks, because if you start dead last, not saying you can't win, because you can, but it really it gets a huge advantage to get that clean air and less trucks or UTVs out in front of you. And look at Nathan Parker in that bottom right, really dancing through these ruts, giving it all he's got in that Can-Am. And Brian Deegan grabbing the checkered flag.
Dustin Jones on the line. He's racing a Maverick R.
We saw him racing the there. He qualified and had a little bit of a rough go there. Looks like 17th for Brian Deegan. So
that's decent.
Yeah, that's right where I thought he'd land up. So Dustin Battle Axe Jones off next, with Dustin Henderson riding shotgun out of Shreveport, Louisiana, with SCS3 Racing in that brand new Maverick R.
And so he's in the Pro Stock class,
Yeah,
too.
he's stock turbo. with S3 Power Sports, Monster Energy, Fox Factory, KMC, Maxxis, and VP Fuels. His first King of the Hammers was back in 2020, and he got hooked and hasn't missed one since. And he's got a couple top 10 finishes with us.
Never broken into the podium, though.
Not yet, but it could happen. I'm excited to see these new Maverick cars. They're just an absolute work of art. And everybody that I've talked to that drove them said, in this exact instance, the steering's amazing. That scrub radius really is top notch.
Pretty stout, too.
Yeah, so far the only little issue I see is spare parts. You know, that's a brand new machine. So we'll see. Hopefully, they can hold together.
Well, whenever you come out with a new unit like that, there's always some teething time.
Yeah,
when it comes
new
to
car blues.
When it comes to racing, and the aftermarket's got to catch up with building products. There's not a lot of tires and wheels out, or mostly wheels to fit this car.
But Can-Am's done their homework, and I don't know, this when it first came out, it was a lot of talk, and it's really proven to be a really solid machine. Nathan Parker drops down back door with Alex Reed riding shotgun. So he's about a minute and a half away from Hammertown. We'll see him very shortly. So Dustin Battleaxe Jones in our top left. Still moving strong.
Yeah, so again, in that pro stock class, he's got to run a 33 or less tire. It's capped at 33.
32, right?
I think it's a 33.
Yeah, you are right, 33.
Seems like an odd number, but there's more 32-inch tires out there.
I think that's where my head got stuck.
Yeah.
And then in Pro Mod, you can do 35s, and then Open is open.
Yeah.
Dustin Jones getting a little hang time.
And then there's a couple of these guys that are going to race in the 4400 class. And you have to run a 37 in that now. You have to run a 37.
Yeah, minimum of 37-inch tires.
Yeah. So none of the guys, the Miller brothers and Cheney are all running the 4400. They're all running their X3s, not the Maverick Rs, just because you can't fit a 37 on the stock suspension.
Yeah,
and
that
nobody's come
end
up with a suspension components yet where you can fit a 37.
Nathan Parker, just a couple more turns to go. One more turn to go for Nathan Parker. He's got a great run going. This could be a top 10. This could be a top 5. Nathan Parker with a great run. We'll get a time on him very shortly. Nathan Parker with a great run out there.
Phil Blurton is on the line. He's racing his X3 Pro Mod. Wow.
Did Nathan Parker just move into second place? That young man just drove one heck of a qualifier. Great job by the young man, Nathan Parker, as we see Phil Blurton and Bo Judge take off the line.
Whoa.
Number 944 out of Loomis, California, with Blurton Racing in that Can-Am Maverick car with
Maverick
BFG
X3.
Monster. Oh, it is an X3, you're right. Vision Wheels and No Limit RD. His first Ultra 4 race was Glen Helen. Back in the day, he filled in for Rick Waterbury and won that race for him. Not in a UTV.
And then he was hooked.
And he's led this race multiple times, done well in the desert, and we'll see. Phil Blurton is always one you cannot count out. Well, anybody in Power Hour is one that you can't count out.
Well, so he got second place overall last year. And in the last 4 years, he's got several podiums. So, but hasn't made it to the top spot yet.
Brian Fulcher's giving big thumbs up. He's excited for his young man, Nathan Parker.
Dustin Jones making his way down Resolution, right through that tight spot with that broken car still.
Look at Blurton just flying through the desert. Spending just quite a bit of time up in the air, all 4 tires getting off the ground. Really sending it in that Can-Am. We saw Paul Wolf pushing super hard earlier, but took that little tumble.
Yeah, did he get back over here to race the other one?
I assume he's a little further down the list, so we'll see.
I still don't understand that.
We'll see how it all shakes out. There's Dustin Jones in our top left. We'll see if he goes up out in the desert or drops down back door. We are right in the middle of Power Hour for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Should have Cameron Steele on the line next.
He does a little bit of everything out here.
He and Mitchell Alsup have been trading driving duties.
Phil Blurton really sending it as Dustin Jones does go out into the desert.
He took the desert loop.
Bypassing back door, makes it around the barrel right there, takes a hard ride, and he'll be heading on back. So Phil Blurton and Dustin Jones out on course. What a great afternoon of qualifying we have going on. Don't forget to get that premium. Go to KOHUltimate.com. Sign up for that. You won't miss anything. And speaking about that, we're going to step away for just a moment. Again, if you have premium, you won't miss it. But more action yet to come, right after this.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Since day one, American Outdoors was built on providing active people quality products at reasonable prices. Our original soft-sided AO coolers are known for being convenient, durable, and keeping ice for over 24 hours in extreme heat. Over the last 30 years, AO has expanded our product lineup with high-quality coolers to fit any adventure as well as a variety of marine, outdoor, and off-road products to complement your high-octane lifestyle. So whether it's the next trail run, the next fishing trip, or anywhere in between, be sure to AO and go.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
This is all of the hard work and all of those late nights culminating to this moment, and that feeling is just, man, it is unreal.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Ditto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. I'm Miles Hasselquist. Alongside me is Mr. John Crowley, and we're watching Phil Blurton come in with a smoking fast time. Dustin Jones just finished up in 17th position. And out on screen right now in your top left is Cameron Steele with Brian Wood riding shotgun out of San Clemente, California with Desert Assassins and Laser Nut Racing. In that pro-modified Can-Am Maverick. Allsup Racing developed. BFG's Raceline, Warren Fox, Monster VP, and Baja Design. Baja HQ.
We got Corey Willis on the line. He's racing a Maverick R as well.
We'll get a time for Phil Blurton here very shortly. Blurton just moves into third position on this qualifying. Great run for him. That's right where he wants to be, I'll promise you that. Corey Willis, number 1793, out of Lake Charles, Louisiana, with PPEI in the Pro Modified class in his Can-Am. PPEI, JW Performance, HP Tuners, Jason Dooch Trailer Sales, Double E Racing, Raceline Wheels, Maxxis, and S3. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers last year. So Cameron Steele and Corey Willis out on course. Cameron Steele has been out here
a lot.
Pre-running a lot. Yeah, he was out here. I've been here a month, I think, now, and he was out here when I first got out. Well, he's been here a few times in and out.
I was out in December with Cameron and Mitchell Allsup. We pre-ran a bit.
Yeah, he definitely puts his homework in, that is for sure. And he's got one of our old school buddies riding shot with him, Brian Wood. Great to see him moving his way up the ranks. And he takes that preferred up and over line. Yeah, Cameron Steele's got a great run going. And Corey Willis, he races a lot of short course back home as well. And Nathan Parker, who is in second position right now, turns 15 years old tomorrow. So that's a good birthday celebration.
If he can stay in the top 10.
Looks like look at, you're on the backside of Resolution right there, and the shadows are definitely setting in. I'm sure Cameron is going to take, well, I guess I can't be sure of anything. I assume he'll take the backdoor drop.
I'm going to put money on him going around the bypass.
Okay. So Cameron Steele and Corey Willis out there. Corey Willis making his way through the desert was a pretty good run. And I heard a rumor yes, he did just get a Maverick car. He picked that up just a couple days ago then. So Corey Willis did switch it up on me. I try to reach out to most everybody, do some homework, and he was in an X3 last time I talked, but I heard rumor he was picking up a Maverick car, and I can see those front A-arms. So good for him.
Oh, he is going down the back door. You were right. All right.
I think it's a little more direct, and Cameron Steele is definitely a desert assassin.
I know, but I thought he would take it safe.
But he's becoming more and more of a rock donkey.
Well, yeah, spending a lot of time. Yeah, that back door is an easy drop too. So nice.
Cameron Steele has led this race multiple times, especially in the 4400
4400, not in the UTV.
Correct. Yeah, in the 4400 class, he's led this race a couple times, but always has.
Most recent on King's Graveyard.
Yep. And it became a King's Graveyard.
Oh, that was heartbreaking for him. Out front.
Corey Willis in that brand new Maverick R still pushing strong. So Cameron Steele is in an X3. He had one of each. Looks like he chose to stay with the tried and true.
Well, he raced the Maverick R yesterday in the Desert Challenge.
It's hard to keep all this stuff straight.
Yep.
That's why we brought you in here.
Well, he and Mitchell are kind of partnering up on this stuff, and it's hard to figure out who's racing and who's driving.
Who's in which car, yeah.
So I think on Thursday's race, they're going to switch back and forth, or switch drivers. I think Cameron's doing the rocks, and Mitchell will do the desert.
That makes sense. I like the strategy there.
But it's not like
one heck of a machine.
It's not like Cameron's not a desert guy, though.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he's won the Baja 1000. He's got a long legacy down there in the Baja Peninsula and building a great name. He's been coming to King of the Hammer since 2008, I believe. It's been quite a bit of time behind the mic, but he enjoys racing even more. So Cameron Steele will get a time for him here very shortly. A couple more turns to go. As Corey Willis is making his way towards resolution. One more Can-Am corner to go. And the Desert Assassin himself, Cameron Steele, Monster Energy athlete. We'll get a time here very shortly.
I think that'll put him about 20th.
I think that's a solid guess, and that's probably right around where he wants to be. But Ronnie Anderson and Nathan Parker on that front line as of now.
And that's Cody Miller off the line. He's racing Pro Mod. He just blew over the top of that lip.
So Cody Miller and Cody Taylor riding shotgun with him out of Greenville, Texas with Miller Brothers Racing. In the Pro Modified class in that Maverick R, Maxxis, Raceline, Liquid Moly, UTV Race Shops, Elka, Double E, Baja Design, Sparco, S3, Recaro, Pro Eagle, HMF, Hess Motorsports, Factory UTV, Evo Powersports, Monster Seal, and Brinson Powersports.
And it looks like we got Corey Willis hung up, or something's broken.
That's not a good spot. We've seen quite a few of them broken right there, so we'll see if we can get him out of the way.
It looks like he center punched that rock.
So is he just high centered possibly? So Cameron Steele in that 23rd position. So that's John, you nailed that one. That's a very solid run for him. So Corey Willis is having some issues in resolution. We'll see if we can get him cleared before
Cody
Miller gets there.
So Cody and Hunter both raced the Pro Stock last year.
Yeah, they snuck that in there at the end.
Yeah, so they were capped at the 33-inch tires, no boat siding or anything. Now they're both racing the Maverick Rs, and they're in the Pro Mod, and they can race 35s.
Yeah, so let's go in that a little bit deeper. So in the stock NA Turbo and stock Sportsman, you have to have an OEM chassis. Must use stock suspension points. Reinforcing is allowed. Must run front and body side panels. Rear bed can be trimmed. 1000cc max engine and a 33-inch max tire. And then you go to the Pro Modified class. Hydraulic steering and aftermarket turbos are allowed, based on an OEM chassis, but aftermarket chassis and both sides are allowed. Must run stock suspension points, 1000cc max engine, and a 35-inch tire. And then open, that's open. 2000cc max, including that Pro R. Dream it, build it, and race it.
So pretty much the only reason I believe that he's in the Pro Mod is the tire size.
Yeah, tire size for sure. And did they do both sides
no,
on these?
The Maverick R comes slightly boat-sided.
Okay.
So it's kind of nice where the X3 comes straight down or pokes out just a little bit. The Maverick R dives in and has a little bit of a boat side to its stock.
Cody's got a great run going, and Corey Willis, we'll see if he's offline just enough. I think they got him moved just enough that we can sneak by him. We'll see. Tough break for Corey Willis.
Like to know what happened. Just saw it looked like he center punched that rock, but I don't know exactly what the deal is. And after Cody, we've got Paul Wolf again. Did he get back to Hammertown?
We'll find out. We'll have to see. I think his other
did he get an Uber or something from out here?
So he's 10-18, but I think he's at 70-18. Wow, look at Miller. He's really pushing hard, blowing that corner just a tick. He is all over the throttle. Cody Miller is really putting down a great run. We'll see his brother Hunter Miller later on as well.
Yeah, we're finishing out Power Hour with Mitch Guthrie Jr., Hunter Miller, Kyle Cheney. Those are the Kings all the way back to 2018
That's
straight.
pretty impressive, yeah.
Mitch Guthrie Jr., 2018, 2019, Hunter in 2020, and Kyle 21, 22, 23.
Thanks again for everybody who's tuning in all over the world. We got a lot of great people out there. One of my good buddies, Ben Johnson's tuning in from Fort Bliss. Thank you for your service and everybody else you have around with you to let us be able to enjoy this beautiful country we have.
So I couldn't tell there whether it was a frozen frame there or Cody stopped for a second.
I assume frozen frame. Oh, it's Corey. There's Corey Willis. It looks like he did get moving. And again, the Hammer King production crew does an absolutely amazing job. Remember, we're bringing this to you from the middle of the lake bed, the middle of the Hammers with no electricity. We bring in our own internet, our own electricity, and everything between. So these guys and gals work their tails off to be able to bring you this amazing coverage. So again, a huge shout out to each and every person a part of Hammer King Productions.
And I still don't understand how we get all the drones live.
It's amazing,
beamed right back to us. Oh, do we have... Oh!
Whoa, does a little nose stand.
That's Corey Willis.
It's Corey Willis.
He got going again.
And then about stuffed her in there. But
somehow came off a back door.
He was showing out a little bit.
Cattywampus.
There's so much action going on, it's hard to keep up with it. And if you have that premium feed, you can go in there and get the multicam and watch every single camera we have on screen, whether it's a drone sitting on the ground or the helicopter up in the air. There's a lot of great things. I think it's only $25 a month that you have so much great opportunity to see what you want to see. You can follow your own racer frame to frame. I know some people were following the short bus yesterday because you can kind of choose your own camera location. So here comes Cody Miller. He'll be dropping down back door where Willis just put on a show. He makes it a little smoother. So Cody Miller and Corey Willis out on course.
Yeah, so Corey Willis was stopped for
I'm going to say 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, that's a tough break for him. But he's not he's going to start before the people that didn't finish. And hopefully he didn't tear up the car too bad.
He's going slow. Cody might catch him. Uh-oh.
Oh, he's stopping again.
He might be in limp mode or something.
Cody Miller's got a great run. Look at that as he's coming through the Bronco arch. See what line he takes. Takes the center line.
That's your line.
No, he took the center line there.
Oh.
So much great racing action that has been going on the last few days, the last couple of weeks. for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. This is qualifying during Power Hour for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
I think Cody's going to put down a top 4.
He has got a great run under his belt. He's always a top contender out here or wherever he goes racing. He does a lot of short course, a lot of woods racing. They come from the GNCC era, but have really stepped up for King of the Hammers, Ultra 4. Raced with us a few times.
Oh, look. Is that Paul Wolf again?
Yeah, Paul Wolf's on the line once again. In a different car, in a different class.
Oh, it's a 7 instead of a 1.
Yep, with duct tape. So Paul Wolf is off the line. We saw him just a moment ago out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing. So while we let him take off into the desert, we're going to step away once again with lots of great racing yet to come. Don't forget to go to KOHultimate.com, check out the premium. We're going to step away. We'll be right back with more racing action.
Years of off-road racing dominance. Proprietary patented race technology. Proudly made in the USA. Unparalleled customer service and support. The choice of champions. King Shocks. The leader in off-road shock technology.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Welcome back to the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. And if you don't have the premium, you just missed Paul Wolf about lose it again. He is pushing hard, and what went a little off course and about wadded up again. But he's back on track, and he's going to be pushing strong. We get to see him in the UTV race and in the Nitto Race of Kings for the 4,400 event as well.
I wonder if that was in the same spot.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I think it was very close to that same spot. That's crazy.
Because you would figure he wouldn't do the same thing in the same spot again, but it's Paul Wolf.
Yeah, he's a madman. He's definitely given all he's got.
Maybe that's why he put the wing on the 4,400 car.
Yeah, I saw that. I thought he was just having fun with the F1 guys, but
he's hammering it. And we've got Cole Clark on the line. He's got a stretched RS1 single-seater with a turbo.
Yeah, with the Turbo R drivetrain.
So he's got he finished 3rd overall last year. It was Cheney, Blurton, and then Clark.
Yeah, Clark's always one to be reckoned with, as we're still watching Paul Wolf push his way through Resolution, and Cole Clark is off out of Cortez, Colorado with ZRP Army in the Pro Modified single seat RS1, KT Performance, and Zollinger Racing Products. His first Ultra 4 race was King of the Hammers 2018. He's won in Moab and in Reno, Oklahoma a couple times, and the Stampede. So Cole Clark's definitely one to watch. He teams up with Travis Zollinger quite a bit, and they build some great machines. He was hoping to build a Pro R and turn it into a single-seater, but just ran out of time. Moore just didn't have all the parts to put it together. But they were hopeful to get it here, but they got the tried-and-true Pro Mod single-seater. He qualified well more than one time.
Well, so he qualified first a few years back.
A couple years ago, and then wadded up at Race Mile 1.
Race Mile .2?
Yeah.
That was tough.
Paul Wolf through back door. And this is his open class car. I believe James Cantrell will be helping him with that one. We'll see if Paul Wolf races the Open or the Pro Mod, because he'll have a decent start in the Open class and then obviously a rear start in the Pro Modified. So that may change his strategy a little bit. Paul Wolf still pushing strong. As we have Cole Clark as well. This is Power Hour for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Paul Wolf heading up through the Bronco Arch. Cole Clark making his way through the desert section. And look at Paul Wolf launching through the Bronco Arch. He is pushing hard. This is going to be a great run. Is he going to have anything for Ronnie Anderson? Maybe. He had it. Oh, no.
You had to jinx him.
What a terrible luck for Paul Wolf. He was pushing hard all the way to the end. Had such a great run going. Tough luck for Paul Wolf. He's having a rough day.
And that's not going over, Paul. Oh, gosh.
I think he's still going to try to recover and keep going.
He was out of that car pretty quick.
He was in and out. Tough break for Paul Wolf. He came to Ultra 4 just a few years ago from the rock bouncing side of things. Always been racing UTVs in the Can-Am side, but man, what tough lick for him today.
I think he needs to take some bicycle lessons from CJ Greaves.
So Travis Cook got him rolled back over. One of our core volunteer teammates. He's been here as long as I have, helping build Hammertown. Helps run everything in between. He'll be up at Chocolate Thunder, keeping everything running smooth. He's going to hop back in. Tough luck for Paul Wolf. Yep, he's calling her a day. Oof. So he took a couple tumbles in Power Hour. But you still can't count them out. I mean, if there's going to be bottlenecks, we know that for sure. But Paul Wolf will have adjusted time on his side. So it sounds like we got a little replay of Paul Wolf. We'll check that out real quick. And, man, like I said, he had such a great run until he didn't. He's taking that left onto the short course. He puts her up on the bike and just was not able, almost saved it, but wasn't able to quite do it. Hits the gas, spins around a little bit, and shuts her down. Tough luck for Paul Wolf.
And we got Cole Clark almost hitting resolution. Sounds like Johnny Greaves just left the starting line. That's definitely a Pro R.
So there goes Johnny Greaves with Luke Stubbs riding shotgun out of Swamka, Wisconsin, out of Greaves Motorsports in that open class. Polaris Factory Racing Pro R, Monster Energy, Toyota, Toyo Tires, Vision Wheels, VP Fuel, Fox, Rugged, Victory Sign, Impact, and Beyond Redline. He's been a Grand Marshal here at King of the Hammers. His first time racing was back in 2017, a 7-time Pro 4 championship with over 100 wins. Johnny Greaves is definitely a legend of our sport, and he's here racing with us in King of the Hammers.
We've got Cole Clark moving out down resolution. Definitely making up a lot of time in resolution.
Yeah, Cole Clark's got a great run, but so does Johnny Greaves. It'll be interesting to see how he can shake things up. You can see our unofficial leaderboard in the top right of our screen keeps going through.
Cole's taking the back door.
If you're on site, we'll be playing all these.
Like he clobbered that rock with his right rear tire.
We'll be showing these results on all the screens around town here on site, or you can go to kingofthehammers.com and find all the race results. Cole Clark does make it down and through back door. And Johnny Greaves on the bottom right is really moving strong through the desert.
Kind of surprised that Cole Clark didn't get a flat when he hit that rock.
Yeah, these tires are taking a beating, that is for sure. It's a great looking chassis. Him and K-Rod have the Slightly Heated podcast. Great one to go check out. So Cole Clark's heading into town. Johnny Greaves heading towards resolution. Cole Clark will be going up and through the Bronco Arch into the factory Ford Performance qualifying short course. All right, here's where Paul Wolf just took a little tumble. Cole Clark lifts the left rear tire just a little bit, but keeps her all on the ground. So Cole Clark in the infield. See what kind of time he'll have. This will be a top 10, I believe. This could be a new fast time. We'll see.
I don't think he can beat that.
I don't know. He's still got 25 seconds or so.
I think it's going to be top 5.
Top 5?
Sure.
We'll see how it all shakes out.
He's
I don't know. He's not
leaving
laying
anything
out
on the table.
He knows he's pushing hard. Can Cole Clark bump out Ronnie Anderson? It's going to be down to the seconds. We'll get you time here very shortly. One more jump to go. And Cole Clark grabbing the checkered flag. We'll see you when our timer updates.
I think that's definitely a top 3.
Ronnie Anderson with a 7:43.
There's Travis Zollinger on the just off the line. He's running a single-seater as well, but that's a Can-Am X3 that's been modified.
Travis Zollinger out of Logan, Utah, with Zollinger Racing Products in that open class. With that single-seat Can-Am, Zollinger Racing Products, FK, Fox, K&T Performance, BFG, Logan Coach, Sparco, Warren, Hyperco, Baja Designs, and Run BC. His first Ultra 4 race was Nationals back in 2017. Cole Clark just moves into second position by a half a second. So Ronnie Anderson and Cole Clark are within a half a second sitting in that pole position. So what a great run by Cole Clark, but Ronnie Anderson still sitting in that pole position. What a great run by them. There we go, it gets updated. Wow, a half a second. That's pretty impressive, John.
Wow. But that's what Power Hour is all about.
That's what it's all about. What a great run we have going. Still got about 5 more UTVs to head on out. Great crowd right in front of the Jumbotron.
We're looking at Johnny Greaves coming down Resolution. Travis Ollinger out in the desert, top left.
Both of them look like they have pretty good runs going. But right now it's Ronnie Anderson still, but Cole Clark within a half a second. What a tough time there. But hey, that's still front row for now. So Travis Zollinger, Mr. ZRP himself in the top left, heading through the desert. And Johnny G in our bottom right, is he going to go desert or do the rocks?
Desert.
Nope, he's going to take a left, head out around the cone,
And
bypass back door.
He didn't look as fast coming down Resolution as some of the top 5 guys. So I think he's going to be top 20.
So let's run through our top 10 real quick. It's Ron Clark in that 10th. And 9th is Tyler Rimreed. And 8th, it's Cody Miller. 7th is Todd Becket. 6th is Brock Hager. 5th is CJ Greaves. 4th is Phil Blurton. 5th is Nathan Parker. 2nd, Cole Clark. And in that pole position is Ronnie Anderson. Travis Zollinger still pushing strong. Johnny Greaves pops back into the normal track, heading through the wash. Johnny Greaves in that bottom right, really pushing hard.
Car looks good through the rough tough.
And look at Hammertown. It is growing by the day. Last year it was roughly, we estimated 75,000 people in attendance, over 1,000 competitors. And I think this year's going to be even better than that. Travis Zollinger still pushing strong as Johnny Greaves through the, whoa, Zollinger getting a little off course.
He's taking a ride.
We've seen that corner get blown a few times, so the ruts must be getting deep out there. Johnny Greaves through the Bronco Arch into the Ford qualifying course. Look at Zollinger still pushing strong through the rocks. Greaves has a couple more corners to go, and he'll be grabbing the checkered flag for his qualifying run during the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. Travis Zollinger heading up and over Resolution as we speak, or towards Resolution. Johnny Greaves is going to have a great run.
Well,
I think he's going to push into the top 10.
No, 15th. Josh Smith on the line. He's racing the open class.
Josh Smith with Corey Nasso riding shotgun out of Castle Rock, Colorado, with Smith Brothers Racing in that open class. Can-Am, built by ZRP and KT Performance, Halo, Liquid Moly, ZRP, Infinity Fab, Warren, Factor 55, Maxxis, KMC, RCV, Rigid, Alpine Straps, Skull Graphics, and Side-by-Side Performance. And Johnny Greaves just sneaks into the top 10.
Guess he was so smooth it looked like it wasn't going as fast.
Yeah, I was watching the timer, and it was a good one.
I wasn't looking at the timer. I was just watching him.
So great run by all today. A lot of great racing action.
Travis Zollinger finishing up Resolution right there. He's going to make his option which way to go. going back door.
Yes, he does. Gonna drop down. Travis Ollinger likes the rocks. He likes doing a little bit of everything. He races desert racing, snowmobiles. He used to race dirt bikes a little bit.
He's just kind of a nut.
And he likes building some cool stuff.
In a good way.
Yeah, a lot of these cars are running his Zollinger racing products. I like walking around, checking everybody's stuff out, and I see a lot of his stuff on a lot of people's cars. Scott Pender's tuning in. Thanks, buddy. He used to help us race up there in Reno. Thanks to each and everybody who is tuning in. We're having a great time, and I hope we're showing the world what King of the Hammers is all about. Again, Hammer King Productions has been doing an amazing job all weekend long, and we've still got 5 big days yet to come.
Two on course and 3 left
Kings
to go.
yet to go.
3
Three
kings.
former Kings. Well, the current King and 2 former Kings. Travis Ollinger through the Bronco Arch. Josh Smith heading through the desert. Josh Smith has won a couple championships with us at Ultra 4. And Travis Ollinger has a lot of wins under his belt as well.
You know who's missing from Power Hour this year and not racing UTV at all is a former King in both UTV and 4400. Shannon Campbell.
Oh, Shannon, yeah. He'll be racing with us in the big race. I saw he was selling his UTV.
His Wonder Woman car?
Yeah, that thing's awesome, isn't it?
Little plexiglass.
So we'll get a time for Travis Ollinger. 1 turn to go there at the Can-Am corner. Great shot of those Russo Eliminator fire extinguishers. If you haven't checked those out, we have them in the AccuAir General Store. It's a really cool setup.
All right, so this is Mitch Guthrie Jr. He's racing a Pro R this year. He took last year off.
Fresh from Dakar.
And his co-dog is a former King in the UTV race.
Who's his co-dog?
Blake Vandeloo.
Nice.
Blake won it in 2016. And Blake was my co-dog. Not. Oh.
Orange riding shotgun. Thanks. Oh, there's Mitch Guthrie Sr. out there.
Mitch Guthrie Sr. just corrected me. As of 2 days ago, it was Blake.
Well, I've been asking. So Mitch Guthrie Jr. out of Glendora, California with Guthrie Racing in the open class in that Polaris Pro R with Red Bull, BFG, KMC, Walker Evans, Rigid, VP, and Sparco. Him and his dad have both won King of the Hammers multiple times. Travis Ollinger just moves into the 6th position.
Wow.
Great run for him. So Mitch Guthrie Jr. out there running along.
And so Mitch won King of the Hammers here in the UTV race in 18 and 19.
Yep.
So back-to-back for him. I was actually his co-dog in 19.
And I think Mitch Guthrie's first King of the Hammers was back in 2013 when his dad won. Does that sound right? Getting the thumbs up.
Yeah, I lost to Mitch Sr. that year by 16 seconds.
Not that you remember that or nothing.
Yeah, 16 seconds. We finished at 5 o'clock.
There's a lot of great history here at King of the Hammers.
Couple broken axles that year.
Guthrie Jr. still pushing strong. And Josh Smith heading through Resolution. We'll see if he heads towards back door or not.
And so Mitch this year is racing, if I'm not mistaken, this is a Polaris Factory Racing prepped Pro R. And so the Polaris Factory Racing team, which Brock Hager is a member of that team.
And he's still sitting pretty.
Yeah.
In that 7th position. Yeah, a lot of good racing going on this year that's just really elevated. I remember, been coming for quite a while, and the the competition just keeps upping the game with the technology and the driving. I mean, it used to be a party where a race broke out. Now it's a race where a party breaks out from time to time.
Back when Mitch Senior over there and I used to race this, it was about survival. So it was about taking care of your car and getting to the finish line.
It was a true endurance race.
Now it's a sprint. You can't break anything and win the race.
Yeah, it's a sprint endurance anymore.
You blow a belt, you're probably not going to win anymore.
But you can never give up because you never know.
No, but
we've seen that multiple times where they leapfrog back and forth, fixing one thing or another.
It's a different race these days. So that's Josh Smith coming down the backdoor canyon like there.
Still pushing strong in that Can-Am. And there is Guthrie Jr. coming down. He's about a third of the way through his lap.
Up next will be Hunter Miller.
Josh Smith has a great run going. I'm going to guess this a top 10. Josh Smith up and through the Bronco Arch. What a great day of qualifying it has been for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship.
Whoa.
They'll be racing on
that drone
Thursday.
Just got hammered.
Caught a little debris, we'll call that. A little shrapnel.
All right, Mitch is coming up on that Resolution saddle.
We'll see. Josh Smith may get a top 10, maybe even a top 5. Oh, I was one corner too early. So Mitch Guthrie Jr. out there with a great run.
Yeah,
always taking that
straight line.
Yep, I love that line.
Yeah.
They've been watching, seeing where the fast lines are. Whew. So Josh Smith with a solid run, but I missed a couple corners in there, so that's probably 20th or so.
Corners matter. All right, we got Hunter Miller on the line. Chad Hughes is his co-dog. He's racing a Maverick R.
Out of Greenville, Texas, with Miller Brothers Racing in that Can-Am with Maxxis, Raceline, Liquimolly, UTV Race Shop, Elka, Double E, Baja Design, Sparco, S3, Recaro, Pro Eagle, HMF, Hess Motorsports, Factory UTV, Evo Powersports, Monster Seal, and Brinson Powersports. His first Ultra 4 race with us was in Pennsylvania this year where he won, where he was filling in for Kyle Chaney.
Wait. Well, hold on. Hunter won here in 2020.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I was talking about the Ultra 4 side. Josh Smith just moves into 17th position.
That's Mitch Guthrie coming down Resolution. All right, now's the time to choose bypass or back door.
We're about to find out which way is he going to go.
I was at back door with him the other day, and he
bypasses, so he's going down back door.
He's going down. He did not like it. He was, I don't like this.
But again, I think it's a lot less tame this year.
Yeah, like I said earlier, that somebody's filled in some hole at the bottom of that.
And he's down and
clean.
through, quick and easy.
Super clean.
And there goes Hunter Miller bouncing through the desert, giving it all he's got.
So Mitch is running with a co-dog right now, but no spare tire.
Orrin Anderson rode with Bryce Menzies earlier.
Well, and Orrin was Mitch's co-dog in 2018 when he won.
Yeah, Orrin's one of those amazing co-drivers,
right?
That's for sure.
I was his last pick. It was like a week before the race, and he had nobody else. So it's like, well,
couldn't find anybody, huh?
I'll do it.
Well, I'm glad you're not co-driving because we need the help in the booth this year for sure.
I'm too old for that. Although I did give Kyle some crap for picking Cash LaCroix instead of me, but I guess 100 pounds is probably
makes sense
better
on that
choice
side.
and younger knees.
So Guthrie through the Bronco Arch coming into the Ford Performance Short Course. And Hunter Miller pushing strong out in the desert. See those blue arrows? That's for the qualifying course. The main course is marked in orange arrows.
Mitch is probably going to be a top 15, not top 10.
Two more corners to go for Guthrie. Great run for him. So we're watching Guthrie Jr. and Hunter Miller on the bottom right. On this 2.5, 3 mile qualifying run with a little bit of rocks, a lot of desert, and a great short course with Guthrie grabbing the checkers.
Yeah, that's probably going to be a top 15 maybe. Kyle Cheney on the line.
I think he's the only, not only, he's a 3-time king, back to back to back. Pretty impressive. So Kyle Cheney, our current king, off the line out of Millersport, Ohio, with Cash Lee Croy riding shotgun with Team Momentum Racing.
But not right now.
Is he riding solo?
He's riding solo. But yes, Cash is his co-dog. Sorry. Go ahead.
Can-Am, Evo Power Sports, Raceline Wheels, Yokohama Tires, Fox, G-Force, Amsoil, and Action Off-Road. He drove in memory of Robert Parker last season at Ultra 4 and swept Nationals, West, and East champion. Kyle Cheney is an absolute weapon behind the driving wheel.
Well, and in 2020, he came in second place. So he's had a second and then 3 firsts.
Oh, right rear flat tire
for
Hunter Miller. That's a
heartbreak for
bummer.
him. Different car, though.
Different car. Both of these guys will be racing UTVs and 44 during the Nitto Race of Kings. Kyle getting a little off the side.
He's a little Western.
They're pushing.
Right there.
Getting a little Western. I like it. So Hunter Miller, that right rear flat, tough break for him. That'll put him definitely towards the back of the pack. But again, Thursday's race will be on adjusted time. I believe they'll take off 2 at a time every 30 seconds.
Kyle's on a mission.
He is trying to hunt down Ronnie Anderson and Cole Clark, Nathan Parker, Phil Blurton, C.J. Greaves, our top 5. So Kyle Cheney and that Maverick car really pushing strong. We'll see what kind of time he can get. And Hunter Miller is just kind of limping along through resolution. I assume with that right rear flat, he'll probably take the desert lap out to the left.
Gravity.
Yeah, you're right. Gravity's going to help you get down.
Launch.
We're hearing a little tidbits through the PCI race radios that Kyle Cheney may launch down back door. We'll see. We could have a pretty good show ahead of us. But yeah, I mean, risk versus reward. We're about to find out.
I don't see that happening.
Hunter Miller does take the bypass left and out. What a great day of qualifying it has been for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship during the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. Kyle Cheney's really pushing hard.
Yeah, he's almost to resolution already.
Yeah, this is a great run for him.
Let's see if he does a Baldwin launch over the saddle.
So Hunter Miller is limping along in our bottom right, but Kyle Cheney right around that 5-minute mark. He's got a great run going. He's going to give Ronnie Anderson, our pole position, a run for his money with that 7:43. And just a half a second behind him is Cole Clark. Kyle Cheney taking his time around that broken car. We still have 5 more big days of racing. We're watching our final UTV qualifier and our current king, Kyle Cheney. Can he win 4 in a row? We will find out on Thursday.
And Kyle's racing Pro Mod this year. Last year, he raced Pro Stock Turbo and won.
Yeah, overall. Pretty impressive. Hunter Miller still pushing along. That right rear tire is really costing him some time, but he's still pushing.
Okay, let's see what Kyle does here.
So we are at backdoor. What's Kyle Cheney going to do?
Oh,
does a little wheel, and he does launch it down. Look at that. Kyle Cheney just skips over backdoor.
Hell yeah.
Right before it, he took a little bad bounce. I was nervous for him, but Kyle Cheney really pushing hard. That was the best show of the day for sure.
Dang.
If you're not going to win, get the highlight reel. Well, he may get both.
Wow. And he just clocked that rock on that first drop-off.
I've heard some people talking about that, but Kyle Cheney did it.
Wow.
And it looks like all 4 tires are still holding up.
The only other time I've seen that, it was a highlight reel. And
yeah, they did a backflip after it, right?
Yeah, it was a pirouette. A huge risk reward on trying to do something like that. The launch off of backdoor is aiming down, so it's pretty tough to launch off of it without diving down.
Because like a dirt bike, you can kind of load the suspension and pull up. Well, a UTV is just all throttle. He taking that nice left line. Kyle Cheney has.
I don't think he's going to crack it.
He's not. I don't think he's going to beat Ronnie Anderson.
No, he's got too many turns left.
But he put on one heck of a show.
I didn't think that was possible.
So Kyle Cheney, a couple more turns to go as he's in the Ford Performance short course.
Oh yeah, he's
going to be 15th or 20th.
Yeah,
if our timing's right.
Yeah, if the clock is right, he's slower than he looks.
So Kyle Cheney through the Can-Am corner, 1 jump to go. We'll see where it shakes him out. Great shot of the jump camera.
Yeah, that I don't know if that timing.
So we're wondering. I think old Kyle Cheney may have it. I think we may have a little miss up on our scoring and timing, because that looked a lot faster than what the timer said.
Yeah, he looked fast.
What a great run. Wow, a 7:26 for Kyle Cheney. Just shaved off 15 seconds off of Ronnie Anderson.
Wow.
I thought that timer looked a little off.
Holy
what a
cow.
great run by our current king, Kyle Cheney, stealing the pole on the last run of the day. And that right there is why it is called Power Hour.
Wow.
John, what a great day of racing or qualifying it has been.
That was an awesome way to finish that off.
What a great run. And I'm hoping we can get a little highlight reel of Kyle Cheney jumping down back door before we close out the show. Again, thank you, each and every one of you, for tuning in for the qualifying run for the Can-Am UTV Hammers Championship. We will be qualifying tomorrow morning for the EMC class. Let's check it out one more time. Kyle Chaney's jump down back door. It started a little iffy, but he nailed the landing. Look at this. He's coming down hot. And he catches this rock, right there, launches, and then just blips the throttle, completely clears that 10-foot drop.
That's a commitment.
What a crazy shot.
After you center punch that rock to have
Kyle Chaney is the man of the day. That is an absolute fact. Again, thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in today. Tomorrow morning, I believe we're starting at 7 a.m., so we got an early start because we have over 160 entrants for the EMC class. We will bring the results up here in just a moment. But what a great day of racing it's been. We've had a great crew here in the booth. I hope you guys have enjoyed it here on site and back at home. From the entire broadcast crew here at the Hammer King Productions, I am Miles Hasselquist. Alongside me, our UTV specialist, John Crowley. And we're going to sign off for the evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
I'll see you Thursday.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
know, the thing that people don't realize about ARB is that they have been developing the parts as our series and our sport has grown to these new extremes. They keep evolving as the sport has evolved.
Dirty fingernails, mud in your hair, cuts and bruises out of nowhere. It is brutal, but I wouldn't change a thing.
Curry Enterprises has over 60 years of off-road knowledge. From the harsh deserts of Baja to the extreme rocks of King of the Hammers to the Jeeps we drive every day, Curry has the right axle set up to fit your needs. Curry Enterprises, passion for performance.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Whoa. Hey, they tryna block all my blessings. They thought I lost the snapping. I bet on me and my team. ISO is what I'm rapping.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.